When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL Last Hit. Today is July 27th and we've actually decided to boot Lyric out once again and bring in the magnificent Mazel on his birthday of all days as well. So happy birthday to the man himself, and as always Ox will be joining us for the analysis and all the good stuff that we need. But Mazel, how's your birthday going? I think you've only just woken up, so
yeah, I just woke up. I got to have a little bit of cake at midnight, and that was really fun. Tried to go to sleep early, but the LPL schedule does not permit that. So I just laid in bed, and then here I am doing Last Hit. So I'm excited to be here. Don't ask me how old I am because I feel like I'm a boomer now, but it's fine. It's all fine. And I'm excited to talk about League of Legends.
You know what's the weirdest thing is, my girlfriend was saying this to me earlier. We have basically half the team has their birthdays over a 2-day period. Right, because my birthday was yesterday. Sheen and Mazel have their birthday today. Like, there's 365 days in the year, and half a team
just too good.
is over these two. So, you know, if anyone has their birthday today or yesterday, that is apparently a pretty good way of getting yourself into being an LPL caster. Is having your birthday on these days.
Apparently, that's
that's the criteria. So, you know, let us know.
Beautiful. Well, I'm not until November, and I feel old because I'm turning 30. So let's just move on. My brother and sister would not let me forget that. But I want to bring us into, because there's been some, as Munchables likes to put it, some shenaniganery going on in the LPL right now when it comes to roster changes. So I think we're going to have to start kind of running our way down the list to see what the hell is going on. And I feel like we have to start with the EO'd faithful in BLG, because what the hell is going on in BLG? We've seen can Fofo rise, can Icon rise. Now it's can Fofo Doggo, can Icon Doggo. I don't really know what's going on anymore. Like, it feels like every time we seem to be looking at these teams, they're changing up who's in there.
All I'm saying is Doggo time, baby. He's taking his licks. All right, he's taking his licks. He's ready. He's ready to go. I know there's high hopes in my heart for this guy, but I think Doggo coming back into the LPL will be really fun. I do feel bad that we don't get to see Rise anymore, but it's fine because I think Doggo has spent a little bit of time not having the greatest of times, but also having some pretty impressive great games down in the LDL. So I'm very excited to see what he can bring to the table now that he's kind of trying to resurge himself back into the scene.
Yeah, I think Khan looked good, right? I think he looked good. And I think the second team in the LDL struggled without him. If anyone didn't know, they were undefeated until he got moved up to the main roster. And they've lost like 5 games in a row, I think, or something now.
Oh my God.
They're struggling. And that's with Doggo, right? But obviously Rise came a little bit after. I think it's clear that the jungle pickup has 100% worked. Like, I'm not saying it's like work to the extent that BLG are fixed, but I think he's shown he's like LPL ready. Needs time, absolutely, needs a bit more. And maybe if he was on a team that wasn't BLG, we'd see a little bit more success from him.
Is that what you're announcing?
But but the AD carry situation, I don't think Rise is quite ready. He's had some okay performances, but I'm not super convinced. I think Doggo I'd say comfortably Doggo is the better player right now. But I don't know, like, what BLG can do. I don't think any arrangement of players that BLG has on this roster is really going to fix them. At this point, it's kind of just like, what will get them closest. And I think this is probably the iteration. As to the Fofo Icon thing, who even knows? I feel like probably Fofo in my mind at the moment. But even then, like, Fofo was there when they originally had issues. I don't know, man. I'm so lost.
I just want to make one last little point on Doggo, right? And we were talking a little bit about his LDL. I went and looked at the numbers. He did, there are a lot of losses, but his score streak, not necessarily the worst in those. In some of his games, like he has 2 recent games just last week, went 11-0 on Sivir and went 10-0 on Samira. And I think you can see that there is that possibility for the pop-up from Doggo, and there's a reason why he was starting over Uzi in spring. So I think it's a really interesting conversation, but it's not just Doggo like you were talking about. I think that's the whole amalgamation of BLG is that it's like I don't know what we're gonna get at this point. We're going into the last 3 weeks.
It felt really weird to me that they just suddenly like cut Doggo out of the picture, because I think the biggest conversation was like Doggo works. Crisp works. Like, this is the core bot lane that you should be building around. And it felt like they were kind of like, okay, we got Khan in. Khan somehow is managing to wrangle Fofo into like working with them, trying to make moves, whether it's evades or whether it's him trying to like find skirmishes in River. It felt like, okay, well, now you've got like either Fofo can be your carry, or, if you wanted to put in Icon, okay, Icon can start to roam and you can really look to play around bot side and let Doggo be the big carry like he was when he was over in the PCS. It felt really strange to me that they played one series with Khan and Doggo and they're like, no, this combination would never work down to the bot. Like, it just didn't make sense to me. It felt like this was the combination that, out of all of them, probably should have worked the best. Yeah,
I feel like there has to be something behind the scenes. I mean, it's a no-brainer at this point. Something must have gone on behind the scenes. I feel like, I don't know, BLG are kind of like, when people talk about like you're in sort of red warning, danger zone and everything, it's been running for months at this point, and they're still kind of scrambling to work out what is going to work. I don't think there's a solution. I don't think there's a solution that's going to fix things. Not for the position they're in, currently 4-8. We often talk about 8 wins, 8 losses being like the edge of playoffs. They are not in a good spot to be able to make that, especially when you factor in, that you have to play V5 still. You have to play FPX and OMG. There's a WE one, which they probably should take, but I'm not confident BLG. And at the end of the day, I'm looking like my feelings on this team, well, I'm looking at 2023. I don't think there's much to be said for them for the rest of the year, other than can they scrape together some more wins so it doesn't look as bad when I think recently there was a statement saying like, I can't remember who ended up saying in the end, but it was like how much money had been spent on that original BLG roster, and it was not a small amount, is all I'll say. So that's the thing that makes it so much more catastrophic than like any other roster who are below 10th place right now.
Yeah, I think that's why I was so like frustrated when I watched PLG struggling, because I was like, you took all the good players, lads. Like let the good players go. I want to be able to watch these guys on other teams succeeding well. Like, make the LPL look good. It was kind of them and LNG. I was like, stop taking the good players and looking really bad. It's so frustrating to watch. And then you go and look at some of the other teams that are struggling. You're like, they could have had them. They could have had these players. Like Ultra Prime, if they'd gotten their hands on one or two of these guys that were stuck here, maybe that could have been it. But yeah, I don't know. It feels a little bit heartbreaking.
You even say that. I think that's one thing, but also like I look at some rosters where maybe there's an individual player struggling. I know that Top Esports had some occasional struggles in the support role, and I just think, imagine if Chris was on Top Esports, how stacked that would be. Like they won Worlds, it's done, settled, over. I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's the most frustrating thing, as you said, that like there's so many good pieces here. But whoever put them together,
I just need to see stability.
Yeah,
I need to see them like actually look for something that's going to work in 2023, because they, like we were saying, they have so many pieces. So in a situation like this with other teams, you would say, right, like blow it up. Let's see what happens when you change it up. But they just invested into this crazy scheme that they had, and I wonder. I mean, obviously from their intent, I would expect them to want to try to figure something out with all these pieces they have, and that is what like I'm looking out for the rest of the season, is do they actually get their, pardon other words, but backpack together and actually move forward, because this team, like we were saying so much, has been so lauded just for the names they have on the team, but it's been about how they put it all together that's kind of been lackluster.
Yeah, my final note on this is, I don't know if you guys ever played with Lego much when you were younger, but we had like this big box of Lego when we were kids that we used to like, build whatever out of. And there was some like great pieces, right? Like, especially if you dug to the bottom, that's where somehow, for some reason, all like the lightsaber pieces, because you had some like Star Wars Lego would end up. Like, that was the good stuff, right? You got like the lightsaber pieces, these little like tiny intricate ones, like, oh, I can make some good stuff with that. BLG took all the good pieces and then they just made this horrific monstrosity that doesn't even function. And I'm like, I'm sitting there, well, not me, but like other teams are sitting there like, with the absolute scraps, just like, yeah, can I borrow one of those? I really just want, my Luke Skywalker figure to have a full lightsaber, and BLG are like, no, this is mine. This is all mine. That's how I feel.
The other team's been left with, those air traffic controller cones pretending it's a lightsaber. It's like, this will work. This will cover us. And look, it kind of gets the job done. But look, I think we got to look at one of the other teams as well that unfortunately has been struggling. As of today, anyone's legend. I'm sorry, Mazel, to do it to your birthday. Losing 2-0 to OMG. And especially when you look at their schedule. I don't know if they're going to manage, lads. I got to be honest with you.
It's a sad, sad day to be a Panda. That's all I'm saying. It was more so just for the lock-in for RNG that I was really excited about, because they're one of my top teams going into Worlds. But anyone's legend, I know me and Ox have talked about it extensively. Like, we love this team, and it is so disappointing to see them faltering in a moment where we feel like they should have springboarded off of into this really difficult schedule that they have coming up.
Because here's the thing, if they beat OMG, then they have 8 wins, decent spot to potentially make playoffs, and then it just relieves a bit of the pressure going in these final 4 series. And it's like, they could upset, they could not. But they get a lot of lessons out of these series, and maybe they're going to play off stronger. But
just
now,
before we go into this, just for people who aren't aware, it's RNG, JDG, EDG, and Top Esports that these guys still have to play.
Yeah, so
not fun.
I feel like they have to at least get 1 win to keep themselves in with the good chances. And I don't know where you get it. I actually think like earlier in the split, I would feel more confident about them getting an upset there. But I feel like RNG has started to really ramp. JDG. Yeah. I think there was a point where they're dropping games. They lost to FPX. I feel like that was the point you could upset them. JDG have to beat in V5. Nah, ain't happening. I don't believe it. EDG is probably the closest now, I think, that AL has a chance of upsetting. And that's worrying. I think I mean, even the scary thing is top esports. Like top esports is normally the team they like. Yeah, top esports could totally throw a series. I don't think that's the top esports we're seeing at the moment. I really feel concerned for AL, and I'm one of the biggest AL hopium abusers. And I don't know, man. I think they just got to bank on that EDG series, get a win, get into playoffs, and then see how it goes from there.
Yeah, I think the biggest points to look at for anyone's legend for me are the top side of the map, jungle and top, especially with a little bit of the more, I guess, greenness on that side of the map for me. And we have seen that they've struggled at times, especially to have ZDZ be a part of the map, have, Xiao Hao get a lead early on and be able to funnel into the bot lane. A lot of times it feels like the bot lane is getting their own lead with the 2v2s and the aggression that they play with. And I still wonder, like, how this team works at a high level in a best of 5, right? Because I do feel like some of their strategies are lacking, right? They seem to very much extend to these specific style of team compositions and then not do much else about it. And they have found success with it. I mean, we've talked about them so much this split, but then you look at what they've saved for last, and it ain't much of a dessert, I feel like.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of got to see that problem today, right? Like, when you look at their stats, their early game stats are terrible. Like, they're behind in gold at 15. Their Rift, I think they're like 40-something% Rift Hero control. They're, like, abysmal when it comes to that. Their first Dragon rate is relatively all right because, as you say, like, Jojo and Betty seem to have some control over the bot side. But today, in game 1, Aki just ran amok. Aki absolutely trounced Xiao Hao, and it made it look like honestly embarrassing for Xiao Hao, who honestly I think has been a lot better this split than we've seen from in seasons past. But I mean, he just got absolutely trounced, and from that they weren't able to play around bot side, and even then in game 2 it was still an incredibly close game, but the team fighting not really there for them. The Poppy jungle was just absolutely insane. I don't know. It just feels like, especially as you say, when they're kind of set in this rigid way, it's great that they have an identity, right? With like 4-gen picks like the Swain and this kind of stuff. But I do agree, Mazel, that it's like, well, if you don't get your hands on that, then what's the fallback plan? And it just doesn't feel like they really have one right now.
Betty just has to carry everybody. Yeah. Like, he literally just has to put on the carry pants and
I feel like
show up.
Honestly, AL would do so well in another region that wasn't LPL, because I feel like, I look at other regions, like I was watching LCK today, and it's like they first picked Yumi, and, the comps just feel like they're leaning so much in the late stage of the game. That's why AL thrives. I think AL's big issue at the moment is because you have teams like JDG, Top Esports, V5 who don't give you the time. They don't give you the time to scale. And, credit to them, like, they've been functioning well despite that. But I just feel like in a slower paced region, which everyone, like, it's always been a thing that our LPL has been faster, but especially with the durability changes, I feel like every other region slowed down and LPL's the exception. I feel like AL just, I felt like the early game had gotten better, but it still feels like a struggle to get to the point in the game where they function the best. And I'm not optimistic, especially with like how teams are still setting this fast pace of the game. I thought, with the durability changes coming in, that's the thing, is like the first patch we had this split on was when tower damage was like ridiculous. And I think that's where they thrived the most, when it was like, okay, tower damage is doing, you can't dive, you can't accelerate the pace of the game. We saw like the slowest, I think the meta has been.
We're still seeing some dives.
We still were seeing dives, but like burden of execution was higher. So you had to do so much more to make them work. Like, don't get me wrong, the LPL was still faster paced than the regions, but that gave them the most space. And I feel like as we've seen the patches come in and durability has been like, adjusted, I think the pace is just too fast still for AL.
So, yeah, do you just think they're out of it then? Do you think it's just not going to be possible?
I feel like I don't think there's as much hope for them. I think it depends, though, on the next patch on 12-14 and how that lies. But I'm honestly not super optimistic about the chances of them on that one either. Like, the thing is, like, I'm talking in terms of perspective of this team making, like, worlds in that fourth spot. I think the two major issues are, one, the top four have sorted their stuff out. I think JDG had some question marks around when they were dropping games. RNG was a bit uncertain on. I think we have a really strong top four. I think V5 are probably the biggest question mark at the moment. And even then, you have like Weibo and EDG to follow up, even though OMG are looking good now. I struggle to see AL going Worlds. I think they. I mean, that's the thing. Is like,
I absolutely say that. I'm on that train.
I was asking
Give me a
top
ticket.
10. And you're like, they're
Give me a
worlds.
ticket.
I don't know. I'm like,
bro,
hang on a
I
second.
was
That was a
I
far
was taking
conversation.
Hopium Millie in the
Stepping
split.
You've
that's
been
the thing, is,
visiting
like,
Mazelle's Hopium Emporium.
Dude, in my mind, I was like, I only saw there was only 3 teams I was firm on going to Worlds, and that was Top Esports, V5, RNG, and that 4th spot, I had no idea. I really was like, Weibo, EDG, AL, JDG, like I could see any of them being there, but I think JDG have like really showed up their form as we've gone on the split. They've kind of refined. We had bad games from them and good games from them. I think the good games are looking really good, and the bad games are looking a bit less frequent, especially like you saw the series against V5. So I think the top 4 is becoming harder to break into, when before it was only really a top 3. And also like Weibo, EDG are getting better, and I think AL are slipping. So I don't know. They still could make the top 10. Maybe they have an upset in them. It's hard to call. But that's the thing, is like, making top 10 is one thing, but at the end of the day, everyone wants to go to Worlds. And I think they're at the point where like I do not see them going to Worlds, which is like quite harsh. Whereas like, they still could make playoffs, but at the end of the day, everyone knows what we're playing for in the summer split.
Yeah.
So I will then kind of bouncing off that, not focusing on the top 4 in Worlds, but on the actual bottom 4 for playoffs. Which teams do you see getting through then, if AL isn't going to be in that conversation? Because we still have like OMG, who are now on the rise, as Ox just kind of mentioned, after beating anyone's legend today. LNG are still kind of sitting 6 and 7, matching OMG in the standings for the moment. TT are on the rise, especially just off the back of beating FPX, which I think was a massive victory for them. FPX obviously struggling there as well. BLG now bringing Doggo back in. There's a lot of teams that are still kind of vying for those spots. And this is with me thinking, hey, look, I think EDG, we say should be probably going into round 2. They still have another series against RA, a series against WE. So in theory, they should be able to pick up 1 or 2 wins there, push them to 9, which I think kind of takes them out of that contention spot, at least in my eyes. Could be wrong with that, obviously, with everything still to play for. Same when I look across at Weibo, LGD still there. They should be able to pick up a win there. That'll also put them to 9 wins, kind of cresting them out of that bracket. So who do you see then as our 4 teams that will be taking up round 1 of playoffs?
I will just say that it's kind of crazy going into the last couple of weeks, because you look at like what teams are in that fight and what they have ahead of them, and you look at the EDG, as you were just saying, kind of an easier schedule moving forward, but then you also look at some of these other teams, FPX having a pretty easy schedule moving forward, TT even. Can you imagine that we're talking about TT being in the playoffs at this point? Like, I think it's such an interesting conversation, because there are so many very volatile games to finish out the split. I will hedge my bets on FPX. I think they've been rising. I think they have a lot of know-how on the team, and I absolutely think they're my favorite in the round 1, at least, if they would make it to that 10th, 9th spot. But my other one would have to be Thunder Talk. I think it's been really interesting to watch them, and they have a few easier games coming up. I want to see if they can push into that 10th spot. I wouldn't say they make it very far, but hey, that's a resurgence, if you ask me, from spring to summer.
Yeah, I think I will say this is the sad thing, is I actually think AL's loss today takes them out of playoffs, because let's say we go through the remaining matches for each of these teams, and we go through the expectation, right? So OMG, we take a look at them, and they currently have BLG, IG, and V5. Let's say they lose to V5, beat the other 2, that puts them on 8 wins. The expected outcome is OMG will finish the split on 8 wins. LNG, when we look at them, they have WE, RA, and Weibo. I would say they lose to Weibo, win the other 2, that puts them on 8 wins. TT, although they only have 5 at the moment, have more matches to play. They have Top Esports, LGD, RNG, Ultra Prime, and RA. I think they beat Ultra Prime, LGD, and RA, and that puts them, running theme here, on 8 wins. Final team I want to talk about is FPX. They have BLG, Ultra Prime, Weibo, and WE. I think they beat BLG, Ultra Prime, and WE. Weibo, they could, but I don't think they will. But even assuming they don't, right, because Weibo are quite high in the standings.
Summit versus the
that
Shy.
puts them again on 8 wins. So I've just said how OMG, LNG, Thunder Talk, and FPX can all quite easily make 8 wins without even making any upsets. Whereas AL, they could make 8 wins, but they would have to beat one of those big 4 we talked about. And I think if they don't find this upset out of nowhere, it is just going to be OMG, LNG, Thunder Talk, and FPX taking it above them. They have less to do to make that 8 wins. And AL, not only do they have to hope that they get an upset, they also have to hope that someone else doesn't get an upset and sort of push themselves further up. So I think that's my top 10 in my mind. It's the top 4 we have right now: JDG, Top Esports, V5, RNG. To 6 is Weibo, EDG, and then to 10 is OMG, LNG, Thundertalk, FPX. That is my brain saying that is the most likely top 10, and it makes the most sense. But man, do I hope AL get that upset somewhere. I mean, because if they do, that keeps the hopes alive.
I mean, all we need is like BLG to win like a series against FPX. That makes things incredibly interesting. If they win a series against OMG, WE comes out with an upset out of nowhere. Like, we have seen these happen. Like, look, whatever. So, I mean, realistically, that could completely change up how those end up, the last of the standings situated.
Here's my question for you, because I think that makes sense. Which do you think is more likely? That BLG, because BLG have matches against OMG and FPX, that BLG upset one of those two, or that AL gets a single upset against one of the 4 that they are playing against, right? Because I think that's a tough one.
Am I still on the Hopium? Because if I'm on the Hopium, then I'm saying AL.
AL get the upset? I mean, it depends how you view BLG, how you view AL. Because that's the thing. Is like, I think saying, okay, AL need an upset against, I don't know, for example, JDG. That is a hard sell. But it's 4 series, right? 4 series. I remember, if you think back to spring, WE 2-0'd RNG late in the series. Like, these upsets do happen, and it's 4 series. Like, see, that's the thing. It could go both ways. Maybe that's the argument, is that, like, we could see BLG upset, we could see AL upset. There is still hope alive for AL. Maybe that's the thought. There's multiple ways it could happen.
This is why I hate AL, though, because they're not consistent. Like, I'm looking and I'm like,
hate's a strong word,
you know what? Like, they beat TT. Oh god, they're looking pretty good. You know, they come in, they at the start of the split, they beat a BLG. They like pushed V5 to several games. Then they lose 2-0 to LGD. Struggle against IG. Like, none of this is consistent with me. They beat Weibo 2-1. Like, none of this is consistent. So, like, maybe across 4 series, that consistently inconsistent, you know, the coin flip comes up. I don't know. But it's just like, it's so hard to see. I think I agree with you that EDG is probably the best one, but I think so. My scariest thing for BLG is that we've kind of seen so many different movements from them, and it's kind of lit a fire under a lot of the players that are coming back in, right? We've seen Fofo much more willing to move around the map, way more willing to interact with the team after being benched for a little while for Icon. Again, it's like, hey, look, you've now got motivation to listen to us, work with us. Same if you look at like Doggo coming back in. If Doggo's posting like 20 KDAs off of a couple of his games coming through from the LDL, this guy looks like he's kind of angry. And I feel like the biggest thing that I was missing on BLG's side was a strong AD carry. Someone who can be like, oh, well, Icon can play whatever the hell he wants mid, and Icon will go for these roams, and then we get to play. I feel like a strong, like, Khan, Icon, and Doggo just feels like a very strong lineup for the way to be able to just focus around bot side and make that work. And I think Bin has been far more consistent than he has been as well. I really think that people are going to be surprised by what BLG can bring to the table coming back in, because it just feels like that lineup for me was the best lineup that I was expecting from BLG, is the Icon Doggo combo.
Well, that then I ask you, do you think BLG have hope? Because we're talking about this as if BLG are out. And realistically, you know, if they start to get, so for example, if they start to beat some of these teams, they could drag other teams down to 7 wins, which means they wouldn't have to beat V5. But also, I mean, could they upset V5?
I mean,
V5 aren't as crazy as we thought of them before, you know. I feel like after beating by V5,
this is why
JDG,
I, as the host, wanted to ask yous, so I don't have to actually think about it. Because this is the part that I've been racking my brain
I'm
about.
pointing at you, Rob. I'm like, what do you think about
You
this?
just holds up the mirror, and I'm like,
I
oh
have
crap.
no brain here, so I just smile and I look nice sometimes.
But this is the thing, right? Because like, I could see FPX and Off Day losing to BLG, right? I think OMG are also another team that is very inconsistent. Cough, cough, if Samira gets picked. Like, this is where I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I could see BLG, I assume they beat WE, just off of raw talent.
You
So
gonna
the question mark
assume
is
that?
then V5. That's, could you imagine BLG beat FPX, beat V5, beat OMG, and you're like, they're going to playoffs, they did it, and they lose to WE. That would be incredible. But I gotta say, like, this is the part where I'm like, I'm really not certain how our bottom of the table is going to come out. I think if Doggo, Icon, and Khan can work well together, that could be a very terrifying combo, which could be exactly what BLG need, right? I could see FPX having struggles. I think TT as well haven't been the most consistent. Like, I'm on the TT hype train, but I also seen some of their team fights. It has looked better in their most recent series, but some of their team fights have been very sloppy. Just because I think with, you know, language barriers, communication not exactly being the cleanest. So there is a lot of question marks around this. I think like my top 4 is going to be like, I think I'm on Ox's page where I'm pretty sure Anyone's Legend might have kind of screwed themselves over by losing to OMG today. So I think it'll be LNG anyway. I think they just have an easier end to the split. I think TT as well have too easy of an end to the split because they've got LGD, Ultra Prime, Ora. They're bound to pick up, you know, the 3 wins that they need out of that to push them to 8. And then I think they're just out of the equation. But I think it then becomes very, very interesting to see what happens with FPX and BLG. OMG as well, how those 3 pan out, because OMG still have to play Billy still has to play FPX. Like, BLG are facing 2 of the people that they're going up against, and they're just coming back in. I could honestly see BLG like just about eking it into playoffs, and either OMG or FPX missing out as a result.
I gotta stop us for a second because we gotta make sure everybody's on that TT train, because we lightly touched on them, all right? But we got to talk about TT because I think it's really interesting, the fact that we've seen them come to this point. We're seeing them right now at 10th place with a lot less games to play, or a lot more games to play, right? But I'm still so excited for the roster that we're actually seeing it kind of come together. To some extent, we're seeing, for me, you know, it's all about emotion. It's all about camaraderie, and just seeing the elation on their faces in that post game for the win in their last series against FPX was so huge. And yes, they are coming against top esports next. Yes, they have to face RNG, but as you were saying, the big ones we're looking at are the LGD, RA, and Ultra Prime series, because I just never thought that I would be talking about TT in a playoff spot. And I'm not saying they're going to make a deep run or anything, but it's actually incredible because we do see teams make these crazy meteoric runs in the LPL all the time, especially with a little bit of momentum and a little bit of good feeling. So I'm really excited to see what this TT roster does. I know we haven't touched on too much in specific, like what's been working for them, but it's been really interesting to watch their split so far, when we were very much down on them because they had a pretty hard early split, at least, that it showed a lot of their weaknesses.
Can I just add you mentioned how happy they were coming out of that FPX series. Beishwan walking out of that room after the first game like an absolute baller. I was like, I can feel the smugness of this man, knowing he's just beaten his old team. And then, as you say, the elation that was in that room, everyone jumping around like they just won the world championship, was incredible. So you can definitely see for TT, like,
Hoya looked like he was gonna pass out. He like had to sit down. He's like, oh.
But that's the thing, like, it feels like it's coming together from TT, and the fact that like everyone's initial reaction was like, we're all going to hug each other, we're all there. As you say, the camaraderie, it does feel like it's coming together. And I think the biggest thing was like adding Hoya into this roster as well, like getting another Korean into the mix has just worked out incredibly well, and getting UCAL active, having those two work together. Apparently Yao Yao and Beishwan were best friends their entire lives and just needed to get onto the same team to realize it. Like, these guys work so incredibly well together. Like, it's really interesting to watch this team. And that's why, like, I'm actually, like, when I saw the way that Yao Yao and Beishwan were working together, I was just only thinking, I think I said in the last podcast, I can't think of any other team that has this strong of a jungle support. Like, it's actually something we see a lot in Europe, where like we'd have these really strong duos working together. But when you actually look at the LPL, we don't have a lot of really strong jungle support synergy with people roaming around. We used to see it a good bit from like WE. We see it a little bit on JDG, but like not to the same extent as you see with Yao Yao and Beishwan, where like every play that's made seems to be these two working together.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting situation for them. But I'm riding the train. I don't know. I'm thinking my 9 and 10 are gonna be TT and FPX. That's all I'm saying.
You know
Nice.
what?
Yeah. Go on ahead.
I
Docs.
said my brain had said it. Here's okay. I think OMG and LNG for sure make it the schedule's too easy. I think TT as well. No, sorry, OMG wasn't the one. It was LNG and TT have too easy a schedule.
Yeah.
They are both locked in my mind. They are locked in. It's done. It's between OMG, FPX, and AL. And I honestly think right now, I think either BLG are going to beat FPX, or I think AL are going to get the upset. And I actually think to round off the 7 to 10, for me, it is going to be LNG, TT, OMG, and AL. I don't think FPX make it. I don't. That is my. I'm going with it because I think, like, you look right. FPX have only 3 series.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 4 series, and they kind of need 3 wins to get 8. And it's like they play Weibo, which is a tricky one. They play BLG, which, you know, we talked about there's potential for the upset, especially as they just lost to TT. And they play Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime have looked rough recently, but I also think you can't ignore them by any means. The
You know what's
WE
so
one, I
sad?
think, is going to be a freebie, but I could see it happening.
We actually, the problem is, we're spending ages on this discussion. This gets solved
We are.
tomorrow. BLG and FPX play tomorrow, which solves half of this discussion, which is really, really sad. So we're
Does
gonna have
it?
to try and see how. I
Does
think
it, Rob?
I think
Does
if
it?
FPX beat BLG, you got WE in there. You've got
true.
which should give them the win. I think Ultra Prime as well. They should be able to get a win over. But yeah, we'll have to see. But I want to come back to the point that you were making there, Ox, on the like upset potential for anyone's legend, because I'm assuming that's against the EDG, right? Or do you see? Is there? Oh, is this an even spicier take?
Oh,
That's what
like,
I was saying.
This is how I view it, right? I think AL. Oh man, this is the problem, okay? Because I sit here, I'm like, there's no way AL beat RNG. But RNG, it's like the WE thing from last split. Just kind of, I was like, bear in mind, for anyone who doesn't know, WE finished like 15th last split, I think it was. And at the end of the split, they just 2-0'd RNG. I've watched the VOD. I've gone over it. I still don't know how that happened. They were actually the last team to beat them in a series, and then they won MSI. Like, I don't even know, right? It's just mind-blowing. So, but I don't think RNG... Yeah, I think RNG should beat them convincingly, okay? Top Esports, I also think should beat them convincingly. But Top Esports have also just... They're Top Esports, right? And I can honestly...
They are.
This would be the most Top Esports thing ever, is they beat V5 in week 10, and then they lose to AL to finish the split. That would be like the most Top Esports thing ever. But I also think it's unlikely. And then JDG and JDG and EDG, sorry... I feel like I'm losing my mind here, but I think
It sounds like it.
it's possible. It's possible. It
if
could
you-
happen. This is the LPL. It could happen.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you listen to like Euphoria and you're like, you see Draco's there, very suave. Like, there's no way that this team beat like. I know BDS beats G2. They don't beat Fnatic. They don't beat Vitality. And you're very confident. I love how when you come across the LPL, every one of us is like,
You
I
never
can see
know.
it. I got like 6 different scenarios. I give them like a 15% chance. Like, realistic,
It can happen.
there is a chance. There is always a chance.
I just
here.
draw the circle.
Actually, let's go with the percentages, okay? Let's go with the
Circle
percentages
suck.
of each series, okay? I think percentage, they upset Top Esports. I'm going to say like 8%. It's pretty low. It's pretty low, okay? Percentage, they upset RNG. I'm going to say like 6%. I really don't think it's happening, even though it could.
Oh my
Right?
god.
Percentage, they upset JDG. I'm going as high as 15. Even though JDG just beat V5, this team just has a habit of dropping games.
Whoa.
And I could see them just trolling against AL, and AL will that's where they thrive, when you troll against them in the late game.
But they have to lose
and then
to
EDG,
reset the scales, right? Like,
yeah. EDG, I would actually go as high as, I'm just pulling these numbers out of the air, but I'm going to go as high as 23% in current
Okay.
form. Because I think
Wow.
EDG haven't been super... it could even be slightly higher, but I'm going at
23 and a
a
half.
moderate 23 and a half, right? Because I think EDG
Better
haven't
watch
looked
out, Rob.
mega convincing. And I feel... actually, I'm 29.6.
Oh no.
Right? That's the highest chance one. If you add up all those percentages, right, it comes to close to 50... Actually, I think it's over 50%. But...
Yeah.
The point I'm making is like, let's round it to 50%. It either happens or it doesn't. And that's where I'll leave my analysis on that.
Okay. You get a clap from Mazel. So I'm gonna like pick at your 29% now, because
Oh my god.
this
29.6.
Is this EDG with JJ, or is this EDG with Junja? Because we're now starting to see EDG mix it up. And personally, I think Junja's been a massive upgrade for them. JJ has really struggled, but Junja has been on point with his ganks. His poppies look great. He looked spectacular in their last series. Like this is where
I retract my previous statement. I'm back to 23.5.
Oh no!
See, this is the thing. I watched him against them. LG. I was like, Junja looks amazing. Like the poppy ultimates that he was pulling out were insane. I thought this guy looked incredible. I'm like, this seems to be the difference maker, at least in my head, for what EDG need. Because when you think about it, like the early aggression that they missed so they could try and play around bot side that JJ wasn't giving, Junja's now coming out with. He looks great on engages and team fights, which is where JJ was really starting to struggle after the World Championship. Like across the board, this seems like just a genuine upgrade for EDG.
So I'll present the case, okay? Right?
Okay.
Junja looked really good against LNG, you know? So
hey, against Tarzan, you know, actually, you know?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I agree with the point you're making, but I feel like one of my issues with LNG, and this didn't used to be a Tarzan thing. It used to be he was kind of separated from that, especially in spring. But it's now a thing. I feel like someone is always underperforming on this team. It's never the same person, but you go into a game and someone always just absolutely sprints it, right? And I'm not saying that specifically happened to Tarzan, but I feel like this team is so volatile. I'm not convinced yet. I do think Junja has looked really good, but I kind of want to see how EDG do against, you know, a stronger team like AL. No, I
like AL.
Be real. I feel like we're not going to see the test for EDG because the final games of the split are RA, WE, and AL. And I think the only, I mean, Leanne's been good, but not so much this split. And RA just look rough. WE is not going to be a challenge. AL is probably the biggest challenge left for EDG. And as much as Xiao has had some good performances, I don't think they're not a jungle powerhouse team. I feel like, you know, EDG will go to playoffs and we'll only really know when they go up against the likes of Top Esports JDG. That is the true test. And we don't know. I feel like that's the problem. I do agree with your points though. I think Junja has looked good. And I wouldn't be surprised if they stick with him for the time being. The question is, will they stick with him when it goes to playoffs? Will they be willing to flex him when he goes to playoffs? Because I feel like, you know, we've had a similar conversation with V5, with Karsa, XLB, which I actually want to dive into in a second. But it's like, are you like, okay, we want to have this player come in when we want this to be the focus in the draft? Will you shift based on meta because we're having a big patch coming in 12-14 for playoffs? Will it be a question of, you know, we feel like having two junglers gives us more diversity in draft? Or is it just going to be, we think this one's playing better at the moment, we stick him in, we stick with him, and then if we have a reason not to stick with him, that's when we change it.
I just want to say you have done Junja dirty because he was great versus LGD as well. I'm just saying.
He was.
Another great test.
I also just want to step in and say, like, I'm definitely looking at what they play with the rest of the season and kind of how they want to feel this one out. Because if you're looking at this team and you're looking at these last series, and you're saying that, you know, Junja is able to have a little bit more communication with this star-studded roster in the first place and be able to like make these pieces look good, that facilitation, that early advantage that can lead into leads for these star players. Like, I would see them sticking with him going into playoffs, because if you're getting that advantage, if you're making these other pieces really shine, then that's, I feel like, where EDG are working towards and trying to get to, because they do have incredible players. I mean, you have the best ADC in the entire world, it feels like, at the bottom lane, and you just need to have some stability and some strength through the jungle, which, as I was mentioning earlier, like the champion pool plus the way that they're playing, and I don't know the exact structure of their communication right now, but it just seems like it's really working out to make these pieces shine a little bit brighter.
And on that note as well, can I just say I'm so glad to see Scout playing champions that can actually play through strongly jungle, because like the amount of times I've seen Azir and Corki from this man, I'm like, your Talia win rate is ridiculous, your Silas win rate is ridiculous, you won worlds looking great on Silas is like a Talia pick a ban, and he's like, but it's Azir though, how about we get to do absolutely nothing for the first 15 minutes of the game? It drives me insane. So I'm really glad, at least in the last series that we saw with Junja on the Poppy, we saw Scout come back towards the Talia. It looked fantastic. Please, for the love of God, EDG, keep playing through this strong mid jungle. But I don't know, do you have one more thing to say about EDG, or shall I give you the soapbox for your V5 jungler situation, Mr. Ox?
I mean, I don't have a ton to say about the V5 situation, but I feel like, you know, I feel like XLB's probably looked better so far. And I think the thing that really made it stand out to me was the series against JDG, because I think Casa had some rough moments. I'm gonna be real, and I think it's been a difficult discussion because I think XLB's had good moments, but it's also been like, okay, but Casa's also been like solid for this roster. Big reason why they did so well on Spring. But oh man, there were some moments, and I feel like you have to look at the bigger picture and not hone in on like specific mistakes. But when the dude went for like that insect on the Tom Kench, who had a Callista who just ulted, oh my god, man, I was losing my mind. But I think as a whole, I think Kanavi was a better performer in that series, a big reason why JDG won it. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'd probably think in current form, I would say XLB is the better lineup, having him on as the player on the starter. And that can change, right? It's one series. You know, maybe we see V5, like they're going to go up against top esports. That could be the test, you know? That could be their opportunity to decide who they're going to stick with for playoffs, who's going to be the better starter. But yeah, I was pretty underwhelmed by Caster's recent performance, and it does make me think like you have another jungler, right? Like people were even saying, like I saw some fan sentiment, like after game 1, they should have switched him out for XLB. I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that, but it was definitely not the best series for him.
So on that then, I'm going to shift, because we've already been kind of talking about the bottom 4. Now talking about V5. I want to start hitting on our top team, because we've already touched on V5 a little bit there. I want to specifically look at top esports and JDG, because I have a theory that I want to present to yourselves and to the audience, all right? JDG and top esports, 2020. Look absolutely fantastic. It is the year of JDG and top esports. 2 back-to-back finals to go the distance, all 5 games. It is a banger every single time these two teams face off. Then we get into 2021, and we even see at the start of like the mid-season cup and that top esports back in 2020, we're still looking good. 2021 starts to see the decline. JDG struggling, even with a lot of the pieces that we still see at the moment. Top esports massively struggling with a lot of the same pieces that we see at the moment. Now we're coming into 2022. Spring, they look fine. They're okay. Top esports really start to pick up. JDG looking a bit messy. And suddenly, we get into a similar situation again, where in 2020, we had no audiences. Summer 2022, we have no audiences. And we've seen talks of people like Cap saying, hang on a second, these guys pop the hell off when they have the audience there. I'm kind of curious now, is this a case of like, for JDG, and more so I say for JDG, little bit for top esports, do these teams just struggle with the pressure of an audience with the crowd? Like, is it just that it gets them? Because we've seen Knight, like, he gets the world stage, struggles on an international stage when he's got eyes on him. Is it just that they need the comfort of home? I don't know. This is where I'm kind of like, the conspiracy hat, the tinfoil hat is starting to go on now.
That tinfoil hat's on there, but you're in the alleyway and people are kind of looking at you a little bit questionable there. I will buy into it for a second and say you found it out. That's got to be the case. But I think a lot of the time you look at these situations and they can end up being a little bit of coincidence. I think you have to expect that being on stage and being at home, being in a remote location is a much different experience. But you look at a lot of members on these rosters, you think like they can step up to those experiences. They've been in those experiences before. So I would expect to see a little bit more nuance in that factor. Maybe not just be because of playing at home, but I think they've really found the strategy. 2020
summer, 2020 spring, top esports JDG look phenomenal.
Just
they
saying.
Both hit the main stage. JDG bomb out in playoffs, top esports bomb out as well. All I'm saying is there is a very clear through line here. And I'm starting to put the pieces.
What do they mean?
Yeah, so this is where I'm like, look, I think it's fantastic. I think JDG looks spectacular, especially coming off the back of their V5 win. Top esports as well have looked spectacular. Now, top esports have obviously swapped up large portions of their team since then, right?
Yeah.
New top, new jungle. Now you're not working with Shuo. You've got Mark coming into the roster as well. I mean, even back then as well, we had like Luma was on JDG. Why am I blanking on the top esports support at the time? Was not. It was Chocho, wasn't it? Yeah, Chocho, like, and Yuyanja, that's who it was. Like, there was like these players were looking very, very different, but it definitely feels like at least there is certain amount of comfort for these guys from being able to play at home. And I think it's helped out spectacularly with people like Wayward as well. Like, first split coming into the LPL. Don't get me wrong, I love Wayward. Ox, I'm not going to deny Wayward. Do not worry while you're on the podcast. But it has to have helped out a significant amount, having the ability to play at home from a practice room in your first split of LPL. Like, not actually having to go in front of the crowds to start things off.
Yeah, I think what's going to be particularly rough is it depends how things develop over the course of playoffs and into Worlds. Because if your first taste of crowds is at Worlds, right? Especially when it's like it's not a crowd in China, it's not a native crowd to you. I mean, obviously, like it's going to be hard. It's going to be rough, and I feel like that could be like shell shock for some of the rookie players. Like using Wayward as an example, who's obviously coming into the LPL and it has been remote for at least I'm pretty sure like just all of his time in the LPL has been remote. Yeah. So
apart from like 2 weeks or something, but
yeah. So I think it's definitely something to take into account, and I think it's a factor. It's hard to really tangibly measure how much. Ideally, you'd be able to get some of that experience under your belt in like the regular season, and then it would help out when you go to playoffs. It'd help out when you go to Worlds. So I think it's definitely a factor somebody brought up. I do think that obviously, I mean, Rob, you even said it yourself, like the whole tinfoil hat thing. You don't want to fully go into this because it's like it can be a factor, but there's so many factors at play when it comes to a team being successful. And I think that, as you said, JDG and top esports are still very strong irrespective of that. But these little edges can make all the difference. And ultimately, at the end of the day, like, I feel like, we've talked a lot about JDG top esports V5. I feel like RNG are just this looming threat. Like, just, under the water, kind of like Pike, just like there. And everyone's aware, but no one really wants to bring it up. But I actually think, like, they've started to look pretty scary in some of the recent series.
Yeah, I think they.
And hey, they are no slouches in front of crowds.
Yeah, I mean, they did pretty all right for themselves.
Okay, Rob. Okay, Rob. No,
I was agreeing with you.
Oh, I thought you were pointing out that when they sometimes haven't looked.
Oh, well, they also haven't had crowds, for the
fine.
their MSI victories didn't have crowds, I'm just saying, LPL,
so,
it's all
right?
a sham, really, is all I'm trying to get across here,
all
lads,
a
But no, I agree. I think RNG have looked absolutely spectacular. I'm trying to remember what their last series was. I was casting against. Oh, they demolished Rare Adam. Actually, didn't even look close.
Yeah.
Now it is Rare Adam, but still, like that was systematic. Like Rare Adam didn't even look like they really had a chance for the majority of that, especially game one. So yeah, I'm curious to see what way RNG pan out, because it definitely feels like they're starting to get an understanding of, hey, these are like Talia, another champion you got to add into Xiao, who's Arsenal. Lissandra's been looking great for him. Wei feels a lot more comfortable when he's able to bring out things like the Poppy and kind of play that more defensive style. And Gala as well. He's on the field day. I mean, late game champions that he can just go towards and have a big team put in front of him. That's exactly where Gala's comfort zone is.
I actually have V5 winning the split and RNG winning Worlds, because I think RNG are going to use a lot of this time and a lot of this, hidden factor that they've just been sitting behind this top three forever. It feels like that they're going to use this to be better. Maybe it doesn't show up in the summer playoffs. I think they will still be an extremely tough threat when you're looking at those best ofs, because we've seen what they've done time and time again, and especially with the way the roster's been kind of coming together and the communication aspect of it, I think it's been really incredible. But you also expect that there can be some adaptation to the meta that we've seen trouble them to some extent. I think that they will need to use these best ofs to kind of adapt to that and figure out what exactly works for them going up against these top teams like V5, Top Esports, JDG. But I think that this team is always such a threat in terms of the long game, and you always have to look at the end game.
Yeah, I just want to ask, because Mazel, you said because obviously Top Esports, and sorry, it was V5 winning the regular season, not regular season, the split.
And then RNG
winning Worlds. Do you mean RNG like actually winning Worlds or being the best performing LPL team? Because I feel like you're forgetting TSM can still make Worlds, right? That's still a possibility. And I feel like you're discrediting these other regions.
I heard the T and I was like, oh, he's going to mention T1. That was not the direction I thought you were going to go at all.
But, they going with your percentages, all right? Going with your percentages.
Percentage chance,
calculate the numbers.
TSM
Mason,
win
what
Worlds.
do they mean? TSM winning World, I put at a point, all right, you ready? 0.05% chance.
So you're saying there's a
There you go.
chance.
That's fine.
I think
Don't threaten me with a good time. I'm down for that rodeo.
I want to pick up on a couple of points you made though, there, Mazel, because like as you were saying, it feels like RNG still have to prove themselves against the top teams because they've lost the Top Esports, they've lost the V5 this split. They're going up against JDG next, so at least maybe we'll get like this. That's happening this weekend, Sunday. I'm casting, tune in, or Saturday. I'm casting, tune in.
And me,
with Mazel.
it's my match of the week.
Boys, but
the boys.
Ox, just come join us. We can slot you in for the try
Tricast, no big deal.
But I think the thing is, I'm still waiting for RNG to kind of prove themselves against the top teams, because at the moment, yes, they look very, very good in the last series, but it was against Rare Adam, and I think they are a team that obviously off the back of MSI needs time to ramp up and all that, but I think when we get to playoffs, we've seen this every single time, RNG in playoffs are a different beast. They are absolutely insane. When they get like single-minded on, we are going to focus on this team, they will have a billion different strategies to just focus you out, and you're like, well, we just didn't get to play the game. Like, the control that RNG bring to the table, like RNG are the control deck of the LPL, and you have to hand them your deck list before you go up against them. And like, okay, cool, but then we just slot in this, we're going to tech this way, and you've got nothing. Like, it's insane.
Yep. Yeah, and
It actually is.
I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that's so scary. I feel like, you can't always take regular season as like a fact. V5 fans learned that in spring. A lot's going to change. And the thing is, the playoffs are long. There's a lot of time over them where like teams have opportunity to practice. Even if you're not playing like in the start of playoffs, because obviously we've seen teams make these big gauntlet runs. Even if you're like only playing the later end, you have a lot of time to scrim and prepare. And also we're likely going to be on 12-14 or maybe a future pass, but we'll be on like a new patch. And 12-14 is a big change. Who knows who will be the best at adapting to that new patch? Who knows who'll sort of step up the most? But RNG are traditionally a team who are very good at like sorting out what they want to do and how they want to play to their style. And I think especially when we're seeing the meta, because like one of my major concerns for RNG was like if we saw enchanters be a thing where like as much as Ming can play enchanters, maybe not the most comfortable with him not being on a gauge. And also Xiaohu, when he's not on these champs with agency, I was like, what happens then if it's like control mages? But we're starting to see the meta move away from like these scaling control mages like Victor and the Corki to Leia, which is a great example of a champion that Xiaohu can use to like, move around the map. I feel like we're still going with mids that have a lot of agency, which is exactly what RNG needs. So yeah, I'm pretty confident in them. I'm pretty confident they'll come in strong in playoffs. The question is, will they take down JDG? And to that, I say maybe.
So, just on that, because I've heard you kind of had different opinions over the course of this podcast, right? Mazel, you to me sound like the loss for V5 against JDG hasn't changed your opinion of V5 at all. You still have them at number one. Whereas Ox, you seem on the opposite level where you feel like that loss to JDG has knocked V5's level down in your eyes. So like, where are you standing on V5 at this moment?
Yeah, so I've said this before on Twitter. I'm fickle and impulsive. So when this stuff happens, I'm like, wow, V5 looking rough. It's one series. Wow. I should take that into account. But at the end of the day, I go with what I see. And I think one of the major things as well for V5, this is going to sound like such a weird take, but in my mind, it makes sense. But it's like when JDG drop a game against some weaker teams, like they've done that all split. So like if they drop a game against a weaker team, I'm just like, yeah, okay, that's just JDG, right? When top esports do some happy gaming, I'm like, that's just top esports. But V5, like they're crisp and clean, right? They don't have happy games really. We haven't seen that at all this split. So when they get 2-0'd by JDG, I'm like, oh, they didn't go into that like just vibing, like, hey, let's have a fun time. Like V5 are here to win as many games as possible, and they lost 2-0 to JDG. It does worry me. It does make me question it. And I think we saw what happened in spring where, they had a fantastic regular season performance and couldn't carry it through. And I'm tentative on them right now. I feel like currently my tier list, my Orcs tier list, it's probably top esports at the top because they have top in the name.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Then I think probably JDG, and then probably I think V5. I think a big part of them losing was
they have to go fifth because they have a 5 in their name, right?
Oh, true.
Yeah.
And then probably RNG in fourth. And that's not. This is where I think they're going to end playoffs. That's where I think their current form is. If we just ended the split right now and like, we just have to. It's like top trumps. When you put the cards against each other, it's like who's. It's like that. Like you snapshot. I think that's where I'd rank them. But obviously things are going to change in playoffs. The meta's going to change. We're going to see form change. You see teams prep. Teams will perform differently when we get into best of fives. I think that's kind of where I have them now, which is, To be fair, that's not that crazy because I kind of ranked. I didn't think V5 were like at the top anyway. I thought top esports would take them out in week 10. But yeah, them losing against JDG has definitely made me question their position. And it's also, kind of given me a lot more optimism towards JDG because I was definitely a doubter towards them.
All right, Mazel, I see that eyebrow raise. Hit him with the left hook. Get him. Get him back.
It's my birthday. I'm gonna be refined. I'm gonna accept his theories and his posterity and
then talk
I'll
about
let
him
him think
back.
what he thinks.
I get you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, come on. That's what Twitter's for. Subtweeting? Oh, you bet. But I still think that this roster for V5 at least, can be so ridiculously strong. I know we talked about XLB versus Karsa a lot, and especially like that Ox specifically, you feel like XLB has looked a little bit better than Karsa, but I still hold in my heart of hearts that mid-jungle duo, Rookie and Karsa, like they will, maybe not this year, but hopefully next year, they will dominate on the world stage. And I think especially when we're seeing them dominate in a lot of the regular season and going into playoffs, seeing that best of 5, you talk about RNG's potential in best of 5s, and I really want to see what V5 can prove, because last spring was a bit of disappointment for them. So I'm just very excited to see the trajectory, right? A lot of the times it feels like in the LPL, we're just, I said it in cast the other day, we're just kind of sitting there waiting and with popcorn in our hands trying to see what happens. And that's where a lot of that second guessing comes. It's where a lot of those percentage call outs come, because you literally never know. And I think with V5, there's so many knowns, but there's also so many unknowns when it comes to those late season runs.
I find one of the difficult things, just to say, is that like I will start a sentence thinking one thing, and then by the end of the sentence, I'll have changed my mind because I'm like, well, actually, but then, and I just feel like maybe that's me, but also I feel like it's so hard to really pin down. I feel like, Rob will say something, and I'm like, he's actually got a point. Maybe my entire read is just wrong, and I'll just like reorganize where all the teams are. I feel like that's a constant
I'm always
thing.
right, so that does make sense. But I'm gonna have to.
Fair enough.
All right, I'm gonna have to bring us along here because we have 3 minutes left, and we have the secret question, and it kind of fits into this. Because as Mazel was saying, it always feels like you're waiting for teams to kind of have that pop-off moment. It feels like a lot of it kind of comes down to patches where you have this big moment where the patch just fits right. It worked for EDG, it's worked for RNG, it's happened with like Samsung Wipe back in the day. I want to ask you, if you could cast any game from any era of League of Legends, what game from history would you want to be the caster for? Because for me, and I'll start it off while you have a guy's chance to think, for me it would actually be Worlds last year. Because obviously being an LPL caster, seeing EDG take it was great. But I feel like that has been one of the rare times where we've actually had a banger of a World Finals. Oftentimes it feels like you're sitting in the semifinals and you're kind of waiting going, oh, well, we saw our semifinals between RNG and SKT, or we saw our semifinals between like the two Korean and LPL powerhouses, and then we get like the 3-0s for the LEC when they make it to finals twice. No shade, just the way things happen. For me, it felt like that finals was the embodiment of what I hoped a finals would be. And the team won, so it feels doubly great. But being able to be a part of that series would have been absolutely fantastic, to finally have a world finals that actually had games that lived up to what that moment should have been. But I wanted to ask you guys what yours would be.
Ox, you want to go first?
Yeah, I've got mine. Like, mine is etched into my brain. And I feel like it's got to be 2016 World Semi-Finals when it was Rocks Tigers up against T1. I just think that series, I mean, it's kind of cheating. Well, I mean, that's the whole point, is we know what the series panned out. But man, that series was just something else. I just love the MF support pick that came out. And if you ever listen to the comms, like you hear T1 being like, oh, it must be a mispick. It must be a mispick. Yeah. And it was like this, they developed this pick to counter the Zyra, and the Zyra meta it was so fantastic. We had those amazing moments like the arrow from Prey stopping. Yeah. Oh my God, man. Like, we've had some fantastic League of Legends recently, and obviously I love the LPL, but that I feel like, back when I was getting into League, I'd sort of, I'd been playing the game for a decent time at that point. But that series, I was just mesmerized, and it just felt like such a clash of titans. I'm gonna finish this. I gotta go watch it again. That is such an absolute banger, man. Yeah, that one for sure. It's a no-brainer for me.
Mine. It's so hard, man. It's so hard. I would say I'm between two. I would be either RNG's, I guess Uzi's MSI win, or I think the one that I would stick with would be summer 2020 finals of the LPL. I think that one would hold a special place in my heart. I just think the hype, the fun, the craziness, like the build up from the previous split into the summer split, like you can't. Those are things dreams are made of, for especially for play-by-play casters. Like it would be an incredible moment. So that's mine.
Well, I think we're going to round it out there. Special mention as well, just for me, to SK versus Fnatic, the famous Expect A backdoor. Because being able to lose your mind at that backdoor would have been fantastic. But that is all we have time for here today. That's it for the last hit. Very special thank you to Ox for joining us as always. And Mazel, on your birthday, thank you so much for coming across. It was an absolute pleasure getting to chat with you. I know you got an academy later today, so best of luck in that. And we shall catch all you fine folks later. Have a good day.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, 'cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, 'cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined by a very special guest. Once again, welcome back, Jamada, to the LPL. How you been doing, my man?
I've been doing all right. Yeah, I'm glad to be reunited with you. I had a bit of a journey. Went off to Berlin. Was on the LEC last weekend. Now I'm here. I'm back. I'm back with my good mate.
Yeah, mate. And we've got some baggers coming to the screen today as well to celebrate your rejoining of the LPL squad for a weekend. But first, let's look at what happened yesterday in the LPL, because we had a couple of results that didn't necessarily go the way I was quite expecting. Like IG beating Ultra Prime. I would have called Ultra Prime a favourite going into that one, but IG managed to take it 2-1. Then BLG versus FPX. I mean, hands down, I would have said FPX were the favourite there, but BLG really showing up, especially in game number 1, just destroying FPX.
Yeah, game number 1, absolute schmacking. I think for a lot of people, FPX have been playing so well recently that I feel like the expectation is they're kind of just going to beat everybody that's not sort of that expected top 5, top 6 at the moment. But finally falling over again, definitely a bit of a surprise, but IG pulling Ultra Prime back down to the ground, I think, was definitely the result that caught my little boy yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. Let's look at the standings, though, because we are getting towards the end of the season. I mean, we're in week 8, for God's sake. There's only 10 weeks. In week 10, it's a shorter week as well. We are running out of LPL. And you can see that in the standings, it's all getting real tight. Now, I want to quickly clarify. A lot of people at home are probably confused as to why WE are not disqualified yet on 11 losses. Well, I'll explain. It's the fact that TT only have 5 wins and are in the top 10. Technically, it would be possible for WE to win their next 5 series and tie TT, assuming no one TT and below got more than 5 wins. So it is theoretically possible for WE to still make playoffs. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying that's why they're not disqualified just yet. Let's look at the games coming up today, though, Jamada, because I think we've got a couple that could be pretty spicy. Because we've got Top Esports versus TT, and yes, Top Esports, a heavy favourite in this series. But TT have been showing us what they're made of recently, and I think in the early game, there's a chance that they can find some advantages for themselves. Then later on as well, Weibo up against LGD. LGD definitely a team that need to prove themselves in that series.
Yeah, more than prove themselves, right? If there's any kind of hope of them making it to playoffs, it has to start now, so they have to get the wins rolling. Unfortunately, Weibo have themselves been on a bit of a tear in recent weeks. I think 4-game win streak, so it's definitely going to be a tough opponent for them to take down.
It feels like Weibo have cleaned up their act somewhat, and managing to beat V5 is no small feat. So definitely a team to be feared. Let's talk about our first series, though, Jamada. As Top Esports versus TT, we got to talk about Top Esports first, because this team, they're on a tear. It's been mentioned in many a series so far. They are on an unbelievable win streak right now. 11 wins in a row. They started the split losing to JDG and have not lost a game since. And crucially, if they can win one more game, Jamada, they will have beaten 3/4 of the league in a singular streak. That is mind-blowing.
That is like such an absurd stat. Just when you think about it, like 3/4 of the LPL, it's just overpowered. Top Esports, you can only really just kind of sit there and applaud the power that they've shown. Like you said, it's just been that JDG series all the way back at the very start of June. So you think about it like this, just by calendar, they've almost not dropped a series in 2 months. That is an absurd thing to think about, yeah. And they've only looked stronger over the course of the win streak too. And it's just looking kind of scary and scary as we approach playoffs.
Yeah, that's the key thing, right? Is that they look like they are serious this split. They're not dropping random games. It has been a clean win streak. Let's look at the top laner, though, because I feel like Wayward has been a core function within this win streak, because this guy is so stable up in the top side. This is still his debut year in the top lane here in the LPL, but it feels like he's uncounterable. Like when he went up against Ultra Prime recently, picking Gnar both games into a theoretical Gnar counterpick, and both games he managed to dominate the laning phase with basically no jungle interference.
Yeah, now caveat, Gnar, pretty broken. Also, Wayward is a bloody good top laner, but just to kind of see him dominate Zoom in the fashion that he did was still very, very impressive nonetheless. Orcs always hypes up Wayward, and it's kind of gotten me on the hype train for Wayward, whilst I'm still very much under the banner of V5. I think seeing Top Esports, you know, traditionally play through Jackie Love, right, a lot of the time, but always having Wayward on the top side as this safe, solid rock, just giving him safe blind picks, kind of enables top to do what they do so consistently.
Yeah, it really does. We can take a look at some of the clips from that Ultra Prime series, because like you say, it was against Zoom of all people. Zoom, a player with a massive legacy, especially on this gangplank, but Wayward able to just bully him out of lane time and time again, forcing him to flash under the tower. And you can see the CS differences. But then even in the team situations, Wayward, after building himself that lead up, is able to just dominate.
Yeah, exactly. And I think key thing between, you know, sort of your above average top laners and your really, really strong top of the mill top laners is bringing your advantages to the skirmishes and team fights that break out later on, right? It's not always just about that 1v1 in the early stages. Sure, super important for the top lane naturally, but it's always about, you know, bringing those leads and actually providing for your team afterwards. And that's something that Wayward has continually been doing for top esports throughout the split.
Yeah, now I want to talk about the top esports opponents coming into this one as well, because for TT, this split is a monumental occasion. Like, when you think about this org's history, obviously only recently becoming TT. Before that, they were DMO. And DMO, in my memory of the LPL, while I've been here since 2020, DMO has not been a successful organization. This is an organization that hasn't made it to playoffs. The last time this team was quote-unquote successful was all the way back in 2019. Now they're Thunder Talk, and last year really, really didn't work. Last split didn't work. Now they're 5 and 6 in the standings. And now when you look at the remaining schedule as well, they're 5 and 6 in the standings with still LGD, Ultra Prime, RA to play against. This is feeling like the playoff dream for TT is very much alive, and I'd go as far as it's likely at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the schedule, right? They have LGD, Ultra Prime, teams that they can very easily take down. 8 wins can get you over the line here in the LPL. You would like to see 9 just for like kind of solid confirmation. 9 is a lot safer than 8. And sure, RNG, top esports today, the tougher of the 2 opponents out of their run of 5 games remaining. If they can strike up once though, and then still take the wins that we're expecting them to take, this is TT in playoffs, and that'll be an absolute milestone for this organization.
It really would. It would be something incredible to see TT finally making it to playoffs. I don't want to count the chickens before they're hatched, especially today. It's going to be a tough series for them, but exciting times for TT fans. Kelsey Moser and her stream viewers, I think the only global TT fans, but I'm sure that they are over the moon with the situation that's going on right now. Let's talk about how this team has been able to find wins, though, because for me, when it comes to TT, this is a team of skirmish kings, right? This is a team that in, you know, mid-jungle support 3v3, they are going to win almost every time.
Yeah, and it's definitely kind of a unique-ish kind of style to see from a team, because I feel like a lot of teams these days, their strengths kind of lie more towards general team fighting, 5v5, right? Either 5v5 or sometimes it'll be, you know, playing 1-3-1 in the mid game. But for TT, it's, as you say, it's about the 3v3 linking up mid jungle and support and just kind of splitting apart, dissecting team fights in a way where you always find numbers advantages for TT so that you never really have to play out the 5v5, which so often in the LPL is the very core strength of a lot of the teams.
Yeah, being able to play for these picks, and you see those 3 players linking up. But crucially, it's about when, you know, the confidence to make these plays as a trio, especially against teams that you'd expect TT to be an underdog against, like FPX. But then being able to convert that, being able to find crucial picks like this onto Care that then lead to a 1-team fight.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's just about finding those key targets, split off, ensuring that you're always trying to take the numbers advantage, skirmishes first, and then you collapse and try and work the rest of the team fight. And it just seems to be TNT, well, they're playing like Dynamite to be fair, but TT's, you know, bread and butter in terms of how they actually find successful fights. Like even in this B-roll here, Beishan, finding that keeper's verdict, a way to split apart FPX to actually just kind of tear apart the unfortunate bottom lane of FPX. It just kind of shows their prowess and ability and know-how to find these situations in the first place and capitalize on their strengths as a team.
And it feels like that is going to be key today against top esports, right? Because, you know, when it comes to the actual game on the Rift, I don't necessarily expect many of the players on TT to be able to just outlane top esports, to be able to just hand stiff top esports. These are some of the very best players in the entire league in almost every single role for top esports. So it's a tough one in terms of that. But if you can play the map correctly for TT, if you can work as this 3-man unit and separate top esports, that is where the win condition lies for TT. And, you know, even if they don't get this series, even if top esports do end up winning, I just hope that we get to see TT still play towards their own win conditions and still force the issue and you know, play with nameplates off, right? Play like you're playing against any old opponent and treat top esports the same that you would anyone else.
Yeah, I don't want to say you kind of treat it like a scrim, but in the sense of you, like you say, nameplates off. You're here to put out your best possible performance, and again, it's about playing to those core strengths. I think when you look towards top esports, definitely there are cracks in the armor to abuse. I think maybe going down towards the bottom side early on, trying to sort of make these 2v2 lanes 3v2 consistently, maybe an attempt to try and split the map perhaps could certainly work out. Because for me, and I feel like this isn't an unfair criticism, a lot of people have said it, even though top esports have looked like a very, very strong team, on occasion Jackie Love and Mark, their 2v2s haven't always looked super consistent.
It's true.
So I think that's definitely something that TT could look towards.
And Kepler and Yao Yao, while it's not necessarily about the 2v2 per se, it's much more about the team fighting and the skirmishing for them. They have had some pretty good games recently, like Kepler and the Kaiser has been looking okay. So, you know, I'm not going to say that they're the best duo in the league or anything like that, but maybe some windows there. I have to say, I'm a little nervous for the mid lane, though, because, you know, UCal has been having a good split. But UCal last split had a really, really hard time during the laning phase, right? UCal's weakest point of the game is still going to be that laning phase. Knight is one of the best laners in the world. Like, that is going to be a tough matchup for UCal. There's no way to sugarcoat it. Like, Knight is going to be a monster today, and especially if Knight is on something like the Silas, it could make UCal's life a living hell.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's any way to band-aid that in the draft as well, right? Maybe you just try and give UCal something that's kind of full autonomy mid lane that can't really be shoved out per se, something that UCal always have lane control on, so he can try and keep Knight inside of the mid lane, but I think that's always going to be difficult regardless, because I would just imagine as soon as something like that starts to happen, Tien's just going to make his way to the mid lane and just try and punish UCal for shoving in the wave consistently, because Tien and Knight, they are very frequently happy to link up in lane. And like you say, Knight, it's easy as a jungler, I'll say it, when you have such a strong laner like Knight, it's very easy to play the 2v2. So we'll see. I think TT, like you say, it could be a bit of a worry bus or a struggle bus in the mid lane if we see UCal in a matchup which perhaps isn't super comfortable for him.
Oh no.
And TT...
And instantly... Look at this. Top esports are just like, oh, UCal, you're wanting comfort picks, are you? Well, here's your Ryze gone. Here's your Azir gone. Talia's taken off the board as well by TT. Already, a lot of that comfort being just rug pulled from underneath UCal.
It's like...
And there's the Silas. Oh, God.
My God.
We've only just begun. One pick is locked in, and I'm already feeling like it's doomed.
It's like Top just heard our last 30 seconds of analysis. They was like, okay, we're going to, you know, UCal, maybe if he gets a lane, he can shove in the mid lane. Maybe it's something they could work with, but they're like, nah, we're just going to remove those auto-shove mid laners, and then we're just going to pick up the setup Silas, likely for Knight. And TT playing with the idea of the Gnar, of course. Wayward had a very fantastic series on it last time around. Won't get his hands on it this time. Will be in the hands of Hoya. But of course, Gnar, just a strong pick on this patch in general. There's just not really many champions that counter him these days.
No, and I'm excited to see what Wayward will bring to the table against that Gnar, right? Because we talked about him being happy to just blind pick the Gnar in every single game, to go for that in the top lane and outplay whatever comes his way. I'm curious what his take is on how you beat the Gnar in the current meta. Aphelios locked in for Kepler here. And with Renata still available from that ban phase, Kalista taken off the board. I'm curious if Mark will go for the Renata to try and deny it from Yao Yao here, or if they want to go for a different direction.
Yeah, it's definitely a very curious thing to consider, because Top, they're going to go towards this Viego for Tien. No true surprise. Viego still pretty strong on this patch despite the nerfs, and playing with the idea of just going for the Sejuani, so full top side lock-in. So TT kind of have to make their choice in terms of, do they want their jungler now, or do they want to go towards that Renar, like you say, lock in the duo, and then look to potentially ban away some counters to the Renar. But they go towards the Poppy, they want to lock in at the very least their jungle matchup. So this gives Top Esports the opportunity to try and ban away some of those key supports that Aphelios likes to pair up with.
Yeah, and the Poppy, a really nice pickup here for Baytron. We saw the clip earlier, right, of them separating the team with the keeper's verdict. And I feel like Poppy just an exceptionally strong jungler in this situation with Silas and the Viego on the other team. Let's look at these bans, though, that are coming in thick and fast, Jamada. Draven taken away from Jackie Love. Renata, that we talked about, removed from the pool of Yao Yao. We'll see what else TT want to remove, and it is going to be that Lucian. So just trying to get rid of the aggression from the bottom side. Yeah,
I think the fact that Top Esports already have such a, potentially aggressive top side, they just don't want to have to deal with 3 lanes of just complete Armageddon and Bloodbath. So just removing away Draven Lucian, so you don't get like Draven Nautilus or like Nami Lucian when you already have the Aphelios lane. You're probably going to be looking to try and play it out a little bit passively. And on the opposite side, just going to take away Yukao's Ahri. So another sort of safety pick in the mid lane removed. Mid lane pool super pinched. I wonder what Yukao's going to go towards at this point. I expect that TT are going to hold on to counter pick for Yao Yao, as they already see the Silas in the mid lane. But, I mean, there's not really too many options up. They're going to go towards Vex. So
Vex?
Definitely an interesting
I haven't seen
choice.
this pick in a while.
Yeah,
this is a weird... Oh, hang on a second. Oh, no. Brand new Sivir locked in, instantly paired with a Yumi as well. My God, that was a fast rotation. And that is a scary bottom lane when you've already locked in Aphelios. Like, you're not going to have that much lane pressure. And even something like a Nautilus, Sivir has Spell Shield.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing, I actually did a bit on the NLC about Sivir a couple of days ago, so I'm pretty versed on her. But one of the key things that Sivir used to do when she was in meta a few years ago was enable the melee champions on her team composition. What does top have on the top side of their map? 3 meaty bruisers that just want to go in, and they have a Yumi on top of it to boot.
Exactly. And on top of that, you also have Sejuani, who wants to have melee characters alongside her to proc the E, right? Like, it all just links up so well. Like, this is a brawl comp from Top Esports.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried for TT, just draft to draft, because this feels like such an oppressive team composition that Top Esports have put themselves together with. They have strong engage from Wayward on the top side when it comes to the skirmishes. Knight's going to be able to steal away a couple of the engage and teamfight tools that TT already have in tow. I feel like, though, the options are definitely still there for TT, right? They've got this Vex combination. We've spoken about how, or Vex the owner combination, we've spoken about how TT like to try and split apart some of these skirmishes. I think the fact that, of course, Vex really does thrive in terms of picking off isolated targets with the ultimate, that could definitely come to a pretty positive benefit for them if they can actually try and set up vision perhaps in some kind of quadrant of a jungle, or try and find somewhere in a lane to pressure. I think that's likely going to be the bottom side. When you've got Sivir Yumi early on, the priority isn't quite there, so hopefully for them they can try and play through the bottom side early on and then get things going from that point in the game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this Vex is going to do. This is the second time that UCal will play Vex on the professional stage here. We'll have to see what he's going to bring to the table. And like you say, Vex can do well in these clustered up compositions. You know, you fear across everyone. So I can see the logic behind it. The Vex and the Poppy both feel like kind of a bit of denial. And the triple Yordle topside here coming out from the side of TT. Oh, yeah. We'll have to see if they have what it takes, though, because I'm looking at the mid-jungle support trios here. I'm looking to see Yao Yao get out of that bottom lane, pair up with Beichuan, and try and set UCal up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that has to be the key. Oh, boy. A little bit of poke.
Look at this already. Oh, my God. That's a lot of damage. Ignite is available for Mark if they want to keep going. They will back away in the end. A ward drop by Beichuan. Will have time to reset before the minions come up.
Yeah, but Mark, crucially, got his gold from the support item, so it's just a massive W. Already ahead in the bottom side of the map. I mean, look, technically, you can even see in the HUD at the very top. 2.6k for Top Esports. They're up. Not doing too shabby, but like you say, I think definitely Beishang, Yao Yao trying to link up with Yukao is going to be the key. There is a lot of CC in the trio of those champions, so if they can get towards the mid lane and actually try and shut down Knight, it's definitely a possibility, as that was a pretty cheeky ward clear, and that should give Knight level 2 as well on the first wave.
Exactly, right? Letting Knight last hit that ward means he'll have level 2 first in the mid lane, so Yucal does have to be cautious. Bear in mind, though, Knight does have the TP, whereas Yucal has Ignite, so it's a little bit more difficult for Knight to find that advantage. Plus, he's in a melee versus range matchup, so never going to be the easiest, as Mark does not care about being a kitty cat on a shoulder, just walks up to Yao Yao and stars hitting.
Chad, Mark, give me my spell thief's gold, Yao Yao, is basically what he says as he walks up to the Leona, but just taking a brief
He's
look.
not a spell thief.
Yeah.
He's a spell mugger. Like, he just walks up, just biffs him, gets his paws out. Like, this is not your standard Yuumi right here.
No, it's not. But taking a brief look towards these junglers, I was going to say Beishang's moving towards the bottom side to try and get level 3, but he wants a level 2 gank on this Poppy. Has the E, doesn't need steadfast presence for anything, really.
Oh, there it is. Flash in. Jackie Love stunned, but uses the cleanse, uses the flash himself. That'll be both summoners used to survive the play. Baytron goes in to get a bit of damage here, but I don't think much more will come of that one. That's 2 summoners burnt, though, in trade of a flash from Yao Yao. I think TT will be happy with that.
Yeah, and that's meaningful, right? I mean, I guess, obviously, Yuumi is going to slowly heal Jackie Love back up, but having to burn through a couple of those pots, longsword, 2 longsword, and 3 pots, Kepler and Jackie Love are any kind of advantage they can get in the bottom side. It's definitely going to be a welcome one. Tien, though, eyeing up this mid lane. Knight could look for a little bit of setup, but you have to remember, Vex can fear them out of it.
Oh, but the fear didn't quite... I'm not sure if it didn't connect or it wasn't that long. Cal forced to flash here. Tiendo still up the chase right now. That's his Knight. Flash is available. Beichuan over the wall here. It's a bit of damage there. Oh, the steadfast presence from Beichuan. That was beautiful. Over the wall. And now the fear on Tien. Can they turn it into a kill? Can they turn this into first blood against top esports Knight? Trying to buy space for his jungler as Cal gets the fear. They're a couple more autos away, but they just can't quite finish it off.
Oh, Beichuan, that was so sick over the wall with the steadfast presence, but they can't find the 2v2. That would have been huge for them here, but Knight does blow his flash crucially. I mean, you have to do, of course, note that both the jungle and mid of TT, Cal, Beichuan, they also blew their flashes as well. Tien held onto his, so it's still technically an up trade in summoners in that thought process, but still that 2v2 so close.
Yeah, that was a tense one. And this is what we were talking about before, right? When it comes to the early game, these skirmishes, that is where TT shine, and you can see already they are bringing it to top esports. They are not just going to go down without a fight, almost winning that mid-jungle 2v2 that we talked about so much before the game.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see whether or not, again, they can actually find a window. Now that Knight doesn't have flash, he is far more vulnerable, especially if Yao can make it up there as Yao Yao.
Spell shield is beautiful.
Yeah. It's pretty obnoxious into the Leona, but...
And crucially as well, we talked about the healing pot difference.
Yeah.
Well, the spell shield now heals you.
Oh, yeah.
So Jackie Love has that little bit of extra sustain in his kit now.
Yeah, I guess, I'm not sure if this is the first Sivir that we've had this week in the LPL. I've admittedly been a little bit overflow.
There's been a little bit. When AD carries are banned out, there's some smatterings of Sivir.
So, for anybody who's not super familiar, though, with Sivir, all of her abilities basically got changed in one way or the other, and they pretty much just tried to gear her a little bit more towards crit. They wanted the lethality path gone, but more or less Q flies out a little bit faster, comes back slower. W can now bounce onto multiple targets more than once, and like we said, Spell Shield heals people, and if she gets takedowns while she's popped that, I was going to say Thrill of the Hunt, but that's Rengar. It has Hunt in it, but anyway, the ultimate of Sivir, which makes everybody run faster, the duration increases and refreshes anytime a takedown happens, so it really does enable, again, a lot of these bruisers and melee champions, and turns fights into a very, very fast snowball.
Yeah, you don't escape this Sivir anymore. And one of the most important changes in my mind is there's an extra passive on that ultimate that when it's active, autos reduce, or I think specifically crits, reduce the cooldown of the Q and the W for Sivir. So expect to see a lot of boomerangs flying around in the team fights later on. But Tien, pathing up towards his top side, will be spotted on a ward. We'll clear that on out. Maybe he can go for a reset, but I think he wants to find something else first. He's moving towards the mid lane here. A nice, fairly low mana, but looks like it will just be the topside scuttle as pings on the dragon right here from TT.
Yeah, that could have been a bit risky because there was a lot of movement from the bottom side. You can see Yao Yao and Beichuan in the bottom side river, taking down this ocean dragon. Had a bit of a window of priority on the bottom side, and we'll sneak this one away. Said that we expected Kepler and Yao Yao to have some of this early priority just by nature of Sivir and Yuumi. Not exactly going to give you all of the early sort of level 1 to 5 priority in the world. After that, once you get a couple of points in the Boomerang Blade, then you can start to really shove in those waves. But before then, TTF control of the bottom side of the map. And speaking of control of the bottom side of the map, they're looking for a 4-man.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we wanted. TT bring in their A game. In they go under the tower. Jackie Love instant cleanse here, but look at the amount of CC. What are you going to do about it, Jackie? In they go. Yuko re-diving. and they managed to make it happen without a single casualty.
That was such a clean execution on TT's part. Take a bow, lads. That was excellent. And Jackie Love flash not quite up. The cleanse was available, but you can see when there's that much CC, it just doesn't even matter. The reduced tenacity doesn't even really play too much of a part. Sure, it gets him out of, I think, the second part, the Leona. Once the commit comes in, you can see the cleanse is pretty much instant on the Fear. The stun, not long, but the key thing is it still sets up for Beichuan to get that wall slam in. Ground comes in as well onto Mark, and everybody's juggling tower aggro perfectly. Beichuan into Yao Yao, into no deaths. Clean stuff, TT.
Absolutely beautiful. And right now, TT are ahead in gold, 1,000 gold and a Drake Cup over Top Esports. Now that is not a sentence that I expected to say coming into this year, but they are doing it. And we said this is a skirmish squad. When they link up in the early game, it looks beautiful, and they prove us right with honestly one of the most immaculate dives I've seen all year.
Yeah, honestly, I have to agree with you. That was a very, very solid dive, and now they're moving this three-man squad up towards the Rift Herald. They got a little bit of priority from, I was going to say Hoya, but it's actually, they've rotated Kepler up to the top side. It's Hoya on the weak side. Has to be a little bit careful. He's in a 3v1 at the moment. I'm sure he probably has a relatively good idea, but this is Top Esports saying, okay, we know you guys are taking the Herald. Kepler is showing in the top side. It's not a rotation we see very frequently these days. A full-blown bottom side to top lane for this Herald. You can see Jackie Love does get 2 plates off the bottom side tower, and Tien, of course, did trade at the very least a jungle cam, but Herald is here, and as you can see, Wayward nowhere to be found. This could be a whole tower, actually, with the Chakram available. Yeah, so I'm not sure how much of a trade, this positive trade this is for Top Esports, but given the situation, probably not too bad. Hoya, though, look at him.
Yeah, he's turned into Mega Gnar here. They're going to go for the dive anyway, and wow, he is gone real quick. Mark happy to take the tower. There's 2 plates. It will be first tower for TT. There's no way Top Esports can win this race, but ultimately, at least Top Esports are getting something on the map at the same time. Knight wants to go on Yuka. Oh my god, he predicts the flash. But I don't think
he's going for it!
Oh, yes, he can. He doesn't care about Yao Yao. Goes under the tower and baits Yukal out. That was gorgeous.
Absolutely insane from Knight right there. Just the brief backstep kind of baiting Yukal into a false sense of security takes him down. We're talking about that map trade there. That was really insane. Map trade, though, it's still Kepler on the Aphelios getting a whole bunch of plays, sharing it sure with Beichuan, but so much resources in comparison to Jackie Love, who's shared a lot of it with Mark and Tien, but for now won't get the full tower as Hoya and Yao Yao are going to return. So still up trade, I would say, for TT. Top Esports, though, still responded as excellently as you'd expect from a team on an 11 win streak.
And I feel like we need to... Okay, let's take another look at the replay. This is the dive onto Hoya to start us off.
Yeah, so Hoya, I guess, just initially gets kind of chunked out. They try and execute him, but that's a really nice hop. And he sticks around to defend the tower because he's got the Mega Gnar bar filled up. But what you're going to see is that Tien, well, when you press your Archie on Viego, you can't be CC'd. So unfortunately, he doesn't get slammed into the wall. I don't think it would have quite mattered in the end either way, as Yukal just kind of gets caught by Knight over the wall and steals away the ultimate, lands it. It's just one of those awkward situations where the flash is angled at one of those situations where you can't quite get out of it. Yeah, and backstep, really nice from Knight. Kind of baits Yukal in. I believe so.
I'm not even sure if that was Knight backstepping up. I think he was actually just feared back, so maybe Yukal kind of outplaying himself a little bit there. I feel like we need to take a stock of where we're at in the game, though, because it has been a real fast early game here. We're 300 gold ahead in favor of TT right now. That is literally just the difference of that tower going down in favor of TT and Jackie Love not quite being able to finish the tower in the bottom side. Wayward! Trying to predict the flash that's on cooldown right there from Yukal. Will be stunned up here. The solar flare comes in, but it ain't gonna matter as the CC just lay it across, and it's an easy 2 for Top Esports. And well, we said TT were ahead. Not anymore.
Yeah, Top Esports said, what were you guys saying? It sounded like you said we were behind or something. No, we're not. 4-man to the mid lane. Short, the ultimate from Wayward flies wide, but you still get a bunch of the CC down. You can see some of the oppressiveness from the Steadfast presence into some of these champions, but it's just not quite enough to save you from a 4-man. Jackie Love, spell shield.
Nicely spell shielded there. He had a false sense of security. You know, his jungle and support were on the Drake, so felt like he was completely safe. But has to use the spell shield. Did use the ult just out of pure respect right there, but realizes he's safe. It will be the Infernal Drake taken by Top Esports. Cloud Soul this game. And 2 minutes still on the plates. It feels like we're a lot later in the game than we actually are. There's
Yeah.
still 2 minutes of plates right now.
Yeah, it feels like we're sort of 17, 18 minutes into the game. It's been chock full of action so far. Cloud Souls, they're following me everywhere I go, man. It just doesn't matter. I've been cursed.
I think I've got a theory on this. Cloud Souls are the biggest example of confirmation bias in anything in the entire world.
Okay.
Like
I'm here for the
every
theory.
caster believes that they get the most Cloud Souls, but Cloud Souls are just equivalent to everyone. Like it's just a fifth of the games
Well,
of
you know
Cloud
what?
Souls.
Whilst I do agree, I've kind of half been mentally taking an account, and it's definitely like it feels like it's been about 35% of my games, like a third of the games that I've been on a broadcast for, also just get Cloud Souls. And look,
Unlucky.
I slandered
EU Atlas.
EU Atlas. I slandered Clouds when I was over at the LEC. I slandered it this week when I was on the NLC. I'm not going to do it on the LPL as well. I think it's a worn
Mate, just
subject.
commit. Become the
just-
anti-Cloud caster.
Just become the anti-Cloud caster. I hate air. Like who?
Breathing's for suckers. Let's take a second, though, and kind of acknowledge where we are in the game again, because it's now 1,500 gold lead for Top Esports, and I think a few viewers might be wondering where the hell did that lead come from. Part of that is the fact that during the replay earlier on, 4 plates were taken. So that play onto UCal and onto Yao Yao in the mid lane led to 4 plates for Top Esports. And now with 15 seconds left as well, Jackulov takes a couple of tower shots, but he will be able to finish off that 5th plate. Solo gold right there, and the tower gold as well. So a lot into the pocket of Jackulov. I would love to see AD carry gold right now to see who's ahead, right? Because Kepler got a bunch of plates in the top side, got that first tower. The CS is relatively even. I feel like they've got to be very close in goal.
Yeah, I'm going to say they're probably dead even, right? Tier 2 boots and an agility cloak, BF, longsword, no tier 2 boots. I'm trying to do the quick maths in my head, but it's not really my strong suit these days. UCal.
UCal's in big trouble here. Does get stunned up, but Knight's here alongside the enemy top laner. Hoya, though, he's already mega. Just slams him into the wall to save UCal. And now the rest of the team moving on over. Beichuan, just a pixel short. And from denying there, that could have been beautiful.
Yeah, if that connected, then maybe they can commit on tonight, even with the Mega Gnar ult. Even though he's a little bit scary, I think it was definitely a possibility. And now, Jackulov. Gonna get a little bit of hurt. Has flash.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. He'll be fine on this one. Has the true damage as well, so Beitron can't stick around for too long. But crucially, has a Yuumi, so he'll be able to sustain back up. And this is Top Esports going for a Herald, while TT look to trade it in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, could actually look to contest it as well. Kepler has okay guns, though he's running. Oh, no, okay, never mind. He's still got okay guns. Goes towards the Caliburn, but they're just going to let that Herald go. Trade it for the mid lane, like you say. No one on Top Esports can actually approach the mid lane, though. The wave gets cleared out. It seems like they're still going to give this one over. Not confident, in fact, of stepping forward here. I think, to me, the fact that Knight still has that Mega Knight ultimate just says, all right, let's leave it be. Let's not flip it. They don't have Keeper's Verdict either. And just rather just give the objective for now.
I feel like this has been a little bit of a banger so far. We've not had that many kills in the grand scheme of things, but there has been
they've been
a
scuffling.
lot of action, right? Yeah, it's been a very, very back and forth. It's been very, very action-packed. And I feel like, Jamada, you just bring bangers to the LPL. Like, last time we cast together, it was V5 Weibo. That was an absolute, like,
okay.
that was the upset of the split so far.
You know what? You're welcome, guys. I will be here as frequently as I can be. I promise. If it gives you guys banger games, but let's see whether or not. I mean, hey, if TT upset the apple cart and actually take down Top Esports, is it confirmation bias at that point? Because we've said it. Like I bring the bangers and the meme games. Like, is it confirmation bias or is it actually?
That's not confirmation bias. That's just an objective fact at that stage, I'm pretty sure. All right, 35 seconds until your arch nemesis spawns on the map here. It feels like right now, a bit of posturing from TT3 players on the Drake, but Jackulov getting priority in the mid lane. I feel like this is something Top Esports can fight for.
Absolutely, I think it's kind of a
Jackulov really wants that
Yeah, he
tower.
wants that
This
tower.
is really
Oh,
greedy, man.
Jackulov.
He's spell shield to boomerang, but he will get jumped on. Flashes away. Final chapter's a little wonky as Yao Yao trying to escape, but the true damage is too much. Away, we're just in the middle of everyone. Jackulov, it looked greedy, but he just baits him in. Trade 1 for 1, though. With the top laner going down for a support, I don't think that's worth it for Top Esports, but look at Knight. waiting in the wings here. He wants to make a play. He wants to go in.
Ooh.
It will be top esports. Another spell shield. What is the cooldown on that spell shield?
20 seconds, give or take. 22,
Oh, wait.
maybe.
It's the ultimate. Jackie Love's ultimate reduces his cooldowns when he autos.
True, yeah. That's a great point. Smart Munch. So
Rework Sivir, baby.
yeah, I really want to see more Sivir. I actually think there's a lot of room for it in this map, to be honest with you. When you take into consideration a lot of the compositions that we see these days, relatively short range. I feel like there's only, what, like 4, 5-ish super long range champions in the meta at the moment. Kind of breathes room for Sivir to enable a lot of these champions, but replay Jackie Love, he just wants it. He really wants the gold, but he doesn't right-click the tower. In the end, the minions do get it. Spell Shield is really great, and the Flash Wave comes in. Like you say, final chapter, a little bit wonky just because he was trying to disengage the top side of the fight instead of what was directly in front of him, but Yao Yao still goes down on Wayward. Unfortunately, just pinned in place, cannot move. Really great body blocking as well from, I believe it was Beishang, to stop that Arctic Assault.
That was the entire gang of top esports just playing Protect the President for Jackie Love. He way oversteps to try and finish that mid lane tower. He has to use his flash, but then Mark is on board. TN with a stun to deny the initial engage. Then Wayward sacrifices his life to make sure that they can't take the AD carry.
It quite literally is like, you know those movies where it's like the main protagonist is like a bodyguard for someone that's super important, and then that super important somebody is always doing dumb stuff to nearly get themselves killed. That was just Jackie Love there, embodying that in about 15 seconds.
I mean, let's be honest. If there's any player that's a living protagonist, it's Jackie Love. That guy exudes protagonist energy. As UCal will be able to find himself a tower in this bottom side. Herald dropped to the top lane though. Top esports, they want to go 2 for 1. They want to buy one, get one free right here. As it's a trade, tier 1 for tier 1. But this Herald will get the charge on the tier 2. Jackie Love is here, and he will shred this tower with his 2-item Sivir.
Absolutely, he will. Sivir, 2 items before 20 minutes. That's a scary thought. Of old, any League boomers will remember 3-item Sivir. It feels as powerful at times as like level 16 Kassadin or Kayle, but maybe has a little less weight behind it in chat. But I think the fact now that top esports have this 2-item Sivir is going to kind of just allow them to do whatever they want on the map at this point. If they want to try and take control of the top side, pressure a Baron perhaps, to bait in TT so they can really abuse how strong their champions are at this moment in time, they could definitely look to do that just off the back of Jackie Love existing and making these guys run at Mach 9.
All right, if anyone, any of the LPL co-streamers or anyone is watching right now, someone make an emote that's an Infinity Edge, because I feel like all of these 3-item AD carries, like, you could start the copy pasta like with Kayle with the Monka W looking at the clock. You can do that with an IE instead. That's your 3-item spike for the AD carry, and that's your big moment like with the Kayle, like with the Kassadin.
Do you remember 3 or 4 seasons ago when Sivir was in meta, and it was like, it was a little bit longer actually, to be fair. And it would just be every single game. It was a very long time ago. But it would be Sivir hits 3 items at 30 minutes in the game, and everyone's just like, okay, one team fight where Ricochet just murders everybody, and maybe they can come back.
Dude, you're thinking of like now. Season 2, I'm pretty sure. That was a real long time ago. But yeah, I do remember it because I also am very old. Let's talk about Baron, though. I don't want to go too far down memory lane because top esports 4,000 gold up here and in a commanding position. And this is a team that is never afraid to just pull the trigger.
Absolutely. And again, I think just having that 2-item AD carry already working towards the Infinity Edge, like you said, BF Sword already in pocket. Baron takedown an attempt pretty quick, especially you have to remember if Wayward's there providing the permafrost, that's going to stack up rather quickly, and that Baron will get absolutely shredded. Well, it's up to them whether or not they want to flip. Okay.
Wayward just, he's pissed off at the Baron, just give it a little twat as he walks past.
Yeah, not just hit him with a flail once or twice, no problem. You can see TT really defensively posturing around the mid lane because they know right now top esports have control of the map. They don't really want to risk just kind of taking a fight randomly in the mid lane or getting engaged on, so they have to stick around to ensure that top don't get some kind of free engage. Yeah. But as you can see, there's just not really much control for TT to take in their own jungle at this point. So I expect them to give up this dragon and try and potentially look towards the Baron side. But top esports, again, they're going to have priority in all 3 lanes if they want it. And that's just going to enable them to do whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, Drake coming up in 20 seconds. You see the way, I love watching top esports move through the jungle. You see the way they kind of get pressure in one lane, use that to move into the jungle, drop vision and play towards the lane that's currently getting priority. Flank from Hoya though, he's about to turn Mega Knight. JackeyLove is caught, and this time they can't protect him. One down, can they find the rest of the fight? And Baytron just kicks Knight out of the situation, but Knight has Mega Knight, dodges away from the ult from UCal here. Tien on the backside. TT just staying as a death ball here.
Yeah, I mean, could be dangerous though. Knight on the backside of the fight still has this Nart ultimate. The Dragon's getting bursted down. It's going to come down to a flip.
Oh, it's taken by Baytron, and now the fight ensues. Tien trying to escape. Wayward on the backside as well. It's 4v5 here. In fact, 4v3 on the top side of the play. As Hoya just forced away by Knight in the meantime. Top esports somehow not losing anyone. Somehow still posturing aggressively. Tien, you've got to be real careful here, buddy.
Yeah, take a step back. I mean, for TT, it's nice to get that Dragon just because it effectively delays any potential Elder Dragon, I suppose. So, can live happy with that one. Finding that pick was absolutely huge.
They just don't
They
stop.
don't stop.
They
I mean,
just don't stop.
to be fair, they still have vision everywhere in this bottom side jungle. So, just willing to step forward and, hey, you know, Yuumi makes any champion in the game broken. So, Tien just emboldened by having the cat on his shoulder. Does Hoya see? You know, he sees Tien on the sweeper. He wants it.
He's got the sweep. Oh, he wanted the Grom. He wanted the Grom. I don't think a kill is going down in either direction right here. Then again,
Tien doesn't
no
have flash,
ultimate
mate.
available. No flash available. Hoya's in mini now. Can Tien just 1v1 him right now? Doesn't have the ult, remember, but he does have a lot of damage. Oh my days. That was so close, but Hoya finds his solo kill, and Wayward's caught on the top side as well. Knight wants to turn the play around, but see you later, Knight. Batter up, H1.
Oh boy, I mean, top esports on both sides of the map just getting a little bit greedy. I'm not sure how Wayward ended up where he was, but now TT potentially have an angle at the Baron. Knight as well in trouble.
Knight in literally a 1v4. He chose this, and now JackeyLove arriving as well. He's got the Vex ultimate.
No
he can
way.
fly back into the fray here, but JackeyLove just finishes the kill off. Oh, the reset. It goes slightly wide. Knight can't quite get it. JackeyLove now being a little too aggressive, but Baytron moves in to buy space. Knight on the front line goes down. Kepler trying to out DPS the Sivir. Can he do it? Flashes forward. JackeyLove one more auto, just kiting it out, and then the boomerangs fly. It's a quadra kill for JackeyLove.
JackeyLove spaced that one out so perfectly with the Yuumi on his back, just waiting for Mark to heal him up. And that's all it takes. Unfortunately, TT just a little bit too, I don't know, just undecisive on trying to commit forward. Unfortunately, it felt like Kepler perhaps was expecting another boomerang blade out and he didn't have the HP to survive it. Had the shrine there from the scuttle to get the movement speed to get those last couple of autos in, but doesn't step up far forward enough. And now Top Esports, they're going to pick up the Baron off the back of that play from JackeyLove.
Yeah, the Master Chief on his shoulder the whole time with the 117 scoreline for Mark. Let's take another look, because the way Knight played this, you know, initially a little dicey, but later on really intelligent. The way that these carries play together.
Yeah, it was greedy, to say the least, stepping up into that one before. JackeyLove was still rotating up from the mid lane, and even though Yao Yao dies, he still gets the reset Knight with the ultimate, misses out on it, unfortunately. But you can see, Kepler has the red-white, he's ready to go for this fight. Baytron gets shredded. It was a really nice W there to stop Knight from diving forward. You can see at this point, Kepler is so confident in his DPS, but he's scared of the boomerang blade. Unfortunately, Yukao doesn't hit his abilities because JackeyLove just sidesteps them. And it's just great movement from JackeyLove and a little bit of hesitation from TT. They didn't want to commit forward.
And that is just like, the second you hesitate, JackeyLove will kill you. And you see Kepler hesitates, Yukao doesn't. They are suddenly not a pair, and JackeyLove's like, right, 1v1, I could take either of you. Immediately deals with Yukao, then deals with Kepler. Beautiful play from the superstar AD carry, it has to be said. JackeyLove having a hell of a split, blocking the keeper's verdict here. He ain't going nowhere. Solar Flare comes on in. There's Hoya. That's a big Mega Knot. Final chapter, though, kind of ruins the play as Top Esports just stand their ground. In comes Wayward as well as Baytron next to go down. Another double for JackeyLove. Should we have the double quadra? Should we have them back-to-back for JackeyLove here? Is Kepler chased down by Wayward and Tien, and Yukal limps over to the mid lane wondering what went wrong.
Man, oh man, this game went from 0 to 100 really quickly. It felt like TT only 10 minutes ago had an okay foothold to play out this game. Jackie Love on the Sivir came online. We spoke about it. We literally said it's as scary, Sivir at 3 IMs, as a KO at 16 Auric Acidin. And he has taken over this game at that skirmish in front of the Baron. And that's Top Esports.
Oh my god, look at him go. This is terrifying to witness, honestly. Yao Yao will survive with his life. The Nexus Bear, and it will be Top Esports finishing this one off. Jackie Love just last hitting the wards as it's 14-7. And like you say, 0 to 100 right there. The second, the third item is finished for Jackie Love. Like, how many times that game did we see Top Esports confidently walk up with a numbers disadvantage and try and take the fight anyway? It is mind-blowing watching the way this team plays.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think as soon as Jackie Love had those items, it just kind of emboldened, really just made everybody on Top Esports super confident to just say, okay, we could take the fight now. Jackie Love will murder everybody as long as we keep him alive. And yeah, definitely a little bit shaky in the early game from the Top Esports perspective, right? I think you can actually give a lot of credit to TT. And I think we said and kind of praised some of their abilities to find some of these skirmishes in the early game. It started to come to fruition, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough consistency in looking for those picks. And to me, it was all about that 4-man in the mid lane from Top Esports where they killed off both Beishuan and Yukao. And from there, it felt like... Unfortunately, they just ceded control of the rest of the map for TT, and there was not too much that they could get going for themselves.
But isn't that just the story of every Top Esports game? Like, when they're against other top teams, it's a scrap in the early game for control, and then Top Esports wins just one significant play, and the snowball is so massive right off of the one play that the other team never gets a look in again. And that feels like what's happened here today. As you said, though, TT, a really good early game. Like, the dive early on, that 4-man dive onto Jackie Love and Mark was honestly beautiful. Like, if you missed that, go back. I'm sure somebody clipped it because that was as immaculate as they come. But beyond that, once we got later on into the game, I mean, look at Jackie Love's damage, man. It speaks for itself. He
almost dealt as much damage as his entire team. Just for confirmation, he's not far off. I think 5 more 1,000 damage and he would have been about there. Absolutely insane game out of Jackie Love. But again, the composition enabled it, right? You got 3 bruises as Yuumi on your back. And unfortunately, TT's backline access wasn't as consistent as they would have liked it. We said Yukao had to try and find a couple of angles. Yao Yao wasn't always consistently able to find the mark on some of those engages. Hoyer as well, though, I will say, had a pretty strong game. Almost brought TT back in with that flank at that 4th dragon fight, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough in it. What are you giggling at? Is it the damage still?
47.5% of the team's damage. Good God. Yeah. That is something else, man. Jackie Love is a monster. And remember, this is a whole team effort, right? Yes. The rest of the team were literally playing Protect the President for Jackie Love, but man, Jackie Love makes a good president. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Jackie Love seems to be making a pretty good president. I wonder who's going to get MVP for this game, Munch. It's such a conundrum. I wonder who it would be.
It's going to be Mark for all of the heals.
True. Yuumi pressing E key for the entire game, I'm sure. He probably had a wonderful time right in the back of Jackie Love there.
Definitely. I will say, I enjoy watching Mark's Yuumi far more than anyone else's Yuumi because that trade early on at level 1 where he just walks up to Yao Yao like, what are you going to do about it, buddy? Just literally mugs him for the Spell Thief's gold. Right, we're going to jump to a break. We'll see what TT have right after or see if Top Esports are just going to finish this one in style.
So on that then, I'm going to shift, because we've already been kind of talking about the bottom 4, now talking about V5. I want to start hitting on our top team, because we've already touched on V5 a little bit there. I want to specifically look at Top Esports and JDG, because I have a theory that I want to present to yourselves and to the audience, all right? JDG and Top Esports, 2020, look absolutely fantastic. It is the year of JDG and Top Esports. 2 back-to-back finals to go the distance, all 5 games. It is a banger every single time these 2 teams face off. Then we get into 2021, and we even see at the start of like the mid-season cup and that Top Esports in 2020, we're still looking good. 2021 starts to see the decline. JDG struggling, even with a lot of the pieces that we still see at the moment. Top Esports massively struggling with a lot of the same pieces that we see at the moment. Now we're coming into 2022. Spring, they look fine. They're okay. Top Esports really start to pick up. JDG looking a bit messy. And suddenly, we get into a similar situation again, where in 2020, we had no audiences. Summer 2022, we have no audiences. And we've seen talks of people like
You
Cap
found
saying,
it!
hang on a second, these guys pop the hell off when they have the audience there. I'm kind of curious now, is this a case of like for JDG and more so I say for JDG, little bit for top esports, do these teams just struggle with the pressure of an audience with the crowd? Like, is it just that it gets them? Because we've seen Knight, like, he gets the world stage, struggles on an international stage when he's got eyes on him. Is it just that they need the comfort of home? I don't know. This is where I'm kind of like, the conspiracy hat, the tinfoil hat is starting to go on now.
That tinfoil hat's on there, but you're in the alleyway and people are kind of looking at you a little bit questionable there. I will buy into it for a second and say you found it out. That's got to be the case. But I think a lot of the time you look at these situations and they can end up being a little bit of coincidence. I think you have to expect that being on stage and being at home, being in a remote location is a much different experience. But you look at a lot of members on these rosters, you think like they can step up to those experiences. They've been in those experiences before. So I would expect to see a little bit more nuance in that factor. Maybe not just be because of playing at home, but I think they've really found the strategy.
2020 summer,
Yes.
2020 spring, top esports JDG look phenomenal.
Just
They
saying.
both hit the main stage. JDG bomb out in playoffs, top esports bomb out as well. All I'm saying is there is a very clear through line here. And I'm
The
starting
numbers,
to put the
Mason.
pieces.
What do they mean?
Yeah, so this is where I'm like, look, I think it's fantastic. I think JDG looks spectacular, especially coming off the back of their V5 win. Top esports as well have looked spectacular. Now, top esports have obviously swapped up large portions of their team since then, right?
Yeah.
New top, new jungle. Now you're not working with Shuo. You've got Mark coming into the roster as well. I mean, even back then as well, we had like Luma was on JDG. Why am I blanking on the top esports support at the time? Was not. It was Chocho, wasn't it? Chocho, like, and Yuyanja, that's who it was. Like, there was like these players were looking very, very different, but it definitely feels like at least there is certain amount of comfort for these guys from being able to play at home. And I think it's helped out spectacularly with people like Wayward as well. Like, first split coming into the LPL. Don't get me wrong. I love Wayward. Ox, I'm not going to deny Wayward. Do not worry while you're on the podcast. But it has to have helped out a significant amount having the ability to play at home from a practice room in your first split of LPL. Like, not actually having to go in front of the crowds to start things off.
Yeah, I think what's going to be particularly rough is it depends how things develop over the course of playoffs and into, Worlds. Because if your first taste of crowds is at Worlds, right? Especially when it's, like it's not a crowd in China. It's not a native crowd to you. I mean, obviously, it's going to be hard. It's going to be rough. And I feel like that could be like shell shock for some of the rookie players, like, using Wayward as an example, who's obviously coming into the LPL and it has been remote for at least, I'm pretty sure like just all of his time in the LPL has been remote. Yeah. So
apart from like 2 weeks or something, but
yeah. So I think it's definitely something to take into account, and I think it's a factor. It's hard to really tangibly measure how much. Ideally, you'd be able to get some of that experience under your belt in like the regular season, and then it would help out when you go to playoffs, it'd help out when you go to Worlds. So I think it's definitely a factor somebody brought up. I do think that obviously, I mean, Rob, you even said it yourself, like the whole tinfoil hat thing. You don't want to fully go into this because it's like, it can be a factor, but there's so many factors at play when it comes to a team being successful.
we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
最近岩雀就沙皇这两个英雄都比较火嘛，就有很多人在玩。这两个英雄关系可能就定位不同吧，就岩雀是那种帮队友的，但沙皇是那种自己发挥中后期 carry 的，就这种区别挺大的。像赢下 TT 就感觉他们前面就打特别好吧，他们是15分钟之前就领先最多的队伍嘛，我们15分钟之前不出事应该就稳赢。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards game number 2 between Top Esports and TT. Game number 1 was a bit of a bloodbath, and TT doing a good job in the early game. But when it comes to the late game, and Jackie Love is on Sivir, what can you really do from the side of TT? Jackie Love just massacred them.
Yeah, that was a bit of a beating by the end of the game, to be fair. I think still credit to TT. Great early game, just unfortunately Top Esports or Top Esports. They also happen to have a Sivir who was being piloted by Jackie Love. So
I feel like that is... Sorry, go on.
I would love to bring the analysis, but just like TT didn't get a huge lead, and Sivir had a Yubi on his back, and it was bloody Jackie Love who, if you're surprised that he got the MVP, maybe you're a support main. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, I will personally protest the day that a Yumi player gets an MVP in the LPL.
Yes.
That's all I'll say on the matter. Jackie Love grabbing himself MVP here. 47.5% damage. That's out of his team's damage. Almost half of it was Jackie Love. Unbelievable on this Sivir. We've got some clips as well of him just tearing it up on the Rift. And I will say, TT had an immaculate dive in the early game, but that won't be replayed because history is written by the victors.
History is written by the victors.
History is written by Jackie Love.
Yeah, history is being written by Jackie Love.
Our new president.
Our new president of the LPL, apparently. As it's just this moment of hesitation from Kepler. He's expecting the boomerang blade. He had flash actually to try and maybe dodge out from it, but just didn't have confidence in himself, apparently. It felt like, and from there, it was pretty much lights out with the Baron buff in tow for Top Esports, despite finding a pretty strong combination there from Hoya. Hoya actually had a really strong game. I'm excited to see what he can, at the very least, do for TT in game number 2. But unfortunately, there's too much going on the front line for Top Esports. Despite the focus being heavily put on Jackie Love naturally, Knight was on his Silas and still pretty scary on by the end of it.
Yeah.
He himself had the Master Chief score, the 117 at the very end. And yeah, it's not just always about Jackie Love, but when he deals almost 50% of the damage, it's hard not to talk about the bloke.
I feel like if there's any player in the LPL that could be the Master Chief secretly, it could be Knight. I feel like Knight is definitely Master Chief on the Rift. No matter the pick, he'll make it work. Yeah, let's talk TT though, because I feel like we can wax poetic about Top Esports all day long. It's very easy to do when you've got a team that just wins all 3 lanes. Like TN is living the jungle dream right now. He just strolls around the map, just visiting lanes if he fancies, because the whole map is winning. Let's talk TT about what they could do in game number 2 though, because there were definite positives in the early game. We talked about them being kind of the skirmish kings. They really brought those skirmishes to Top Esports. It was just maybe some of the map movements didn't quite work out for them, and that's where Top Esports found their advantage.
Yeah, I feel like the map movements that they did make, though, were quite positive, and that's kind of the troubling thing when you try and dissect and break down this game and try and say what you could do, from a sort of chalkboard perspective of, okay, this went wrong, this went wrong, maybe we can try this third, formula. I think more of the same, but trying to find it a little more frequently. I think Top had a really good read, though, of this matchup, right? Removing away Ryze and Azir from UCal to kind of just shut down the early roaming and priority from the mid lane, I think was a really solid draft plan. It was Still pretty playable though from UCal's point of view on the Vex. There was a lot of setup there. I think we didn't quite get enough of that 2v2 in the mid lane and also having Yao Yao move up from the bottom side. So maybe a little more fluidity from the bottom side when you have that much priority. But TT last game used it to dive the bottom lane as opposed to actually playing around the mid lane. Maybe playing around the mid lane is the play this game. But after Jackie Love just did that, do you really want to like not deny him anything? It's a risky game plan.
I mean, this has got to be 3 Jackie Love bans, right? I feel like that's the only way to approach this, because what, do you let Kalista Renata through? You can't really.
Do you first pick it maybe as Kepler, as Kalista?
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe be the
But then if you go Kalista, he's got Draven, right? So
but it's banned.
The ban
so
on the
I
Draven
think...
could mean a Kalista pick, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're probably eyeing up a... Well, not anymore, they're not.
Well,
Talia,
ban
though,
every AD carry. Why not?
Talia is what's been left up and available. I'm sure Knight has plenty of picks he's happy to go into this one with. Whilst
Like
Talia is still
Sylas,
technically
for
a flex, you know, it's normally mid lane these days is where we see the Talia, but who knows? Tien, though, is probably going to snap himself up the Poppy this time around. Wouldn't be too surprised to see this one locked in. Everyone knows about it these days. And I would expect them to probably go towards Jackie Love's AD carry now, given that there's 5 AD bans, so they probably don't want to go any further down the ladder, but perhaps they would rather give him counter pick, which to me would then maybe say they just want to pick their mid 2v2 immediately.
So the only thing I would say in terms of the AD carries, right, is Ezreal and Kai'Sa start to become options.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa's real good into Ezreal. Kepler likes Kai'Sa. So I think they might leave the AD carry and go for, I was about to say the Gnar, because Wayward loves blind picking Gnar anyway. You could have gone for maybe the Sylas for the mid lane as well for Knight. But I don't think that they're going to pick their bottom lane at all here. I think Top Esports will wait and see what Kepler and Yao Yao do and then play reactively.
Yeah, you know what, Munch? I think that's a really great call. I think that's exactly what they're going to do as well. Now that you've mentioned it, I just always forget, like, Gnar is such a blindable pick in this meta that you can just do it basically in the first 3 without getting punished ever. This is as close to punishment as you can get, really, having the Sylas on the opposite side. UCal, expecting him to pilot that one, though, could go up towards the top side into Gnar. It's been a lane counter for a long time, but we don't often get to see it flexed up towards the top side. Even in memory, I think only Genax and the LEC on SK done it a few weeks back, but said all of those AD carry bans, surely TT are going to pick an AD in the first rotation, and they're going to pick up the Aphelios here to round out their first 3. And now Top Esports toying with the idea of a couple of different mids. We'll go towards the Ari Knight, and well, we know how good he is at it.
Yeah, and crucially as well, remember, this is the one ban that Top Esports threw towards the mid lane in the second ban phase in game 1 when Knight had that Sylas. So clearly this is a matchup that Knight believes Ari wins out. So he's going to be very comfortable in the mid lane. The Viego being banned away here in the jungle. I am curious what happens in this bottom lane, because typically against, you could maybe expect the Renata to be banned away here by Top Esports. And that could leave this Aphelios a little high and dry.
So they're banning away the Lucian first. I wonder if they're maybe trying to call a bluff on Top Esports to see if they'll ban it. They're going to remove away... Okay, so the Lawless ban says to me probably the Renata gets banned, but I think top, it's a lot of T's. TT still have the option to just kind of leave the Renata up as well. Go on.
There are 3 picks available that Jackie Love has played this split, right? Twitch, Kog'Maw, Jinx. Now, Jinx would be the most boring of those options.
You know, I was here when he picked that Kog'Maw, actually. It was... can't remember the series. I think it was LNG. And funnily enough, I think he had a ridiculous percent damage of his team, too. It was like 42% or something. As a,
here we go. He's hovering. I mean, this is the way it had to go, right? It has to be a hyperscaling AD carry, because literally every other AD carry is banned away. The Aphelios there. Jinx and Aphelios, they're kind of 2 peas in the pod, right? This is the matchup we've seen a billion times, but maybe we get a cool support from Mark.
Are you sure? Because I think that what's going to end up happening is TT go Renata, because I feel like they have to.
Yeah.
They can't really leave that one up. And then Mark just goes Lulu, and then we're stuck in, you know, we're stuck in purgatory in the bottom lane. I don't think it's going to be exciting picks much. I would love if we get something super crazy, but I'm just gonna call it and say it's a Lulu Renata on the bottom side. But that is a Nocturne, which says to me Nocturne jungle, Talia mid, and that Sylas is gonna go into the top side, into Wayward here for Hoya.
It's an exciting draft here. So Hoya taking his own personal take on the Gnar matchup up in the top side. We'll see how that's going to work out for him. Yao Yao going with some hard engage with that Rakan. Leona, one of the classic counters to the Rakan, but whether or not you want to go with the engage support or perhaps could go with that enchanter, like you mentioned, the Lulu before, Renata now available too, so plenty of options here for Mark.
Yeah, loads of options. Totally makes so much sense. You want safety for Jackie Love here because look at what's going to be diving onto him. Nocturne, Rakan, Silas, all at the same time. Even this Talia is going to be getting forward with those Weaver's Walls. Going to be in range likely to look for some of those seismic shoves. So I really like the pick here from Mark. It just makes total sense because TT decided to just full send it. And you know what? I'm here for it. I think this is the exact kind of draft that they need to try and give TT some trouble. My only concern is, again, if Top are playing, you know, the whole all the eggs in the Jackie Love basket, which they so commonly do, all TN and Mark have to do is just kind of stand on top of Jackie Love and press their buttons, and all of a sudden, a lot of this dive for TT does fall apart. So I'm really concerned about how they're actually going to find these windows if Top Esports are playing as a very strong cohesive unit, because it's not going to be the easiest of assassination attempts when it's just Jinx, the immobile target, right? Ari's always going to have free charges on her ultimate to try and get out of those dive and assassination attempts. I like the draft. I'm just not sure whether or not they're going to be able to execute it to what Top Esports have responded with.
And crucially as well, that Jinx, you talk about her as an immobile target, only for a bit. If you get one kill in the fight, you're really not immobile. She just flies across the screen. I do have one question. I've never seen the interaction before between Poppy and Nocturne, but I assume his ult isn't unstoppable. So I imagine the steadfast presence will deny Nocturne ult, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works, to the best of my knowledge. Maybe he still gets the grounded status effect, but he doesn't actually. Yeah.
He doesn't get stopped.
CC. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we'll
that's
see.
that's
We'll
my
see.
that's
maybe
my
maybe we'll get to find it. Yeah, we'll find out live on broadcast here. I'm just wondering, like, I'm picturing it in my head. I'm trying to play out scenarios, and I'm picturing the scenario where someone in the side lane from Top Esports is trying to escape between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower where the little bit of fog of war is there. You see Beitron ulting in, but TN is on Krugs and blocks it mid-flight, like over his head, knocks him out of the sky. Like, I would pay good money to see that in a professional game. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe I'm overselling a weird situation. Let's talk about what's actually in the game here. Hoya bringing his dance moves to the stage, and rightly so, because he's bringing us a Silas top lane up against Wayward.
Yeah, so this lane matchup, in theory, for the Gnar, is supposed to be pretty hard to deal with. When you're in mini, the issues with dealing with a Silas is effectively he can play out short trades. He can also technically play out long trades. You have to try and run him down on the sort of return after he leaves melee. But the issue is, if you overstep even once and his cooldowns come back up, it's very easy for him to just kind of all in you from a sort of 50%, 60% lethal range. And of course, naturally, stealing away the Mega Gnar ult, it has the AP scalings, etc., etc. The thing is, since the durability patch, a lot of Gnar's harder matchups have kind of been buffed towards him. So we'll see how Wayward pilot this lane. We've spoken about Wayward already in terms of how good he is on this Gnar and how he kind of demolished Zoom last series. We'll see if he can do the same into Hoya.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing is that his Gnar was uncounterable. Let's see if Hoya has found that counter. We'll be keeping our eyes on those CS numbers across the course of the game. But crucially, the ultimate is going to be the big reason for the Silas pick up in the top side. You could see some heavy trading from Knight and UCal as well in the mid lane. I mean, Wayward knows. He knows the situation there. Is Jackie and Mark being very aggressive at the bottom side too. I want to talk junglers though here because we've got a Nocturne on the Rift. TT really bringing out a different draft here with Beitron up against this Poppy. Like, how do you anticipate Beitron trying to play this matchup out?
Level 6. He is going to full clear 2.5 times. Try and get to level 6 as soon as possible, and then look for impact on the map. It's more about what lane he actually tries to target, right? Because there is going to be that brief window where Paranoia should be available before Mark has access to the Devour. So my expectation is that Beitron tries to abuse this window. The issue is, if Tian just early ganks the bottom side, dives it outright, maybe this window doesn't exist because look where he's going. He's going all the way around.
Jackie wants a bit of revenge for game number 1. Yao Yao, the target slammed into the wall, grounded, and finished off. And, you know, we said TT looked good at the dive in game number 1. Well, Top Esports know how to get it done too.
Oh, and this is such a painful dive for Kepler because look how much CS he's missing as well. Really well executed. Yao Yao died without having even being able to blow his flash. Got grounded into the wall slam. Nothing he could really do about it. So, you know, we spoke about how Beishuan probably wanted to full clear twice, get to level 6, and then impact the bot lane. Poppy doesn't have to wait till level 6. And TN demonstrating that artfully.
In fact, honestly, for Poppy, level 6 often ruins the play. We've seen it plenty of times. Let's take another look, because TN here, really the star of the show, uses the steadfast presence, denies Yao Yao, just slams him against the wall, and then doesn't even go for the last auto attack. Lets Jacula finish that one off in style. So really, really nicely done.
Yeah, and it's just a really good read from TN as well. A lot of teams typically would kind of tunnel vision onto diving the AD carry in a situation like that. Wayward could be in
trouble
danger.
here.
Yeah, he's dead.
Well, yeah, more than in trouble. He's gone.
More than trouble, he's gone. Yeah, a lot of teams would tunnel vision on diving the AD carry in a dive like that, but I think TN just kind of reads the situation and that mindset of, okay, they're going to kill Kepler, and Yao Yao, unfortunately, the victim of that. Wayward, though, in this topside gank, sure, dies. It's a bit of a freebie to give over, but he has teleport. He's not going to miss much of the wave, so he's not going to be feeling too terrible about this one.
No, and crucially, he, like you say, has that teleport. That's the big difference between the two dives, is Kepler massively behind in that bottom side, whereas Wayward, yes, he'll be a bit of gold behind because of the kill for Hoya, but ultimately goes for the kill. He'll be able to go for the last hit, so you can see the replay of him just getting out position there. And crucially, chose not to use his flash, so he'll be a little bit safer in that lane. I am curious what happens in the top lane, though, once Hoya hits level 6, because I feel like that's where this top lane might really explode.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And it's where it typically does. You can see, I'm not sure if Hoya has maxed out.
Oh my god,
Kingslayer,
Wayward is
but-
going for this one. He's going to slam. Oh no, he's not level 6 just yet. It's down to a boulder. Hoya, 1 HP on Wayward. Can he finish it? Wayward still has flash available. Flashes over the
Hoya
wall
as well.
towards the tri-brush. There's no one here though. And Hoya finds a solo kill.
Hoya, an absolute monster in that one. Wayward just a little bit too overeager to try and look for it. I mean, just maybe underestimating the Kingslayer healing. And I just posed the question, what spell was Hoya maxing? Guess what? It's Kingslayer. Heals up around 250 HP. It's so hard to take him down, as I was talking about. If you go for those extended trades, the cooldowns come back off. And you'll see it's very easy for Hoya to turn this one around in the extended. So just trying to abuse the range versus melee, right? That's kind of what Na always wants to try and do. The first Kingslayer comes in. Hoya also purchased Lucidity Boots on the first recall. You can see, unfortunately, it just comes back up a little bit faster than we would potentially anticipate.
An attempted knock up onto Kepler there. Yao Yao just gets over the flame chompers in time. That was literally split seconds. If he gets caught there, would have been a kill for Jackie Love. As Knight starting to really layer this pressure onto Yucal. You can see Yucal really suffering in the mid lane, but doing a good job of maintaining his CS regardless. Here they go in the mid lane. Knight feared though, flashes underneath the tower. It's a great charm. Is it enough to kill Beitron? No, not quite. TT outplaying everywhere on the map.
Yeah, they strike in the mid lane. Yucal just lost his flash in the 1v1. Knight still had his, but no Spirit Rush, and that's such a powerful tool to get away from the Nocturne. And we so commonly gauge these global champions like Nocturne, Twisted Fate on their first usage and how useful they are going to be off the back of their first ultimate. This time around, success, and they find that kill. You can see in the picture-in-picture. This is how I assume Yucal, loses his flash. And from there, with no Spirit Rush, Knight is still pretty easy pickings, even though he still has the flash. TN though, speaking of targets, knife and flash, Kepler could be the victim of a dive, but just a little bit of pressure for now.
Yeah, deciding not to go for this one, at least for the time being. That plate will survive because Beitron nearby here. I don't think Tian actually had vision of Beitron, just aware that he should be on this side of the map. He'll start the red buff off for himself. Does have priority in this bottom side. This does feel a little dicey though.
I mean, priority, sure, but geographically, Yao Yao would always make it to this play first. And Yucal also technically could. Beitron's just going to do his best to sort of manhandle him out of his jungle, and now he will claim his red buff. Not too shabby. Tian's still level 5. I'm sure he's pretty close to 6, but Beitron hit level 6, made the play mid, almost has his ultimate back, and is back to farming already, so he's probably close to over a level up.
I'm trying to figure out how Beitron is so far ahead, because CS-wise, they're basically even as well. Tian now hitting level 6, but...
I'll give you a little bit of insight in terms of, like, okay, TLDR, do Krugs. If you farm Krugs a lot, you will you will get a lot more XP. Obviously, you have rubber banding to catch back up if you fall behind on the opposite side of this. But also you have to remember Beishuan picked up a kill. He already has an assist as well, and he also helped Yukao shove out that wave. Anyway, skirmish at the Herald.
Yeah, Tien caught out, but this is TT's strong suit, right? Skirmishing, especially on the top side, where Hoya has all of the gold. It's a great flick back by Yukal. In comes Hoya with the Gnar ulti, and TT dismantling Top Esports, but suddenly it's turned around. Jaculov's still alive, and he's just slowly but surely wiping through the health bars. Beitron tries to get onto Jaculov here. The heal comes out. Does he have to damage? No! Double kill comes out for Beitron, and TT flip it back once more. Wayward looking for the shutdown, though. There's one in his pocket. Kepler, level 5, low on HP, and Wayward wants a bit of revenge. It's his turn to use the Gnar ulti. No, it's already on cooldown. Double for Wayward, and it's pure carnage in the top side.
Blood for the Blood God! Let's go in the river. I mean, yeah, honestly, it just felt like TT, it's the ultimate from Hoya, which kind of gives you a little bit of hope, but if I recall correctly, Mark devoured Jaculov, or at the very least devoured someone, kept one of those core targets alive, and from there the turnaround was just about enough, but I'm not even sure who got the hell. I didn't even get a look at the scoreboard. As a look at the fight, it just looks so threatening, right? You can see Hoya on the top side of the fight with this almost. It's that flick as well from Yukao, which sets up for it perfectly. Mark gets in, devours Jaculov out of the combination, and that's what it is. Keeps the Jinx alive, not able to get out on the top side. So even though the start looked absolutely wonderful for TT, unfortunately, not really enough damage in the tank, but you can see Beitron has enough damage in the tank to take down Jaculov. Jaculov didn't have what it took there. And Kepler had the white guns out. Maybe if he has red, he can sustain up a little bit longer, but just going for the raw DPS. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the health bar to sustain.
Man, what a fight. That was so intense. A 3-for-2 in favor of Top Esports, and that's going to close the gold gap to basically even. Once again, Jaculov having a massive gold lead in that bottom side, but crucially, not actually playing that fight super well, kind of playing a little separated from his team and punished for it. And now we'll have to wait and see what happens over the next couple of minutes, because TT need to try and maintain their advantage from earlier on. Obviously slightly behind in gold now, but they can find ways. Here we go, a TP to the bottom side here from Yukal. Jaculov and Mark could be in trouble. This might just be for Drake. I'm a little confused by the TP, I'll be totally honest.
Yeah, okay, this is what it's for.
All right, well, Top Esports just no respect because they've got a Tom Kench. Mark doing a lot of work to keep Jaculov alive. Big damage from the Rocket. Tien moving in. Oh no, it's bad news for TT. Oh, no. Look at the keeper's verdict. Knight flying into the players. Kepler falls. Beitron next on the chopping block, but it is going to be the jungler going down as well. Jaculov with the resets here. Knight goes in once again. Charm on cooldown, knocked up by Yao Yao. Yukal escaping with his life, as is Yao Yao. Yukal moving forward though, needs to be cautious. And once again, we have these incredibly close battles between the two teams.
Oh, hello,
now
Hoya.
on the top side, Wayward slammed against the wall. Hoya wants another solo kill, but Wayward ain't scared.
Yeah, Wayward is not scared at all. I mean, you know, we could question the teleport as much as we like, but Yukao very clearly had an idea of what he wanted to do there with TT. Wall comes in, almost actually get a 2-for-1 here with this seismic shove as well, you'll see. But I think Mark just kind of let go. So much damage dodged away from the Devourer, and this is why it's such a smart pick from Top Esports. You can see, fortunately, Jaculov is able to escape without being knocked back. Mark can't pop the grey skin. Be tanky enough, but that ultimate dealt so much damage in this keeper's verdict. 3 members in the air. Delays so much time for Knight to catch up to this play. Kepler goes down first. You can see, fortunately for TT, Tien is traded out. And in the extended, it's a 2-for-2. And TT did start that one off, so maybe they can feel a little bit okay with it for now.
Honestly, I think the biggest takeaway is that both junglers died. So the Drake that fight was for is still on the map. So we might just have a round 2 right here. Wayward walking all the way on over to the bottom side here. I think Top Esports do want to contest, but they might just be too late.
It could be, though. A fight could happen at the very back end of it. Seems like, though, it's full retreat from Top Esports. They're not involved in this one. Herald charge on the bottom side. Netted a bunch of plates. I assume Jaculov would have autoed it to get a plate or so, but now they are waiting in that brush. And TT, do they know better?
Up. 3-man squad. Yao Yao has to be the first one, but remember the steadfast presence ruins Yao Yao. Mark, though, pulls the trigger too early. and it will be Top Esports denied the play.
Yeah, you would have expected it would have been TN to initiate that play, right? Up against the wall. But now, speaking of initiating
the
plays...
answer from Beige1 here, it's going to be the Devour to try and keep Jackie Love alive, but it's a 4v3, and it's looking great for TT right here. Mark escapes, Jackie Love the one to sacrifice himself.
Yeah, and crucially, TN's Keeper's Verdict actually flew short of the target there. I just don't think he held it long enough to charge up. Now Kepler has red-white for this tower shove in. Really get a carpool of plates as TN. I don't think he's diveable, but
yeah, he ain't afraid. He ain't afraid, that's for sure.
Yeah, big respect. Saving a plate there, because Kepler, if there was absolutely nobody there defending that tower, would have picked up an additional plate. Now mid lane Knight forces Yukal's flash.
That's a flash burn. That's a flash burn from Knight. Very nicely done. Hoya, though, once Knight himself uses the Spirit Rush, charmed under the tower, takes a tower shot, and Knight doing a good job to outplay the 2v1 right there. And in the meantime, Wayward just chilling. In the top side, I think he had started to move on down, but realizes that the play is diffused.
Yeah, play over. I see Hoya just wasn't really in a position where he could feasibly kill Knight. It's just always the irritants of trying to roam towards that area.
So, Jamada, I feel like we really need to just take a second here. Gold's still 500. It's spitting distance between these two teams right now. Drake not up for another 3 minutes, despite where Top Esports are on the map. Herald about to spawn here. Top Esports, they want to make this bottom tower play happen. TN sticking around. I don't know if they'll necessarily find a target, though. Hoya would be foolish to step up here, especially with nobody showing on that top side.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of defensive vision, so he should know that people are in the area, and that control ward fizzling out his own ward should give him all the information he knows. TN is just going to step up. As it's another proactive tower trade for the Herald.
There in front of his face should give him some information, hopefully.
Should give him some information that there's probably more members alongside the Jinx there. As this is the second game in a row where Top Esports effectively trade out pretty damn well for a Herald that they're not contesting. If you ask me, Jackie Love getting a bunch of resources. That tower being chunked out on the bottom side now means if Wayward decides to roam down here, or he gets put on the bottom side of the map for side lane duty later on, this is a tower which he can very easily take, or Top Esports just siege for it now, it seems like.
You can see Top Esports just funneling all the CS into Jackie Love as well. He got basically all of the Krugs, got the ward at the end there. Like, they want to get this Jinx online. Oh, those Flame Champers are a death sentence for you, Cal. And that steadfast presence is beautiful from TN. Yao Yao couldn't get in. Now in comes the Nocturne. Beige1 on the top side of the play. Wayward trying to escape with his life. Devoured, saved by his team. But TN left alone on the top side of the play. Tries to get them with the hammer smash, but he will go down. Knight in with the reinforcements. Mark alongside him as well. They can't quite finish anybody off. And Top Esports consistently being out-skirmished by TT.
Yeah, TT, we spoke about it. It's just so great at just finding these small windows where they can catch you off guard on a rotation. Numbers advantages are their thing. And it does halt Top Esports in their advance on the bottom side of the map for now. Really great job. Still top. Probably feeling all right about the trade overall. Getting Jackie Love more gold. It's their typical MO. It's what they just did there. See how they continue to use him on the Jinx. I think maybe it's a good time to talk about items as well. I'm not sure how you feel.
Yeah. So I'll just quickly mention, it is crucial that TT denied that play bottom as well, because they got the Herald. So now we were talking about Top Esports trying to trade up with the towers. Well, that's denied. But yeah, you're right. Let's talk about items for a second here, because Crown finished off for you, Cal. Knight as well. Going for that Everfrost, not going for the Ludens or the Leandris build that we've seen sometimes, but crucially, AD carries a very similar amount of gold, but Jackie Love just a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, and I think the difference maker is the fact that TT were able to stop that siege from happening. Jackie Love doesn't have the additional gold he probably would have had to finish off that second item, which would have made this Dragon contest a lot easier, but it seems like TT aren't even interested in contesting the Dragon potentially. Yukal does have teleport though, so could always make his way down. Same thing for Knight. So both these mid laners just matching the top side for now, but they're going to start moving towards the river. TT, they have to make their way in, and Top Esports could potentially be second for now. Wayward picked up Skull, and he's pretty close to Mega. That's going to be a window I'm sure Top Esports will abuse.
It certainly will be. I love how confident TN is in these situations. He's more than happy to just walk up and take a bit of damage. Dragon started by Top Esports, and it's an Ocean Soul, so these are crucial. Hoya trying to move forward. No ultimate hijack just yet, but it will be the Drake taken. No fight whatsoever. Look at TT, though, moving to the mid lane. trying to trade it for a tier 1 tower. I don't think they quite have the damage.
Yeah, not just yet. That tower pretty high on HP, half, if I can see correctly. And TT not even going to stop top from making it back into the mid lane. I felt maybe they would want to really try and commit for the mid lane tier 1 if they're going to trade out that dragon, but seems like nope. They only really get the health from the top side charge of the Herald and the health of sieging in the mid lane. So no immediate goal, but still a lot of chip damage to all those objectives. Maybe if they can win a skirmish around the mid lane or the top side, it can be of work for them. I don't like that the scoreboards come down and Kepler okay.
Crucial ward comes out right there. You see TN playing in the enemy jungle to buy space for Wayward, who's looking for that tier 1 in the top side. Hoya matching on the bottom side to both top laners will finish a tier 1 tower off, get that local gold for themselves, and then go for a reset. So we kind of go back to 0 here. We go back to a neutral pace for a moment as Hoya not actually going to commit. I feel like a couple of autos would have done the job there.
Yeah, not only that, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but there was a lot of pings from TT on that bottom side tower, missing and otherwise, as to why Hoya didn't go for that execute on that tower. Maybe it's because he's looking for Knight.
He wants to kill Knight. He wants to find a solo kill against the king of solo kills, but Knight escapes as the cunning fox he is and manages to live on.
Yeah, and Hoya, unfortunately, is not quite... Oh, he's alcove gaming now. That's where it's at.
I can respect an alcove gamer. As an alcove gamer myself.
Is he even going to get the local gold? I think he just about got it. Obviously, we're looking at Wayward right now, but I was just paying as much attention as I could to the mini-map. But, yeah, that's a tower that will be bricked for TT. Nice job. And we're going to have to continue to track Hoya in these team fights, by the way. He is going to be one of the core members for TT. If we see 5v5s break out, seeing what ultimate he has, which, I mean, when you look at Top Esports' ults, there's not really many great team fighting ones, right? Knight's ultimate is going to be great for mobility, but aside from that, there's no big, huge game-changing damage ones, as Hoya has Naro again. That's what I was talking about, is getting to my point. Yeah. He's going to want that Naro as frequently as possible, and seeing how he finds those targets is going to be key for TT.
Yeah, his one issue is he lost a lot of HP to grab that ultimate right there. Top Esports trying to abuse that fact. Wayward, though, getting chunked by Kepler. Nice little trade from him. It's a small gold lead, about 2,000 in favor of Top Esports. That's a reasonable gold lead for most teams. But for Top Esports at 21 minutes, they're usually about 10,000 gold up. So TT doing a really good job to keep them at bay. Tier 1 goes down to the mid lane as Hoya. Is he going to go for the autos on the tower? Not this man. He doesn't believe in it. He's a tower pacifist.
You know, this time, you know, actually, I just thought of, did you see the game from XL Finn where he just left that tower 1 HP for a very long time and he just didn't get the gold? This, Hoya's giving Finn energy right now. But this time it at least makes sense, right? A little less information to work with. Last time, I'm pretty sure he knew where almost every member of the Top Esports lineup was. Just decided, hey, I don't want this tower. We'll stay alive
I don't want to die for it. Wayward, it does want to die for it. Gets caught out here. Nice little roam by UCal. Good kill for Hoya. And let's just quickly mention, Hoya bringing the Silas to the top lane. Now 4-1-1. What a performance from this player. And sure, we're having a bit of fun about the tower on the bottom side, but ultimately, he's having a great game for himself.
Yeah, he is doing superbly. Solo kill early up as well, don't forget.
Yeah.
And has really been giving it to Wayward. You know, the play that we spoke up as, hey, this guy even counterable on the Nart. Seems like the answer is a very stern yes from Hoya.
And I feel like Hoya's one of these players that has had a very interesting split where some games he looks amazing, other games leaving a lot to be desired. But then when he comes up against Wayward, one of the very best top laners in the entire league, this guy shows up with a quirky counter pick and shows that he knows how to use it as well. This isn't just something that he's randomly brought out. This is clearly a pick that he has been using. So feels really good to see Hoya flexing his muscles a little bit on the stage, and UCal still being this kind of utility mid laner to set his side lanes up.
Yeah, exactly. I think it can be such a potent formula, especially when you have Kepler on the bottom side and some of these hyper carries. That was very, very spooky. UCal.
Oh my god, Wayward just can't catch a break. 2 more fly his way. Ooh. The enemy top lane isn't even here this time, but they still out of it. There he is. Hoya arrives on the play and will be able to finish this one off. That'll be 5. That will be Hoya putting Wayward into the dirt. No emotes today from Wayward.
Yeah, no emotes today. Are they going to eye up this Baron here? They're going to try and force Top to make a decision. It seems like the answer is yes. Kepler has good guns. Hoya has the Mega Gnar ult. Look out for him. Mark has to devour Jackie Love on point, on time, every single time. Knight is here with the teleport too.
This is our 10th place team up against 2nd right now, and they want to find the Baron. Devour comes out onto Jackie Love as Yao Yao gets a good quickness, but Jackie Love's still alive. Firing away, Kepler moves forward. Yao Yao falls. Resets come on through. Hoya turns golden. Jackie Love chased out by Kepler, but Kepler's gone too deep. It's turned around, and Top Esports 4v5. It makes no difference. They're still the kings.
Top Esports are too good at teamfight. Tien is in trouble. He's feared. He's going to go down at the very least. Beichan again.
That's crucial. Jungle down. Top Esports might not be able to do Baron. But then again, it's Top Esports.
I think it's Top Esports. You guys, Smite. Yes, Smite with Smite. Can he make it to the pit in any kind of way? I don't think he can.
He doesn't have ultimate.
I don't think he can. I think, yeah, if he had that Weaver's Wall, it would definitely be plausible. But get a look at the replay we spoke about. Mark had to be on point with the Devour. And you'll see this Devour is great. The Keeper's Verdict knocked Kepler a fair distance back, but it's not the end of the world. Beichan forced the flash to the back of this pit. This wall stops any kind of disengage from Top, and they just kind of have to stand their ground. And again, the Devour stops so much from happening as Hoya dived into the back line. Unfortunately, Jackie Love just can't be picked on. And again, it's kind of just the bane of TT. We've said they're skirmishing. Their numbers advantage finding is great. But when it comes to these fights outside of the neutrals, it is absolutely not their domain.
Here's the problem, right? What TT do really well is find these numbers advantages. But what Top Esports do really well is win fights while at a numbers disadvantage. This team cannot be out for Hoya, though. Not going to go in. Not going to make the play onto Wayward. Barons across the team for Top Esports. They're going to go for an Ocean Drake as well. And I have to say, I'm loving watching these team fights because, you know, you always think about a team fight in like front to back, AD carries in the back, tanks up front, etc., etc. This is the total opposite. This is just fight. It's like watching a football pitch where you've got people 1v1ing, you've got people marking each other, and Jackie Love doing such a good job to stay alive and just stay clustered with the rest of his team.
Yeah, no, he really is. Because, again, you know, if he splits off for a second, it seems like TT will almost certainly pick him off. They've been doing a pretty good job of bullying Wayward.
Oh, so close. So close to denying the resets right there, but there's one denied. Look at this. This is going to be an inhib tower taken. Top Esports, again, they find one moment to punish, and instantly they look to try and end the game. They look to blow the game wide open. Bottom inhib taken now as Top Esports move towards the mid lane. The resets continue to come through from UCal here. I don't think they can find anything more. It was traded for tier 2 at the top side. Beich1. Good spell shield to stop the slow, though.
Okay, but they're still going to shove in this mid lane. As you can see, TT are just completely caught with their pants down. They're not able to actually defend that tier 2. They're going to be here for their base at the very least, but Top Esports still having Baron for another 60 seconds. This is a siege they're probably happy to take. I think the crucial thing for them is that they don't have any side lanes to work with right now. The supers are still shoving in on the bottom side. Top wave, not quite there. It's going to definitely alleviate a lot of pressure for TT.
So much damage. There's so much damage here for Top Esports as the siege just continues. 40 seconds on the Baron. That's one more way. Beich1 goes in, tries to make the play. Spirit Rush comes out. There's a charm onto Beich1 as well. And Knight just completely outplays it. It's beautiful to see. Mark jumps on forward, and Top Esports can keep this going because look at the supers in the bottom lane as well. Knight doesn't want to let them escape as Hoya being chased down here, but Jackie Love can stay mid, can push this Baron wave in, and can open the mid lane up. Top Esports, before the Baron, were basically even in gold, and now 5,000 up with 2 inhibs down. When you give this team an inch, they will take a mile.
I'm going to take the whole goddamn game off a single Baron. I mean, honestly, 2 inhibitors is going to feel like that for a little while. I mean, I was wondering, are we just going to get a repeat of game 1, right? Like, pretty close game for about 20-ish minutes, 25 minutes almost. Top Esports win a fight at the Baron, get the Baron, and then end the game. Came pretty close. This time around, not quite as clinical as their game 1 showing, but still just as threatening. And with those 2 inhibitors, they can kind of do whatever they want on the map now. You imagine they're just going to go towards the top side, play as a 5, wait for these supers, and just force TT into a decision.
And the thing is, Jamada, it just feels so painful for TT because this is an underdog coming in today. And, you know, for TT, in terms of playoffs, they can still make it even if they lose this series, right? The expectation coming in today is that TT lose this series. But They have shown such a great performance in the early skirmishes, and in this game, for like 25 solid minutes, they were neck and neck with top esports. There are so few teams in the league that can say they even got close to top esports. So for TT to lose this game, it really does hurt.
It does. It really, really does. But I think, like we kind of highlighted coming into today, chances of making playoffs, given how they're playing, fairly high, right? It's all about that 8-game hurdle. Sure, they couldn't strike up to top esports so far today. They certainly, I feel, left them with a couple of early game bruises. Hoya.
Yeah, Hoya turns gold, and Flame Chomper's not quite on time. As it's going to be Rocket available for Jackie Love. He's not going to go for it. Oh, I thought that was going to thread the needle then, but Yao Yao does manage to block it. That was about as close as it could have got for Hoya, but he does survive.
Yeah, just about as well. That auto attack from Jackie Love over the wall, crit 300. If Hoya had any other third item besides Azonya's, I think he would just die.
Yeah, I think he would have as
I think
well.
the armor actually gave him enough stats, but with him being forced back, you can see.
Imagine if that last auto was a Kraken Slayer auto. Hoya's gone.
Oh, yeah.
He's out of the
Hoya
game
probably
right there.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. The siege continues. Look at Hoya, though, trying to find a flank around the mid lane, trying to find something, trying to find anything, and that's how you got to play as TT right now. That charm was a little too close for comfort, but TT will hold on.
Will indeed. 30 seconds till this Ocean Salt. And top, they're actually on the wrong side of the map, and they're resetting pretty late. But you have to also kind of look at where TT are. Oh, wait a minute.
TP. It's TP. Hoya's coming in. He's got the Gnar ultimate available. TP's come out from top esports as well. Is that enough to deny it? I think so. Hoya not going to commit here. The rest of the team moving over. TT want to deny this Drake. They want to stop esports from being able to get the soul. Knight, though, has found the stragglers. That's going to be a charm. That's going to be an Everfrost. Well, that's going to be a Gnar against the wall. No, doesn't get the stun. And Knight will survive.
Why did he ult him that way? That's so strange. But TT, I think they're still going to be able to pick up this dragon. Doesn't look like anybody from top esports is going to get here in time. I was toying with the idea for top of maybe they trade out their Ocean Soul Dragon for a Baron takedown, but just because of where everybody was, it just seems like it's not a possibility for now, though it's going to be a late start potentially. Wayward has the Mega Gnar.
Look at the supers. Look at the supers in the base,
Yeah.
right? There's no way that TT can fight this unless it's an unfair fight right now. Hoya, no TP. You can see Yukal in the base. Weaver's Wall is available for him. Maybe he can get back over to the play. I don't know.
Yeah, level 16 is a very long wall. You can see he's already here.
He's there. The answer is yes. Here we go. Flipping the Baron, and it goes to TN. He's done it plenty of times before, and he does it again. Mark moving on forwards, though. Keep your eyes on Jackie Love. He's got to be crucial. Kepler as well on the Aphelios. 3 items at this stage. A rocket flies in just for damage here. But top esports, they play it slow, they play it steady, and they play it perfect again.
Yeah, and I think just realizing the fact that Kepler has Infernum, they can't really chase into that choke. Even though he's already uses Moonlight Vigil, it's too risky to move into all of that AoE damage. And Hoya just picked up the Mega Gnar ultimate, and he didn't even recall. He's actually cancelled it, but he's on a ward. Can he make it over that wall?
Oh, Knight reading the play well. Has the ward over the wall, dodges away from the chains. And that abscond abduct would have been the hero moment. That would have been the MVP play for Hoya if he'd found the target. But Knight just managing to move out of the way. And that'll be the last inhibitor tower down. That'll be the last inhibitor down. And I think that might just be curtains. It's extraordinarily rare to see a team come back from a 3 inhibitor deficit. In fact, I feel like there are less than 100 cases in professional play of that kind of comeback. So it's a tough one for TT. Maybe some kind of miracle still exists, but right now, top esports showing why they're contesting for that first place spot.
Yeah, they certainly want that first place badge of honor. Even though you're already in playoffs, you always want to be able to do it. And right now, on a very, very stern course. Minute and a half still left on this Baron. They've got 2 inhibitors to take back down, as that third one taken was a little bit off sync, but with this Baron buff in 90 seconds, you expect they will have their eyes on the base and advance as quickly as they can. You can see Kepler from the top side trying to farm up for whatever gold he can.
Oh my god, Wayward didn't know. That would have been the end of the game if he gets spotted right there. That was about as close as they come. I just want to quickly mention as well, top esports, if they win this one, they grab themselves first place. They have a better game difference than JDG, and they'll tie the scoreline. So This will be first place for Top Esports if they can just finish this game out. You can see bottom inhib going down, Knight trying to put pressure on, but TT not out yet. 3-item Aphelios right there. He has to be the carry, and I'm looking at Hoya with the Gnar ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. Hoya, he's just got to find a huge ult, and maybe there's some hope. Yao Yao with big follow-up.
It has to be said as well, like, the pressure that TT are putting on here, Top Esports are struggling to end, and this is not a team that struggles to end games. TT are doing such a good job to just try and deny this pressure. I don't know if it'll be enough in the end, but they're doing everything that they can.
Yeah, credit really has to be paid to TT right here. Other teams would have rolled over already almost 10 minutes ago. Right now, Top Esports, they've got the Mega Gnar and Wayward. They're looking to try and cut them off here with this Weaver's Wall. Is it enough? I think there's enough mobility.
Yeah, Knight and Wayward could get over. Tian, just not afraid. He doesn't need to get over.
He doesn't care.
He's happy to be there.
He's like,
here we go, the reset for Jackie Love. Beitron in trouble, uses the Paranoia. That's going to be a bit of a dodgy Moonlight Vigil from Kepler, it has to be said. And now Top Esports can re-engage. Knight still has Spirit Rush, but they're not even gonna. They're just going to use these minions, play it slow, play it safe. This is the reformed Top Esports. They don't throw away games. They don't flip plays anymore. They want to end this one clean.
Yeah, they are waiting for these supers. Plain and simple. There's nothing that they really have to do besides that at this point in time. Sure, TT, they're soaking up a lot of waves of experience, but the problem is they lose one team fight in this situation. The game is over, series is over. The Top just being so disciplined right here, waiting. Another keeper's verdict will go wide. But there's just so much pressure. Knight looks for it as well.
Oh, the charm lands on Hoya as well. That's huge. As TT going to be forced back to the fountain here. One Nexus turret down. Knight Spirit rushes in. Yukao low on HP. Oh, it's a good flick onto Jackie Love, but Devour saves the day once more. Top Esports backing away though. And I think TT have actually defended it. I think they might actually hold on.
They're just about going to hold on. It's the Ocean Soul which is spawning up, which could give Top Esports everything they need. Because imagine if they have 3 inhibitors and infinite HP to work with off the regen. Hoya waiting in Fog of War here. Doesn't have ultimate for a good couple of seconds. Oh no, no Hoya.
It's trouble here. Big damage out for He's gone. He's dead. Eradicated. He evaporates before our eyes. In the meantime, Wayward in trouble. Kepler going in. Paranoia finds the top laner. 1-for-1 here. No TP available for Wayward either. But Top Esports, they want the 4v4. Jackie Love trying to get in range of the play here. With the supers pushing in. Remember, Top Esports, they just have to buy space. The supers will do the rest. They're already on the Nexus Towers. This might be a Nexus Tower going down, honestly, but the minion waves have spawned and saved the day here. TT protect their base, but they lose the Ocean Soul.
God, it feels like such a painful slow bleed out for TT, but both these top laners giving us a little bit of griefing, a little bit of trolling on the side lane where Wayward gets picked off. Hoya, though, you have to feel a little bit for just looking for any information you can get by just too far ahead of TT right there. Replay, and I think it's going to be Hoya just getting caught out. Charm comes in. He just gets deleted. I'm not even sure what kills him so quickly because it felt like it was mostly Jackie Love damage. Get a quick look-see here.
With a
First
bit of
rocket,
Knight in there as well.
bit of Knight. Yeah, it was mostly him, but it's Kepler on the bottom side who finds out where Wayward is and just kind of shreds him. And here, crucially, Top Esports' composition doesn't really have a lot of, hard engage go buttons, so unfortunately they cannot capitalize on where TT were.
And it has to be said, like, Top Esports really struggling to finish this one out. This is the kind of struggle that I have not seen from Top Esports this split. Not especially against a middle-of-the-table team. Like, Top Esports have looked like the kings. And ultimately, they are still winning this game as they move towards the Baron. TT. One last chance here. One last fight. Because if they lose this one, they're out.
Yeah, absolutely they will be. There's the Paranoia. They're looking for the flip at the very least. Knight could be in trouble.
Oh, it's too late. It's too late. TT into the pit, but Beitron left alone. There goes the jungler, and TT in full retreat on the wrong side of the map. Yao Yao gets onto Jackie Love, but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
It's a nice way to sign off on this game, Top Esports. It's been a lot slower than they probably would have liked, but I think you just have to give credit to TT for that holdout. But in the end, it's Jackie Love. Yet again, that man picks himself up a penta to round out this game. That Baron, unfortunately, Tien went out on both 50-50s. First one goes their way. They take so much of the base. Second one, they take the game.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Top Esports. You know, the pentakill at the end there, just a cherry on top of an already won game, let's be honest. As Patron had no vision. I feel like maybe could have gone for the flash in early, but it's like, you flash too early, it's a bad play. You flash too late, it's a bad play. It was just basically winging it. So, unfortunate for TT. It is painful to see them lose this series 2-0, but at the end of the day, a commendable performance from them. And, you know, you're up against literally now the first place team in the LPL. So, I think, chat, give them a round of applause because that was a commendable series from TT. And I definitely think proof that this is a team that we should be keeping our eyes on for playoffs.
Absolutely, yeah, that is exactly what I wanted to say, Much. I think the fact that they're able to put up such a strong fight in a situation where I feel like most teams in the league in their position would have probably caved in about 5 or 10 minutes earlier. Really goes to show, I think, we looked at their strength schedule earlier, they should be here for playoffs, right? And with performances like this against top teams, maybe they give us some upsets towards that part of the tournament. But for now, definitely give them a round of applause in chat because that was a tough and true standout against a team that should have probably closed out or would have closed out against, it felt like, any other team in the league ages ago.
That's the thing. I've seen teams higher in the standings get destroyed quicker by Top Esports than what TT showed today. Really, really impressive. I do want to just also congratulate Top Esports, not only on now first place in the LPL, but also a 12-win streak. That is 3/4 of the entire league being crushed underfoot by Top Esports and not throwing games away, right? Their game difference is actually pretty impressive here. It's positive 18 now. Like, they are 25-7 in the league this split. That is a monumental performance coming out from the squad and a change from previous years, right? This is no longer the team that will just hand stiff in the early game, flip Baron and see what happens, and then take game 3 of the series seriously. Like, this is a team that are disciplined, are drilled, and know how to finish things off.
Yeah, and I think, again, I'll hark back to the point I made where I was here, I think, week 3, week 4, Top Esports. They were scaling then. It feels like they've scaled now, and the ceiling just doesn't seem to exist for this lineup. And one of the crucial things that we kind of picked on, as you said, was some of their clinicalness in closing out. They are cleaning up that discipline, it feels like, week by week. As a look at some of the stats. Oh, look at that. Jackie Love, most damage in the game. Who would have guessed, to be honest with you, on this Jinx? But you know what? I'm sure Jackie Love will probably get MVP for this game. Just gonna say it how it is right now, but we really also need to throw some love towards Mark because so many times in those team fights, just pressing his R key on Jackie Love to keep him alive from some of those diving combinations was absolutely critical to Top Esports' success in this game.
Yeah, absolutely crucial here. Like, Mark, so many great devours. The whole team, honestly, doing a phenomenal job. And it has to be said, you can see how long this game was and how much gold was in the team for Top Esports because Mark had a force of nature. Name the last time you saw a support with a full Aegis there, their mythic item completed, plus a force of nature, plus a Kindle Gem. Like,
Wow.
that is the richest support I've seen in years, honestly,
like,
in League of Legends.
The only time I see a support richer in pro players if it's a Pyke that's having a pop-off game, and that's technically cheating because he gets killed.
Or it's like a farming Tom Kench alongside a Senate, which does not count.
Which
that
doesn't
absolutely
count.
doesn't
Flat
count.
out, yeah.
So, yeah, it says a lot about how much money was in this game. The full build as well, obviously, for Jackie Love. Knight with his Medjais, as we all know and love. I didn't even mention it during the game because I feel like at this point, it goes without saying that Knight is going to get Medjais and he's going to get 25 stacks. That's just one of the laws of the LPL. Phenomenal game, though, coming out from Top Esports. Phenomenal series. It's a phenomenal team. I will say, the one thing coming out of this one from Top Esports, we came in today saying, you know, Wayward can't be counted in the top lane. This Silas was the answer. This Silas from Hoya finding a solo kill against Wayward. Wayward then getting caught out in the side lanes later on in the game. Feels like that TT exposed a weakness here from Top Esports.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, you know, if you're prepping for top in the coming weeks, if you still have top left in your schedule, is this something you look towards, right? Because it definitely feels as if Top Esports are happy to lean on just giving Wayward the Gnar. And it's not like Silas is just out of meta or anything. There are plenty of picks and angles for Silas quite frequently. I mean, he's probably still one of the most picked champions this split, the Sylas because of how popular a lot of the other champions are that have bad matchups into him. This could be the answer for some top lanes, and I know LPL top lanes will have a pick like Sylas in the back pocket. It's just about whether or not they're given the trust to pilot it, right? I think that's probably the key thing.
Do you know, we have a top laner in our next series of the day who definitely, I don't know whether the team trusts him to pick whatever he wants, but he'll pick whatever he wants. Because players like the Shy, players like 369, they're going to be willing to pick whatever they damn well please. Let's take a look at our MVP, who, as you can imagine, is going to be Jackie Love coming out of the back of that one. I feel like both of these games were team efforts, but when you're playing Protect the President compositions, it's always going to be the AD carry who looks golden at the end of it.
Yeah, the composition this time was, I'm not going to say built around him like it was in the Sivir comp, right? Sivir, last game, you enable everybody plays for you, great. This time, it was just a Jinx pop-off, like simple as that. Mark, great job there to allow him to do his job consistently. And I feel like it was just a situation of Top Esports out team fighting TT. It's the one weakness we kind of pointed out for them. And from this point as well, early on, we wanted to see TT try and shut down Jackie Love for this exact reason, but TN made it down there first. And every single team fight, it felt like nobody could get their hands on this Jinx, and he was simply popping off again with resets.
Look how messy these team fights are as well. And this, you know, we said this is where TT shines, but only in the skirmishes. Once it gets to the 5v5, this is Top Esports bread and butter. When you can just outplay your opponents, these players are always going to make it happen. And I will say, it's kind of interesting to see the way that Top Esports have drafted in this series as well, because when you think back to the durability patch, a lot of people were saying, okay, it's going to be an AD carry meta. It's going to be like Jinx Aphelios every single game. It's going to be Kraken Slayer all the time. And it'll be front-to-back team fighting. And while it hasn't been front-to-back team fighting, it has been very AD carry focused. I'm curious if this is just a Top Esports take on the meta, or whether this is a glimpse at what the meta might end up becoming before Worlds.
It's a good question to pose, honestly, especially because Worlds metas very frequently shift heavily over the last couple of years away from what like the end of Summer Split was. Part of that just because of the balance patches, but other times simply because teams find out new things during the tournament. Playing around the AD carry, it's bread and butter League of Legends, but I think playing so heavily around the bottom lane really is a bit of a Top Esports speciality at this point. Just because of how well they enable Jackie Love consistently. It's something that we're probably just going to have to track, right? As a region, but also kind of internationally too. Because it definitely feels like other regions, they're not like consistently playing through the bottom side like how Top Esports are, for example. It does definitely feel almost region to region. Because I feel, for example, LEC, all over the place. It doesn't matter, like top teams, sometimes they'll play bot, sometimes they'll play top. Even through like mid 2v2. And not that it doesn't happen here, it just feels like, if we're talking directly about Top Esports, they play this style so efficiently that it almost feels like it should be meta.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's going to be a question of not just if Top Esports are going to, if the rest of the league agrees that this is the way to play. Only time will tell. Now, that's our first series done and dusted, but we've got another decent series coming your way. We mentioned it earlier, the Shy going to be stepping onto the stage. It'll be Weibo versus LGD, and Weibo pretty much already qualified for playoffs, and now they are fighting for seeding. We'll see how they do after the break.
White red there for Hazy. Flashing cleanse available for Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold.
That is a Draven main right there.
Can't change that. Tell him right around. Whole squad sitting back, chilling in the Maybach. Only as deep as your roots go. I don't do corny like fructose. If you got the drummer, that's
they are a little bit too healthy. It's 4 against 2 for 15 seconds.
No way!
Lens gets up though. They're gonna make a fight here on the Nexus turrets. That's gonna be the play. The charm comes in again, but it's Meganar, and 3 of them are under the turret. Prince is letting go. They can't kill the AD carry. 200 years. Prince is gonna live, and a rocket hits him anyway, but he finally goes down. And the spawn of Ruler is going to be what saves the game right now for Gen G. And what a show we just had for the last 39 minutes.
Taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man. We the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats.
Şu anda üstü dönüşünü gerçekleştiriyor daha doğrusu. Yeni gelebildi. Alt koridordaki inhibitor düşüyor. Bu arada bir hamle. Arada kalan bir Şavukatami var. Şavukatami burada ilk düşen isim olabilir ama Zergling'den 5 kişilik multi. Zergling dün harika bir oyun oynamıştı. Burada belki hatalarla başladı karşılaşmaya ama
Front to back, Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now big Emperor's divide from Forge himself, and now you got the slicing maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage, and Benny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
quadra kill for Benny. They lined them up.
All it takes is one game. All it takes is Benny and anyone's legend. Game 1 going over.
In my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun.
Open. Oh, there's no TP there for
Look
Caps.
at the volley.
His way out. Teleport going. Bar to lane as Broken Blade will join Caps on the objective. 4 members of Astralis looking at the bound. TP coming onto the Nexus turret as well. The rest of G2, they're trying to interrupt. They're pushing into the pit. The Nexus turret number 2 is about to fall. Vizichachi gets a stun onto 1. Caps takes on the second tower. Have they just won the game? The Nexus is being focused out. Flash away. A few more hits will do it. Broken Blade going so low. And they've done it. G2. What was that?
Check the receipt, looking at you, you already peaked. Way back then.
This is what I mean. Like they investigate, and because they didn't put enough members on the Herald. Oh, never mind. This is going to be a full-on fight.
100 Thieves might have took the Herald, but they can't get to the eye. Evil Geniuses come in, and they're going to find the first kill on the closer. 100 Thieves looking to get anything back, but Danny's made his way into the fight, and he jumps in with a killer instinct. Jojo grabs a kill on Sunday, and EG are done. FBI is going to be taken very low. Danny nearly dead. Danny grabbing the kill, but Danny dying now. Amadaga jumps back in. Amadaga takes one out. Who he's going to keep him alive. And Amadaga gets bailed out. A quadra kill to the 100 Thieves mid laner.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up.
像我们要面对老干爹战队，我觉得我们大家在星空团跟小红团多交流一些，我觉得就可以了。我觉得我们之前的表现可能非常的不稳定吧。我觉得我们之后，大家会慢慢的打得稳一些吧，因为我觉得这也是我们有很多沟通交流之后，我们现在不管大家的 BP 打法也更加的契合了。
Hello and welcome back to the LPL. My name is Munchables.
I'm Jamada. Hello.
a little late.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, and welcome. We're going into our second series now. It's Weibo versus LGD. That's going to be coming to your screens in just a moment's time. And let's start off by talking about LGD because they managed to do it. They managed to hold on and not lose against WE. They weren't the first team to lose a series against WE.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was pretty funny, to be fair, right? I think the fact that LGD made it so close, it's kind of worrying signs, right? If you're rooting for the LGD side. But definitely, you know, maybe WE aren't that free. I always call teams that are losing a lot of games the tax return team. Maybe WE aren't as free as for the lower end teams anymore. But we'll have to see. LGD, though, still picked up the series win, so can't be too sad about that one.
Yeah, LGD managed to do it at the end. It was a banger. This was an absolute banger of a game. Like, game number 3 just went the distance. So many Baron fights. We had Elder Dragon fights as well, but LGD out team fighting in the end.
Yeah, And I mean, LGD, like we said, out T5 at the end, but it was still a little bit spooky. Here into Weibo, though, I'm not sure how easy of a game it's going to be. We'll have to see, because Weibo, they've been looking pretty strong. LGD still have their strong point to talk about, though, moving forward.
Yeah, they certainly do. And when it comes to the late game team fighting, LGD been looking okay. Some of the players, like Asams especially, has been having some pretty great games for himself. So I feel like if LGD played the bottom side, they could look at finding themselves a victory like they did against WE. Managed to keep themselves alive. And technically, the playoff stream is alive for LGD. They're on 8 losses right now, but they can't afford a single one more. Let's talk about the playoff stream, though, for Weibo. Because right now, it is looking comfortable for Weibo Gaming. They are 8-4 in the standings. Playoffs almost guaranteed for them at this stage. They're on a 4-win streak. They're looking good. Within that 4-win streak, they beat V5. They were the team to upset that top spot. And now, when you look at the remaining schedule as well, like LGD, they should be a favorite. I would say that versus JDG, that should be a really, really good series. FPX, I'd say Weibo's the favorite after FPX's recent performances. And then LNG, I would say Weibo's a favorite as well. So Weibo actually could finish this split in double digits.
Yeah, I think it's super plausible that they do. And like you say, it's been a pretty big glow up, especially in the last couple of weeks. I think the last time I was here, 5-4, they took down V5, and since then they've just been on fire, Weibo. And yeah, strength schedule really looks like it is going to benefit them and maybe give them a much higher finish than we were expecting coming into the split.
Yeah, I mean, this first clip, I feel like is just a cautionary tale. You already couldn't give the Shy Gwen. Now she's even scarier in team fights. You can't give the Shy Gwen, guys. Like, never let that happen.
It was even like I got given, you know, a rundown of a lot of the teams and players and such. And you know what was in big, bold writing underneath Weibo and specifically the Shy? If you want to lose to Weibo, let the Shy get Gwen. And it seemed like OMG quite didn't get that memo. So, unfortunately, kind of run down. And as well, Huang Fang using the Sivir to pretty great effectiveness as well. I wonder if we'll get to see more of that out of him because, you know, I feel like it definitely suits a lot of how Weibo do play quite frequently. Some of these team fights, very fast-paced. And I think that's definitely something that we'll continue to see more out of them, to be honest with you.
And I understand why they're playing this fast-paced style as well, because this is a team that when you look at it on paper, this should be a top team. Like, you know, you got the Shy up in the top side, SOFM, one of the most notorious junglers in the entire world. Love him or hate him, he cannot be ignored. Then Angel having a great split for himself in the mid lane. The bottom lane speaks for itself with the mad scientist on alongside Huan Feng. We'll have to see how they're going to do here today against LGD, though, as we're already into the draft. Fiora banned away from the Shy. Renata taken off, banned away by the Shy, in fact. Renata taken off the board as well by Weibo, as the Silas being banned away from Angel.
Yeah, so I also wonder whether or not this means we could get an early null rotation with the Silas being banned as well. We'll see how both of these teams feel. Talia will join the ban phase. No big surprise. You saw both games in our first series today. It was open, I recall. Or at the very least, it was open in the second game. Talia, one of the strongest champions on patch. And there goes Zeri on blue side. Not too surprised either. We'll see whether or not we get something along the lines of another hyper carry or primary carry like the Callista, just for the sake of having that one gone and dead.
Yeah, one thing I will say is the Draven is available for LGD right now. Sivir being banned away from Huan Feng. Both Assam and Huan Feng are Draven players. If the Callista is locked in, that Draven is open as an answer. SOFM immediately goes for the Poppy, though. First pick Poppy. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's Poppy, but I think it's the fact that it's the Shy who's, you know, not the Shy, it's SOFM rather, it's because the Shy is picked in first pick. He's top, how drafts normally work. It's because SOFM is such a nutcase on so many picks. And Poppy kind of enables that playstyle. We saw last game TN kind of not caring too much. SOFM is basically permanently not caring about what he's doing or what he's doing to the enemy team. And a pick like Poppy will enable that a lot. But LGD on the opposite side, immediate response, and the Ahri, a lot of safety inside of those lanes. We'll see how Weibo want to respond. Full top side rotation, pretty plausible here, playing with the idea of this Azir. And I think even if Quake ends up getting something that can attack these lanes quite easily, we've seen quite a few times how hard Azir is to lock down, and it's a cannon lock for the Shy.
Now, we have not seen much Kennen this split. There's been a little bit. We saw some in some of the clips earlier today. Like, there has been a smattering of Kennen. This is the first Kennen game for the... Oh, no, sorry. This is his third game on the Kennen this split. 100% win rate so far for the Shy in that top side. We'll see how that's going to work out. Viego taken by Quay. I will just quickly mention the Poppy being priority, finally stopping SOFM from being that Viego one trick that he was for so much of the split. Let's look at the second ban phase, though, because we have no supports and no AD carries locked in.
Yeah, okay. So expecting a lot of the engaged supports to be taken off the board from LGD. Actually, no, they're prioritizing the Yumi first ahead of everything. So I wonder if there's anything that could be signaling, because if I'm LGD, I'm looking at Kennen and Azir. I don't want more setup from the support war role of On, but maybe they're anticipating a strong top side focus from Weibo playing into the Shy on this Kennen. So they just want to try and remove some of the scaling options that On could have. Of course, they could also still take away an engage option, but Kalista taken away from Assam. We already said how LGD, if Assam gets leads, can definitely be played off of. So trying to take away some of those individual agency picks from the bottom side of LGD.
Yeah, I will say the Kalista ban is interesting to me because I feel like Huanfeng is the kind of player that would confidently take a Draven into Kalista. But what it says to me is that maybe LGD are right and Weibo are actually wanting to play more of a weak side in that bottom lane. Senna is currently available. Huanfeng and On were one of the pairs that, you know, previously really liked the Senna and Tom Kench. They've not played it that much this split, but, you know, last split, Senna Tom Kench was one of their bread and butter picks.
Yeah, I mean, if they pick it up as well as just the immediate duo, LGD, in my mind, just don't have the tools to do much early and then also stand up to the scaling of Azir Senna. So Aphelios is going to come out as kind of half an answer to that scaling question. But if Senna Tom Kench, great call, by the way, comes out...
Like, if there's a team I know, it's Weibo.
It's Weibo. Like, okay, because what do you realistically pick that really causes major issues here for this Weibo lineup? You need Engage because you decided to go towards the Viego. He's more suited to the skirmishing. He needs set up of his own right in these team fights. I think Nautilus is the only thing you could really go here. Maybe Rel if you were feeling a little more fruity. But I think Nautilus just makes a little more sense. The only problem with this is that, you know, depth charge, single target. What does Tom do the greatest at? Stopping single targets from dying. So it feels a little bit rough on the LGD side of things, I will say. But still, setup is there on the bottom side early on to try and get some abuse going. But I think Weibo just have a much stronger team composition when it comes to team fighting, when it comes to early laning in terms of just being safe. Because Quay on the Viego, to me, doesn't have too many ins. So I'm looking towards LGD and I'm saying, how are you dealing with some of the lanes in the setup that you have? Because if you don't get a snowball going, it's just the center is here show, and the Shy, I'm sure, will find quite a few flanks because he's going to be relatively uninhibited in this game too.
Yeah, there's a Ribbit that's uninhibited as well down in that bottom side. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in this one, because I feel like for Weibo, they've got basically a dream draft. Like, when you think historically about Weibo and you think of them as Suning, just playing super slow and scaling up was like their bread and butter. And it's still something that they do sometimes just lean on. And I feel like on the side of LGD, when we have seen success for this team, it's through winning the early game and snowballing. So I feel like they've got their work cut out to try and find advantages, because I'm not sure that they'll be able to match up to the late game prowess of what Weibo are bringing to the table.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. I think, to me, whenever I see Senna Azir as a duo, it just feels super obnoxious, because typically you'll always see fasting Senna these days. So it's like, okay, you have an additional frontliner from the bottom side of the map. You have Senna who's eventually going to get enough gold to just be a regular AD carry anyway. And Azir will provide you with the DPS that you could occasionally be lacking if Senna goes towards the Eclipse. Sort of lethality build has a little more burst in her kit instead. So everything just kind of works out and everything band-aids each other. And like you say, LGD, they really do have their work cut out for them, because they just don't stand up to the scaling bite, in my opinion. It's going to have to come down from finding picks from this Ari, from Quay on the Viego as well. I'm just trying to move that 2v2 around.
That's the key thing, right? Quay and Haichao, but also Jin Chao. I feel like one of the strengths of LGD we have seen is Jin Chao playing for the engage, setting up Quay and High Chow. In the series against WE, one of the best things that we saw from this LGD roster was them being aggressive. Quay going for really aggressive invades in the early game, and the rest of the squad being more than happy to move on in with him. And Weibo, a team that maybe could suffer against that, especially with a center Tom Kench at the bottom lane with an Azir in the mid lane. They might not be able to match up. But I am curious about the top lane as well. The Gnar blind picked once again, and we're seeing another potential answer here in terms of this Kennen from the Shy. Look at this trading. My goodness, Fearless just getting destroyed.
Yeah, and he's not going to be able to go back to base
as
either.
the minions arrive, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He can't just recall and kind of fix that. And that is now Fearless having to walk into lane with half HP. And the Shy, he's going to get another auto attack. I was wondering if he's going to trade more autos, but it seems like he wasn't too interested. Pretty good start if you're the Shy on the Kennen this time around, just working with half a health bar more.
And it's just such a hard situation for for Fairness as well. Chilita being the other LGD top laner. He was playing last time I cast them. Fairness, a player that has been having a bit of a rough split, but then recently kind of came into form on picks like the Sejuani. But then starting up today against the Shy, a matchup that's already going to be tough for him. And starting the lane like this, yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a pretty start.
We'll see whether or not Weibo actually try and abuse this. You can see, cheekily, SOFM snuck over to those Raptors. Quay is on a ward at level 2. So I think he wanted to interrupt the lane here. The issue is SOFM is level 3.
The funny thing is, that ward wasn't dropped by the Shy for laning. That was dropped for the trade at level 1. Now they move into the lane on the top side. Quay is about to get stunned up here. SOFM hits him with the hammer smash. Quay forced to flash here. Look at them. Both LGD players stuck under the tower.
No.
Both at a level deficit. This is painful for LGD.
I'm kind of surprised that Weibo don't go for a crash and maybe just try and execute Quay. Maybe afraid that Fairness will hit that Mega Gnar. Actually have a little bit of CC to work with. Quay forced out on the top side. And the thing is, now Weibo are going to know exactly where he is for the next couple of minutes because they saw him at top side at that timer with 2 camps. They picked up the Raptor, so they know it was just red Krugs and he was sitting at that Tri-Brush. And they should be able to track him for a little while. We'll see what Weibo do with this information and whether or not LGD actually play around with the fact that it should be telegraphed as to where Quay is, and maybe they can use some of that pressure.
I mean, so far, SOFM definitely putting pressure on, definitely trying to make things happen. Quay, as you say, on the bottom side, Weibo should be aware of it. Huanfeng and On should be safe for now. On having that exhaust does make it a little bit more difficult to try and make plays underneath the tower from the bottom side, but SOFM not bothered about trying to play around Quay here. He's sticking on this top side and he's making sure that Fairness can do nothing. And crucially, Fairness 10 CS as he recalls here. The Shy on 27 and has a cull to work with as well. Like, the goal difference is going to be absurd. Oh no, the bullying in the top side as SOFM starts to dive straight away. Takes the tower shot. Oh my days. Gets away with his life. But look at this. It doesn't even matter if the kill went down because Fairness can do nothing here.
Yeah, I mean, Fairness comes back to lane, already 200 HP, will heal up of the pots. But now, we said, LGD, the jungler pathing should be a little bit telegraphed. It seems like Huanfeng doesn't even want to be involved in the dive. Just going to leave On to soak up the wave. But I kind of get it because you're the center. Even though you have flash and heal, you're far easier to dive. Whereas On has that great health to work with. You know what? That was a great adaptation on just saying, hey, I'm not diveable as the top catch. That was a great dodge from Huanfeng.
Oh, here we go. On goes in. There's a root coming through onto Quay. SOFM is here as well. There's the slow coming out from the center queue. That'll be it as Assam arrives. If they found the knockup, maybe there's a play available.
Yeah, maybe, but no follow-up. Means that, for now, LGD kind of walk out of it. Jin Jiao loses his flash. Nice attempt from LGD, but there just wasn't really enough fuel in the tank to get it going, and that was just a really nice response on the dive, too, from Weibo as a... Man, it's just going from bad to worse up in the top side. Like,
look at the CS difference, man. The CS difference in the top lane in favor of the Shy is almost as big as the CS difference that Assam has over a Senna. Like, that is terrifying in that top side. It's a 25 CS lead, 26, as Jin Zhao looks to rectify the issue. He's moving to the top lane, and the Shy needs to be cautious. Does have flash available, but he will not be expecting a support gank here. Jin Zhao, can he find the hook? Goes for the attempt, but great respect from the Shy. makes the play safe as it can be.
Yep, exactly. Just uses that electric crush pretty early on as well. And there's just not enough for Jin Zhao to really reach for. And now the Shy has level 6, and Fearness is probably a little whiles away from that. Oh,
this
boy.
is not a dive that you want to do, LGD. I'm telling you, don't go for the dive here. The Shy moving up, checking the brush. Quay hanging around, but this is a long time spent in the top lane. When look at where the wave is. Like, this is not a play that's going to happen. So the wave will finally crash. Quay just trying to make sure that his top laner can crash that wave. SOFM can now move in and Callisto Vision.
Yeah, exactly. Just wanted to ensure that Fearness doesn't get absolutely murdered by SOFM, who does make his way towards the top side of the map. We'll clear out that ward, and looks like he's just more interested in a reset for now. Not too much focus on the Dragon, as I feel like the way that this top lane matchup has been going has pulled the attention of both teams quite significantly.
Honestly, though, that's great for Weibo, right? Like, when you've got a Senatom Kench, if all of the focus of the game is on that top side, that's a dream scenario for your Senatom Kench. Just scale up for free, getting damage down on this bottom side. 2 souls every time you trade on a deep water diving on the spot. I assume that was a misclick. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt that was not just disrespect.
Well, now he doesn't have it for a little bit, and actually, see that
Oh,
Jin Zhao find the angle. I love the emotes. It's one of the best things that Riot did for competitive, to be honest with you. And now emotes.
Dropping some emotes. Fearness wants to go in on the top side, but the Shy dodges away from the stun. Oh, the flash, but answered immediately. If there's one thing you can't criticize, it's the Shy's mechanics. He's actually used his ultimate off screen at some point, but crucially, survives the play and maintains that 30 CS advantage at 7 minutes.
Yeah, he's fairly close to perfect CSing. I think he's maybe 8 creeps off, given how much tension has been up towards the top side. Not surprised he's missed a few at the very least, but double CS pretty much on Fearness right now. Definitely getting the better end of this matchup. A lot of help, of course, but man, oh man. I'm
just realizing as well, like, this is a lane-focused game here with the 2 compositions we have. We could see a Flame Horizon in that top side. It's a while since I've seen it just in a laning phase. You sometimes see them, it's usually down to someone side laning. I would love to see that in a professional game in 2022, just from the laning phase. We'll have to wait and see, though. With Quay spending so much time at this top side, it's going to make it difficult for the Shy to extend any lead.
Yeah, exactly. Quay is doing his best just with presence alone to try and ensure that Fearness isn't going to get jumped on here. Just
Shy has
the mini
ult.
map. She does have ult again now. And Fearness is just going to time out of Mega Nut, but it seems like with the wave crashing, they will just cede all of the pressure. And are they actually going to go towards Herald here? They have mid lane priority. Jin Zhao also just came out of base, so I was wondering whether or not he'll open up towards the top side of the map. He's changed his mind and is moving up towards the rest of his team, but SFM were out on that blue buff, and now I expect we're going to see a Herald start.
Yeah, so Quay starting this Herald up. You can see Jin Zhao was moving over. He's moving back to the bottom side, though, as On actually kind of doing the opposite, as both bot laners from Weibo start to make their way up. A little bit of a trade onto Jin Zhao here, as Huang Feng could be hooked, but this would be a 2v1 for Jin Zhao. I'm not sure that's a hook he wants to go for. You see SOFM wants to make a play on the top side. The Herald just abandoned here by LGD. They decide against the play. Still 0-0 on the clock, but it hasn't felt like a 0-0 game here. There's been a lot of presence from junglers trying to make the play.
Yeah, exactly. It's been pretty consistently around the top side where this action has been. Oh, Fearness is actually jumping forward.
Fearness tries to go in here, just get stunned up. The Shy just dodging everything Fearness throws at him, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Shy's movement in this lane has been pretty damn good, and he's not even the one with boots. And just using that base movement speed from the Cannoners. I think this Herald is going to come down to a flip.
Oh, okay! Quay manages to find the smite. And LGD, it was a bit of a sneak away attempt from Weibo. To some extent, there was a ward in Pixel Brush, obviously, but yeah, not going to work out for Weibo in the end, and LGD do find themselves that small advantage. The minions can't finish off the plate, and On might have gone too deep for this one. Graviton was already used, though, so he'll be okay.
Throws up thumbs up, he knows. I'm alright, don't worry about me. I wonder where this Herald will actually be used, because To me, you want to give the goal to Assam, right? He's the Aphelios, he's the true late game component of this team composition, but also there's so much wave clear from the Azir, so many zoning tools as well, just from a lot of the Weibo champions existing. Maybe you want to drop it in the mid lane to try and crack open the middle of the map to try and give yourself a little more space. We'll see what LGD decide to do and where Quay actually prioritize putting their resources and time, though, as Fearness again jumps forward.
Tries to make the play onto the Shy. Can he finish this one off? Good ulti comes out. Body blocking the Shy, but misses the boulder. The Shy with a beautiful little sidestep. Man, he just can't be hit. He just can't be hit by these skill shots. Hai Chao moving over as well as Quay in the top side. Would just be a Herald on the top side. That is going to minimize that difference in the top lane.
But is this where you want to drop the Herald, though? Like, it would be pretty opportunistic to pick up all of the additional gold, yes. But again, I think if you take a step back, take a breath, and you just kind of think about the win conditions of what you probably want from this game, I really like the fact that Quay held onto the Herald there. Obviously, comes with the opportunity cost of... Oh, I think I've used that right. Opportunity cost of, hey, maybe we're not going to get the charge anywhere else. We'll see, because Weibo, again, with SOFM, has been putting down the pressure quite consistently wherever Quay has been.
All right, let's see. SOFM started off the Herald, got it smited away from him. Quay is on the blue buff right now. Maybe there's a chance he moves in and tries to go for a smite, but not looking like it for the time being here. Weibo will be able to grab the first Drake of the game for themselves. And interestingly, Huanfeng not opting to go over and grab those 2 free souls, just returning to that bottom lane where the wave is pushed on in. So still 0-0 on the scoreboard. But Jamada, we got to revisit the win cons. This feels really beneficial for Weibo to just have a super quiet early game.
Yeah, I mean, again, you say quiet, it's not felt quiet, but in terms of, you know, the actual end results of what we're seeing right now in the first 12, 13 minutes, nothing's really happened. The Dragon's gone down towards Weibo. That's going to be quite nice, and it was a late one too. 11 minutes into the game, pretty much. Seeing a Dragon go down that late is pretty rare. So
I mean,
late
look, you've got an Azir in the mid lane that's 10 CS up over the Ahri from Hai Chao. You've got a Senna that's always just going to be stacking on up. And crucially, going for a Noon Quiver item. Not going for the Umbral Glaive as the first item like we often see. Going for full damage here from Huanfeng. SOFM wants to make a play in the mid lane. We'll actually drop the Herald in the mid lane from Quay here as Angel just tries to clear the wave. SOFM tried to knock the Herald away, but Quay stood in the way. Then the charm on SOFM, so he can't hit the eye. Very nicely done by LGD to guarantee that Herald.
Yeah, that would have been quite cheeky if SOFM got that one away. And unfortunately, as you say, body block comes in. Treasure line and engage on the bottom side, but nothing's really going to come from it other than Weibo winning the health trade. And LGD, they get the gold from the mid lane at the very least. So if they pick up the second Herald, then they can break this mid lane tier 1. But again, you know, win conditions, Aphelios, I feel like he's one of the few things you can lean on at the moment. And it feels like they're just not necessarily leaning into it right now. But he's getting a lot of CS down here. He's pretty much 10 CS per minute. And he already has that Gale Force. So he's on track, at the very least, to being quite strong come, let's say, third Dragon. Because it's going to be a late one. Will LGD even be able to stand up to, again, the scaling prospects of what Weibo actually have at the moment? On.
Wait, On just did it on the spot again? Assam is going to literally 2v1 them for absolutely no reason. I don't know what that was from Weibo. That was a tragic dive. That's maybe the worst dive I've seen this year. Assam will go down, being a little too greedy as SOFM moves in. On grabs the kill. Jamada, I'm hoping we get a replay because I have no idea what on earth just happened.
Replay, please. Smile. Okay. Hi. Thanks. Yeah. On just abyssal dives on himself. My only assumption is that it's a misclick, but Huanfeng, I think, actually clicked on Assam a little early anyway, so he would have still taken tower aggro regardless. But that was a lot of burst damage of Assam, you know. Infernum, pressed all his buttons, Gale Force as well, gives him a little bit of damage. It's a level 8 Senna. She's squishy, right? But definitely a very mis-executed dive from Weibo.
I think Huanfeng's thought process was the Tongue Lash from On will hit, that'll get aggro, and then he'll deep-water dive off the slow, right? The Tongue Lash does not hit.
In that order.
And then he deep-water dives on the spot. So On with... maybe the worst play I've seen all year. Like, that was. I have consistently been an apologist because I just love this team, but that was appalling. Yeah,
Feels bad.
That's where I'm at too.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at too.
You know, it's hard. You see plays like that. You just kind of have to. You have to let it sink back to the back of your brain. Just ignore it. It didn't happen.
Try and repress it.
Repress it as much as you can. Kind of a big win for LGD though, right? I think if we talk about the positive of it, it's a free kill. Overturn Aphelios. It's going to get him towards his spikes a little bit sooner at the very least. But again, how much the scaling really benefit LGD into this game when you're not really doing much to shut down Angel in the mid lane. He's level 12 on this Azir, 177 CS. He's doing absolutely fine. And again, despite the strange ongoings of whatever the hell happened in that bottom side dive, Senna Tom Kench is still going to Senna Tom Kench you. Senna is eventually going to just get to a point where she has enough souls to just be an absolute artillery cannon. And going towards that more DPS-focused build with the Kraken Slayer 2 just means DPS is going to be on the table for her as well.
Yeah, not going to be this Senna that we've got used to this year, where you go for an Umbral Glaive and that's kind of all of the items that you get to see. The Senna never farms at all. We're going to see Huanfeng start farming in the mid-game. That's kind of the new style, and deciding that since you can go for the more farm-heavy style in the mid-game, he's now going to go for a Kraken Slayer. It's also a bit more of an expensive build, but much more value in it if you can pull it off. Now over to the Drake again for Weibo, as they're just going to start this one off, and I don't think Quay can really move.
No glance. Thank you, RNG. It's going to be a mountain.
Wait a second. It's going to be a mountain soul, which is not good. Oh, here we go. The shot flies into the play. 0 to 100 from Weibo. And it's instantly one kill. Hai Chao going to be trying to escape with the Spirit Rush. Will be able to get away with his life. But my goodness, Weibo out of nowhere pulled the trigger. Oh, stun onto Hai Chao. No follow-up, though. Oh, Hook, though, comes out to Huanfeng. He stepped too far forward. It doesn't matter. He's got a TK. And it ends up with another kill for Weibo.
I love that cool much. It's just like, action stops. Okay, my turn. Never mind. More action, more action, more action. LGD get collapsed on. The Shy, like you said, he just kind of flies out of left field. Teleport in, I believe, was just a pretty cheeky flank, and it was comboed on excellently from the west.
Honestly, it wasn't even a flank.
It was just kind of frontal,
belt
right?
and flash and just zipped out of
oh,
the lane.
Okay, yeah, my bad. It's off vision,
Flankish.
kind of. It's a pincer.
Oh,
by definition.
Pushes Quay into it.
That was sick
oh,
as
that
well.
is a nice little combo.
Yeah, that was quite cheeky. And yeah, no one on LGD can really do much about that when your carry is being absolutely sliced through by that Maelstrom. And dash forward, almost gets Hai Chao killed. And Jin Zhao a little bit over-eager to potentially find that pick because the Devour hadn't even been used yet. And Jin Zhao goes down to Huanfeng.
Yeah. And I love that from Huanfeng, jumping out forward to get the kill because he knows that the hook is on cooldown for Jin Zhao. He knows the charm is on cooldown for Hai Chao. So very safe. And using that 650 health shield that you get from the Devour from Tom Kench. It's absurd. LGD now starting to fall behind. They're about 2,000 gold down. As Quay does grab the Raptors. At least he's getting a silver lining here. On moving to the bottom lane, but look how many players are here from Weibo. You've got a four-man group here as On moves to this mid lane. And Huanfeng just following his jungler around to make sure he's getting souls. Kraken Slayer finished. SOFM, though, used that steadfast presence to... He's just CC'd forever. Finally taken down by Quay. He was tanky, but not tanky enough as Quay comes into the mid lane. On has to back off.
LGD, I think SOFM wanted to play the game. I'm not sure about how much CC just went in, but SOFM could not move, had no opportunity to flash. Nice pick, and they get the tier 1 off it, and that's going to open up the map. That's the consequence of that play. We'll see whether or not they can actually find a little bit of mid lane priority and try and move to side lanes, perhaps try and get a little more pressure down. We said they were down 2,000 gold, but still finding that pick is absolutely huge. Claw back that lead just a little bit, just a touch, and already using the benefits of taking down that mid lane tier 1, moving towards the top side, giving Fearless a little bit more pressure. The Shy looks like he's going to clear out this wave, and this tower won't drop just yet.
Not just yet. Still maintaining that 30 CS lead up in the top side, but now with a kill and an assist as well. I don't think we're going to see the lane-based Flame Horizon that I got all excited about earlier on. But as we said before, Kraken Slayer finished for Huanfeng. Angel with a Leandries and a needlessly large rod on top. As the Herald will be dropped in this mid lane, and Huanfeng won't be able to finish the tower for now. Graviton comes out, as well as the Severa multi, but Huanfeng will just heal back up after another Q. Herald comes in. There's the tower taken. Look at the positioning from SOFM. I think Weibo want a little bit more on this one. Jin Zhao chunked by Angel here as the Herald will get a charge, knocking one away. It's 2v4 under this tower, but I don't think Weibo can walk forwards.
Yeah, I think if that Keeper's Verdict's landed onto Assam, then maybe they'll feel a little more confident because that's the damage dealer gone. But only knocks away Quay, so the wave clear portion of LGD was still there, so they don't quite get that tier 2. Nice attempt from SOFM either way. Now the Dragon's up in 60 seconds. Expect maybe a couple of resets out. And then we will look towards that objective. LGD, you have to wonder whether or not they feel confident enough to contest it, right? I think being down a couple thousand gold, don't quite think they have any item advantages anywhere either. The Shy just picked up a void stuff I saw on the HUD. So the Shy is ready to go.
This build is terrifying. Like the amount of magic pen that the Shy has right now, you might as well not have magic resist. It's going to be difficult for LGD, especially if Assam gets caught, if Haichao gets caught, they're going to be one-shot by the Shy at this stage. So terrifying situation. Look at the player gold. Both the Shy and Angel topping that table. You know, obviously Huanfeng going to be low down because he's playing the Senna. It's a little deceptive for the AD carry. 8 seconds until the Drake comes up though. As I was too busy looking at items here, LGD trying to posture to contest.
Trying to posture for now. LGD, though, just not really sure whether they have it in them. I think Haichao really has to find a charm onto Huanfeng, but the issue is On will always go for the Val. The Dragon's already dropping low.
The Shy isn't here right now. This is 4v5, but it doesn't matter. Weibo's still winning it. SOFM in the pit here. Dragon down to 1,000. It's taken by SOFM. Fearless misses the Mega and the Shy pounces. You make one misstep, the Shy will tear you apart. LGD rinsed by Weibo, Drake taken, and Baron on the cards.
Absolutely rinsed, and Weibo will go towards the Baron happily. Assam and Haichao, the only ones who are able to survive that carnage somehow. And now it should just be Baron into Siege. I'm really not sure what LGD can do about it, to be honest with you. Get outranged by the Azir, by the Senna. Feels like the scaling just hasn't quite come online yet for Assam on the Aphelios. He would have been the only aspect of it really. Just picks into looking for Aphelios plays. Let's get a look at this replay as LGD, they were postured, sure, but you can see on the top side of the fight, soldiers kind of stop a lot of LGD from moving forward, and also Assam just gets knocked away, so that's how he survives the team fight. Fearless jumps forward to try and find the Meganar, and as soon as he goes forward, the Shy doesn't have anything to worry about. You can see the pit, jungler's being locked down, so the Shy says, oh, okay, no Meganar ult, no problem. Everybody is about to die. Presses his R key, flashes forward. Really excellent play from him, and Weibo pick up everything for it.
They do as well. The cannon finishes it off on dropping another remote. He's starting to build a reputation for himself at this rate. You know, tragic dive to start the game off from him, but since that point, it's been looking pretty good, and I have to say Weibo look terrifying. This new version of Senna looking pretty good from Huanfeng as well. A little cautious as Ward comes out, and immediately SOFM just goes in. He has no respect for LGD at this stage of the game. The Shy trying to join in as well, and I feel like when the Shy joined this roster, inevitably there'd be an increased level of chaos. But I didn't expect it when you're drafting a full scaling composition for them to just run at LGD like this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point though, when you're this far ahead in pressure, you can just always poke out of range with the Azir, with the Senna when you actually hit these towers. Sure, the melee components of the composition in SOFM and the Shy. No, I say melee, but, you know, the Shy plays any champion he wants like a melee champion, to be fair.
The Shy's cannon is like Mark's Yumi. He's going to get up in your face, and he's going to beat the crap out of you. Haichao trying to move over to the Shy, but the Lightning Rush will keep him safe as the siege continues in this bottom side. That'll be another tier 2 taken here by Weibo. And look at the pace here. You know, we commented on the slow first 10 minutes while there was, like, posturing, no significant action coming out there. But now, we're 2 minutes away from this next Mountain Drake. Weibo in under 30 minutes here just completely dominate the map.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it kind of is a bit of a symptom of the draft, right? There wasn't really too much proactivity to be found in most of these lanes besides the top side, where, of course, there was a lot of shenanigans. As a bomb side, actually, there's a play.
Speaking of shenanigans, On saves Angel's life, and that's everything from LGD. They've used so much. Jin Chao and Asum both ulting there to try and get Angel, but because they don't get him now, it's just a disastrous play as the mid lane inhib will be opened up here. Weibo even going to TP onto the minion to make this happen. Angel back, full HP. The ultimate's still down on the side of LGD. Inhib falls in the mid lane. There's still 5 seconds of Baron. I don't think that's enough for another inhib.
Not quite, but they do have the numbers and the pressure and another wave, but it can get cleared out quite quickly. Meganar from Fearless could mean a bit of a disengage. Dredge line was
Good
so
attempt
close.
there. I know, yeah. Jin Zhao trying to get onto Huanfeng. It was real close. Not quite close enough, though. There's Huanfeng. They're just going to stay. They're not even bothered about the Baron. What they're doing is buying time, because in a minute that Mountain Drake will spawn, and Weibo would love to just move on over. They don't want to reset if they can help it.
Yeah, if they reset, they seed over. First move towards the river.
Oh, Haichao. He must have TP'd in here. He's going for a flank.
Oh, they found him,
Spot
though.
again.
Wow.
I swear Weibo was psychic. They just, no matter where anyone is, we see the blue trinket come out. We saw the 3-man stack earlier, warded out. We now see Haichao on the TP flank, immediately spotted out as well. The Shy moves up to the top side to pressure. Drake up in 25 seconds, and LGD out of sorts.
Yeah, they really are. There's just not much for them to do. I feel like at this point in the game, you'd say, all right, how the LGD come back into it, look for picks. Problem is, if it's not onto the Shy, who's been, sidestepping everything, it feels like it's thrown his way in those kind of situations, and it's next to somebody where the Tahm Kench is around, it's just so hard. So much of your damage and burst is single target when it comes to looking for pick, unfortunately, and it feels like On has just been pretty on form, no pun intended, I'm sorry, at finding, at the very least,
aside from the deep water dives.
Yeah, okay, his W presses...
He's had a weird game, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's had some parts that are like 10 out of 10, and other parts that are literally minus 10 out of 10.
Yeah, it's like if you remove the W key from On's keyboard this game, he's been playing pretty good. Yeah, very up and down. But still, I think the fact that Tahm Kench is there to shut down one of the pretty much only avenues I feel like LGD have back into this game just makes it very difficult to play out. And again, not to harp on like a broken record, but Weibo just kind of scale better. They have champions that objectively one-to-one scale better than their counterparts, but also they just kind of outrange, they disengage better, and they also can re-engage into LGD's very limited forms of engage very easily. So LGD just have a mountain to climb if they are to find any kind of comeback, and now they're also dealing with this mountain soul.
Engage here is On. Gonna grab his top laner. Good hook from Jin Zhao, but I mean, there's no follow-up available. The Shy does use the Slicing Maelstrom. Fearless now here with the Meganar. Can they find it? That's 2 stuns. An opportunity for LGD as Asum arrives on the play. Grabs him in Venom. Not the greatest ultis, though, and the Dawning Shadow finishes one. Angel flies in with the Shurima Shuffle. And it was a good attempt. I like the idea from LGD, but there's only so much you can do, and this one was too little and too late. They'll find a pick onto the Shy. No, they won't, because Huanfeng saves him. It's a 1-for-1 there on the back of the players. On looks for the slow. Haichao flashes out to safety, but look at the base. Angel not letting him get away with this one. He's looking to finish things off.
Yep, indeed, Angel, SOFM. They will close out this game. As you said, I like the idea from LGD. They just don't have the damage to close out on the pick. On is bullying Haichao, and Huanfeng will pick up the kill. As Weibo, they take the first game of this series. LGD back to the fountain for you, Jin Zhao.
You don't get to play this one. You don't get to stop them ending the game. Angel just hits the Nexus once or twice. And that is a comfortable win for Weibo. And a fairly quick one when you consider this was an Azir Senna composition. Winning in about 30 minutes. Not a bad performance.
Not bad pace to set at all. And again, I think a lot of it, not to say that inherently the LGD draft was bad, just more that they didn't really have a lot to play for, it felt like, unfortunately, right? You try and play towards the mid 2v2, well, you know, Poppy kind of shuts it down if she's there. Azir is a very hard target to actually lock down between an Ahri and a Viego, right? A lot of distance to be closed. And on the bottom side, Senatom Kench, they go for the dive, but Huangfeng, if you recall, just stepped away. He was like, okay, I'll leave On underneath the tower. If you try and dive him, he's probably going to survive. And
he's got exhaust. He's Tom Kench.
He's got exhaust. You know, he's Tom Kench. He's just going to press his E key and get all of his health back. So it just felt a little bit like the execution threshold was a bit too high, I suppose, right? Into what Weibo were going for. And for Weibo, it's just, okay, don't die in the first 15, 20 minutes. Don't get run over by what is a very hard to execute snowball comp at best. And we just outscale and outrange. And that was kind of the story of that game. And set excellent pace once they had their power spikes in tow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, LGD falling behind early and then staying behind. Weibo leaving them in the dust, and with a composition, like you say, that just outscales as well. Monstrous performance from Weibo. And remember, this is a team that currently on a 4-win streak. This is a team that historically very inconsistent. So it's good to see that in a game like this, against a weaker opponent, that they are looking relatively clean, you know, on a few weird moments. But aside from that, generally looking pretty good. I wonder if that was like a mouse issue or something. The fact that he did it twice.
He did it twice, right? Like
it's really weird.
But at that point, if it was a mouse issue, you would expect
you'd pause, right?
Yeah. So, not sure.
Maybe he had mouse acceleration on bias or something. Didn't want to pause because he didn't want that to be public information. Just quickly alt tabs and fixes it. Yeah, I don't know.
It's odd, but the Shy topping the damage here. I think probably his numbers buffed up by the lane, but also the lane was pretty damn well played. So I think the Shy did a pretty good job here. I'm kind of curious as to who will get MVP, to be honest with you, from Weibo. I feel like there's a couple of good contenders. But yeah, Weibo just kind of across the board, top to bottom, eventually came to dominate that game. Slow-paced early. It just felt like everything was in LGD's hands to try and find something somewhere, but it was an impossible task to ask for.
Do you know, after those team fights, I think there's a real consideration for On as MVP, despite the dive in the early game. That would be hilarious. I reckon it'll probably go to the Shy, though. We're going to jump into a break, and then we will find out right after.
The LPL are kings again.
Yeah, I got the plan, I got the fan, I got the keys, I get to work. I am the man, you know what I'm saying, so leave it to me, cause I get it first, yeah.
If you've ever played a single game of League of Legends, then you know how important jungle diff is. And if you've ever watched a single LPL match, then you know how important jungle diff is.
And now they might try and fully engage. There's the ultimate to flash away, but the nice little Q afterwards means that Wei picks up another one, and Wei is just running around the map. This Poppy is proving so powerful for RNG. There's going to be the Keeper's Bird to try and knock away one of the perfect targets, one of the damage dealers, and they trade the jungler for the support. You take that trade any day of the week. 2 kills going over to Gala right now as he gets himself a third.
We coming up from the dirt, ayy. They're trying to get us to fall, ayy. I don't even got a flex now, boy. It's only win by the fall, ayy.
If there's one thing I can tell you about Kanavi and Wei, it's that when these two load onto the Rift, it's going to be a jungle diff. But for which team?
So on the other side, Reset's coming through from Kanavi. He's flashing, he's heartbreaking.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find out.
The last hope for IG goes down. 369 in some trouble, but now IG moving forward. They could get the damage. On still has so much health, still has so much damage. The resets coming through from Kanavi though, and the reset city has been arrived to by JDG. Even though they're put to the brink, they will finish off this series and they will improve to 10-1.
On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. We won't take no shit from anyone. No.
Like hip-hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you got to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite, rope, bomb, and nose. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these tentacles. Everybody else broke, so identical. I'm abominable, so don't tend to know. Yo, we won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We're bold just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by how breathe alone. We're rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
Yo, I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, fundamental in the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. Unknown Rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back off a 2-foot pier. No tears detached for your rest to the ref cruise. Let's use that as direct news at you and set new stats. Cause 10 more less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
A dream you never want to end, a memory that you won't forget. We'll stay up all night, awake till morning light. We'll stay up all night again. Life is all a dream. Can't take this from me. I can feel it all my life. I can feel it all tonight. Life is but a dream. A place where you belong again. This is in the now, that was then. We'll stay up all night, awake till morning.
我觉得重做之后的希维尔在这个版本的强度挺适合我们队伍的。主要是他能很好的防守，有清线能力，还有在中期的时候能很好的打断对面的进攻节奏。我觉得阿萨姆选手是一位很聪明的、很有想法的小孩。然后我和欧翁应该打他们的时候，尽量的争取线权。
Interesting to hear from Juan Fong there. Welcome back to the LPL Unmunch. Joined by Jamada on a special guest weekend. We're going to be seeing him on Sunday as well. Excited to see those games too. But coming out of game number 1 here, Juan Fong feeling good, liking the new Sivir, and I feel like Weibo really showing this kind of weak side bottom lane style. Seems to be their bread and butter because the Shy, once again, playing that strong side, grabs himself an MVP.
Yes, who would have guessed it? The Shy on an MVP. I think earned it. Early laning phase, team fighting as well. I mean, that ultimate at that third dragon pretty much secured them the game. Pretty much off the back of the Baron, they ended pretty swiftly. And yeah, the Shy, another MVP. Feels like home, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does. This play, especially out of nowhere, like nothing has happened all game, and the Shy's like, okay, time for action. And then the follow-up from the rest of the team is beautiful too, like on there to protect Huanfeng, etc., etc. And then here, Fearless missing his ulti, and immediately the Shy pounces.
Yeah, it's like the only thing Shy has to worry about is being locked down by like Charm and Gnar. And as soon as he sees that the Gnar ult is gone, he's like, my turn! And just absolutely blows up the entirety of LGD. Like we said, off that, it was Baron into pretty much glory for Weibo, and LGD left scratching their heads. Again, just felt like they had nothing to play for in the early game. Couldn't shut down the Shy because, well, the Shy was being the Shy. And towards the rest of the map, again, options so limited that it felt like once they didn't really find anything in those first 15 minutes, it was a really great turtle from Weibo. The game was pretty much theirs to just play out and steer as comfortably as they liked.
Do you know, it's kind of funny to hear you say the words, the Shy just being the Shy, because historically, that's the kind of sentence that really could be taken in two very different ways. This split, though, I feel like it does just mean one thing, right? This guy has the solo kill record right now in this, or at least for the split in the LPL. He is the solo kill king up at the top side, and he's been so consistent in winning that lane. The only times we've really seen him fall behind is when the enemy team has a lot of top lane focus and he doesn't. But recently, it's been all about the top lane focus for Weibo. We saw in game number 1, SOFM spending a ton of time making sure that the Shy could have a comfortable laning phase on the cannon.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just the thing. This bit of a, I'm not going to say evolution, but it does feel to me that Weibo kind of recognize that the Shy is playing at as close to full capacity as it feels like we've seen him consistently play at a little while. You know, we've, like you said, contextually, when you say the Shy is just being the Shy, it could mean quite a few different things. But right now, it just means he's playing out of his bloody mind. And SOFM facilitated him in that game. We'll see whether or not we get it again, because it felt like Fearless really just couldn't do anything one-to-one. And again, if we see a draft like what we just saw, where options are limited for LGD, I feel like Weibo are just going to walk away with it slowly yet again.
We'll have to wait and see. Draft is ready, though. Let's find out for ourselves. LGD on the blue side now. Binding that Poppy, I can totally get behind that one. The Silas taken off the board as well, as Fiora banned by Weibo once more. We'll see where else they go, because Talia has been a pick that's banned quite often on that red side, but will in fact be the Kalista taken away from LGD.
Yeah, Kalista gone. Just shut down any early aggression. Fiora as well. Another Fearless pick. And Poppy taken off the board means that we won't get it as a first pick. I think first time it's not been through today. I think it's made it through every draft, but this one, it just seems like LGD did not want to deal with it. Again, Tien caused too many issues, and they will follow up with another Sivir ban. We heard in that interview with Huanfeng how much Sivir definitely does seem to suit Weibo as a team, right? If they do end up falling behind in the early game, then just having wave clear from Sivir to just slow down any tempo that is built up by the enemy team can be so potent. But of course, with very aggressive team compositions quite consistently, such a strong enabler. But well, where will LGD go? Zeri's up and available, by the way. My expectations are a first pick from LGD, but Weibo willingly banned away the Draven, so maybe they were expecting it. Fearless is just going to take up the Gnar again after game 1. Kind of surprised, but also we'll see how he pilots it this time as Talia immediate response. Maybe the Shy gets a pick in, or maybe they just do go towards Huanfeng on that Zeri. Let's see.
I feel like you got to go for the Zeri.
Yeah,
right?
me too.
Such an insanely strong pick, especially when you have an AD carry that wants to scale anyway. Like Huanfeng's default stance is scaling, so Zeri just matches that beautifully. Two really strong picks here from Weibo. Now over to LGD. Because you could go for a jungler here, try and get your pick of the litter in terms of like maybe the Viego for Quay. But it looks like Aphelios and Renata currently available too.
Yep. Yeah, I think because of the Poppy ban, it means that Renata is available. So that could be a pretty strong 2-3. hovering immediately with the Ari and getting that locked in. So now Weibo, if they really want it, could go for the Renata themselves, which I feel like wouldn't be too bad. I think when you're looking towards playing for a lane or playing away from a lane or just allowing a lane to scale, having a Zeri great, giving her the additional scaling that Renata can provide would also be quite beneficial. But SOFM,
yeah,
he's hovering the champion. And, well, I don't know how many times he's played it, but I think the last time I was here was something like 15 games in a row or something ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
I'm sure it's been
extended,
broken.
It's this is his 19th game on Viego. He has, I mean, let's be honest, he has more games on Viego this split, with this one included, than LEC players get games in a split. So
yeah,
it gives you some idea of quite how much Viego SOFM has been playing this year. Wukong going to be banned away here by Weibo.
Yeah, Wukong, I expect 2 strong junglers to be taken out of the pool here. Scaling of the Yuumi, not too surprised. And I wonder if LGD are going to just go for the Renata just because they don't want to see it blinded. I expect Weibo will go for a counter pick for the Shy. Oh, that being said, actually, of course, with Na being there, they could just go for the Shy's pick on R4 anyway. So options pretty wide. It seems like Weibo going to just ban away the Renata, which indicates to me that they are going for the Shy's pick now, and they're just going to give On complete control of what he gets to pick into, as he will get full information on what LGD will have come his pick.
Yeah, looks like On will be able to have the counter pick. We might even see something like a Braum coming out down in that bottom side, right? Be able to protect Twonfong. Braum and Zeri is an insanely strong duo, especially if something like the Nautilus comes out from Jinzhao. Have to wait and see, though. As the final ban comes out, it's a Rakan taken away from On in the bottom side. And as you rightly said, I feel like the pick here is for the Shy.
Yeah, I think when you ban away the Renata, if you're not looking for it on R4, I think it sells to me that the Shy will get his pick. Now, there's not really too much use in holding on to it, unless you really want the Shy to have an optimal pick. But, I feel like we've just seen this matchup, and
bit of deja vu here.
It didn't quite go well for Fearless. We'll see whether or not LGD can actually have a little more sway and say in this top side matchup, as playing with the idea of this Xin Zhao will get locked in, occasionally defaulted too once some of these early gaming junglers are kind of pinched away from. And now LGD, what will they blind here into the bottom side? Plenty of options. I feel like they definitely need a go button, right? So someone like Norless, that makes the most sense. The LPL after all, but maybe we get something a little bit spicy. I think Jinzhao's destiny is set, and we'll probably get this one locked in. So it just kind of makes me wonder, what will On give us? Like you said, just go towards the Braum, something super defensive. Alistar is what actually comes out in the end for LGD, and Braum works pretty damn good into Alistar. Once Alistar commits, he's in. Simple as that. And what does Braum do best at? Capitalizing on champions that go in. So I think it could be a pretty good shout from you, Munch.
We'll have to see, though, because, you know, lack of engage could be a significant issue for Weibo. So maybe a hard engage support could be the answer, and Leona does come through in the end. So On deciding to go with a little bit of sunlight down in the bottom lane alongside Zeri's Lightning. I feel like this is going to be quite a different game to what we saw in game number 1 with the Taliyah out from Angel. I don't feel like he wants to just sit mid and scale in the same way he did in game number 1. He wants to get to those side lanes.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think Taliyah great at that, and SOFM on the Viego is going to be able to definitely play out those 2v2s. I think Weibo this time around a much more proactive team composition in comparison to game number 1, as you mentioned. And this time I will say LGD at the very least can actually play out skirmishes a little more easily, because Weibo themselves will be looking for them more proactively. And I think, of course, when you have the likes of Aries and Zhao, playing out 2v2s can be quite easy, but I think it's going to be pretty hard to lock down the likes of Angel. We should have first move a lot out of that Taliyah Ari lane, and that could probably be the crucial thing. I think first move out of mid lane is going to be the most important thing more than anything else here, if we're talking about playing towards those sides.
It's a really interesting matchup between these two players as well, because Haichao, he's played Ari twice so far this split, 100% win rate. Okay. Angel, on the other hand, has played Taliyah twice so far this split, 100% win rate. The KDA on the Ari for Haichao, 9.5. The KDA for Taliyah for Angel, 18 over the course of those two games. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure on these two players to maintain their stats with these two picks. Haichao having that lane advantage, but I feel like this is going to be much more about team play.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Team play has to be Critical point for LGD into game number 2. One thing I have noticed, definitely, is Weibo's team composition is relatively lacking on AD. There's a lot of magic baked into this composition, right? Zeri's Q is about all the physical they'll get out of her. And Viego's kit is, of course, all physical. The rest of the team comp, all magic damage dealers. So LGD could definitely sit on some magic resist and really limit some of the damage options for a little while, I would say. We'll see what they decide to do on that front.
Definitely a lot of AP. You do still have the Viego, though, and obviously Huanfeng's basic auto attack damage is going to be AD. So we'll have to see whether or not we get a couple of Force of Natures coming out across the lineup of LGD. Let's talk early game, though, Jamada, because I feel like with a Zerion and a Aphelios down in the bottom side, likely going to be playing it safe on the bottom lane, which means that the Shy and Fearness may well be going for another bout up in the top lane.
Yes, perhaps there's some shenanigans afoot. We'll have to wait and see. The Shy, this time around, isn't getting quite as big an advantage at level 1.
Yeah.
So already a win for Fearness if you're well, if you're Fearness, to be fair.
Well, yeah. Definitely a win for him, that's for sure. Huanfeng trading damage onto Jin Zhao for Asim's damage onto On, but that's a bonus stun here. Good trade here for Weibo. Ignite onto Jin Zhao, damage onto Asim as well. As Weibo just doing their best to levy pressure in this bottom side and set up for a level 2.
Yeah, and SOFM is actually going to be pathing away, so this is just going to be pure 2v2 pressure. Both these junglers, at the very least, on their early clear on the top side of the map.
He missed the pulverize. It's not ideal, but Weibo not quite level 2 just yet. There we go. Flash from On. Huanfeng dashes in as well. No Ignite available. Jin Zhao will walk away and drops a cheeky little frog as well.
Cheeky little frog. They don't get his flash, though. On blows both his summoner spells. LGD up directly on that front, so not going to be feeling too horrible about it in actuality.
No, absolutely. It's a nice little trade for LGD. Very nicely done. Jin Zhao very pleased with himself. Dropping a couple of those emotes after the play there. Feeling happy with the fact that he survived on this one. Already, though, up the top lane, the Shy building himself an advantage. Mid lane fairly even. As our junglers just finishing a full clear. The difference is Quay not going for those Krugs. So we could see a contestation for the top Scuttle Crab here. As SOFM moves over towards it. Quay trying to make his way over to the plate as well. Jumps on in, and it's... I didn't even see who smited there, but ultimately it was Quay that got the crab.
Yeah, so SOFM didn't have smite, so it would have been quite tough. Quay actually smited quite quickly. I think maybe didn't quite see SOFM immediately, but both junglers moved now towards the bottom side. On, however, has reset, come down here, and will break the shield for SOFM. So he will get one Skull Crab out of the 2. You can already see On starting to establish a little bit of vision. Down here, we'll get a control ward on the red, a ward on the Raptors, and they will have a pretty good idea of where Quay will be for the next couple of minutes. Now SOFM will take a reset, and we'll look to see where he looks to attack next.
Yeah, really nice stuff coming out from On, just to set up his jungler for the crab, but also get some of that deep vision, because crucially, that control ward, it'll be spotted later on in the game when the red buff comes up again. The red buff ain't up for another few minutes just yet, and every single time Quay passes through the bottom side of the jungle, he'll be spotted unless he goes through that brush. We'll spot this red ward down in the bottom lane. He'll be able to clear that one up, but it does mean no pressure in this bottom side, just the wave being shoved in by the side of LGD.
Yep, at the very least, they'll get their reset in, unless On spots it out.
No cannons.
Yeah, no cannon. Occasionally it happens like that, but it seems like they'll actually cancel their recall, so this could give Angel a bit of a window. As you can see, he's got mid lane priority to try and get something going, and Weibo are all on the same page about this.
All in on the bottom side here is On. Fairly low HP. Ignited. Asim going for one last auto, but SOFM now trying to move into the place. Stun onto the big cow himself. Damage coming down, but Asim has stepped back into the fray once more. Picked up by Huanfeng, and there's first blood for Weibo.
All right, well, Weibo find their window. It seemed like the wave didn't quite crash fully, and LGD really wanted to commit to getting that wave under, and Weibo just punish accordingly. Mid lane priority from Angel. And it's a pretty easy Roman collapse from the entirety of Weibo. Clean kill, and that wave will partially be missed by Asim as well. Get a replay And yeah, you can see the wave just not quite crashed, and LGD don't want to get frozen on, it feels like. And Weibo punished them slowly but surely. Gets a little bit dicey with On dropping so low, but you can see the numbers collapse as quickly as they can.
Yep, SFM started off, and Angel, you can see Angel's looking for Jin Zhao as well here. He really wants to go for the second kill, but they decide not to go for it. I'm kind of surprised that Angel didn't go for the flick onto Alistair there, try and burn the flash, but ends up not actually getting an assist on either of them in the end. So unfortunate for him. Here we go, Weaver's Wall. Now he'll get his kill onto Jin Zhao, or will he? Good flash here, but Huang Feng there to follow. Good charm from Hai Chao. They will keep their support alive.
Wow, great flash, Jin Zhao. I feel like a lot of people would have flashed immediately back towards their team, but that pathing just means it's pretty difficult for the rest of Weibo to actually catch on. Are they going to turn this into a bottom lane dive, though? That's the thing. There's a wave here. Much, I think the answer is yes. But they've done the exact same thing. Look, On's underneath the tower.
This is the strat. I guess they just try and keep the support in to tank on up. Jin Zhao, one more shot, and will go down. On trades it support for support, and Wonfong comes back to clean that wave up. Fairness in trouble on the top side. SFM on a ward. Drops that control ward just to clear the vision away. Fairness, you got to be a little careful on this one, because I'm not sure that's a 2v1 you can win. Walks on up. Didn't expect SFM to still be there, I guess. And takes a chunk for his trouble.
Small chunk in the grand scheme of things, though, Meganar. Of course, you keep that percent healing when you go up as well, so we'll do just okay with that extra pot on top to boot. Like you said, SFM just kind of sticks around, has a lot of patience. Quay.
Oh no, Quay trying to go for a blue buff, trying to go too deep. He smites for health here, but Angel should be able to finish this. Or can he? This is Zhao doing big damage. Angel having to flash away. Ignite is there, but it's cleansed. And Angel will survive. On now, trying to escape with his own life. Does have flash though, so I think he should be okay. Oh, but Angel won't be! What a shot from Assam. Predicts where the mid laner is and finds a bonus kill.
Yeah, I mean, LGD getting a lot of what they want here. That's the second kill for Assam, and Skirmish is surely going to break out of this blue, though.
SFM grabs it. There's a triple knockup, and LGD doing a beautiful job during this skirmish here. Spirit Rush available for Hai Chao, but just going to use it to get back to the mid lane. Assam, the biggest benefactor of all of this chaos.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for LGD now, if they can actually try to continue to give pressure towards Assam, they've had pretty consistent lane priority here into Huang Feng and On. Maybe LGD have something to play with. Weibo, Angel gets picked off. Really strong, solid snipe from Assam with that Calibrum ultimate. And Weibo, I'm not going to say they're falling behind because they're up 1,000 gold, but definitely going to feel the pressure potentially of that Aphelios.
It does feel like Weibo have been falling behind. That's the strange thing about this game, is Fairness sacrifices some minions to try and get on the Shy, but just can't close the gap. And once again, that CS lead for the Shy. He's not even recalled just yet, and he's still 20 CS up right now as SOFM going to move into this top side, start the Herald off with Angel's priority in the mid lane, with the Shy's priority up in that top side as well. So Weibo, despite a couple of these players going a little awry, they are still up in gold. They got the first Drake. They're looking for the first Herald as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the Q damage potentially got blocked by that blue buff from Angel, and you can see Quay not afraid to just step up into Angel's face as the Zin's out and almost drops down, cleanses the Ignite, but Assam just about finds the angle. Angel tried to sidestep it, but as you can see, T-Tors pretty much blind, yeah. Good aim, really, really good aim. And now Assam picks up another plate by himself there too. So much gold in that Aphelios' back pocket. This is a little more of what we needed to see from last game when we had the Aphelios on Assam. But of course, a lot harder to actually find skirmishes. This time around, Weibo also been a lot more willing to fight. But it's been LGD coming out on top in, at the very least, that avenue of things.
Yeah, I feel like Jin Zhao tried to do the frog emote there, questioning why On was being aggressive, but immediately gets hit so the emote goes away, and it kind of answers the question that he's asking with the emote. It's like, because I can, says On. A little bit of aggro there in the bottom side, and I feel like Jin Zhao is taking this series a little personally, honestly.
Yeah, just the touch. But I think this time on the Alistar, compared to last game on the Lawless, there's a little more room to have more impact than he did in game number 1, right? Being able to knock away the Kennen on some of these flanks could be absolutely huge. We saw how the Shy was able to pretty much pick apart LGD at that dragon fight, which consequently pretty much ended the game, or any chances LG had at winning it. I think also just trying to find some flanks. Even though, again, I feel like LGD's, true engage options are kind of limited and a little bit time-based, window-based, right? Fairness on the Mega Gnar. Jinjiao's going to have to find flanks or just directly flash into the face of Weibo. I think actually has a much better time at setting up his team compared to game 1.
Man, look at the gold difference in that top lane. It's 1.4k in favor of the Shy. SOFM aggressed upon those. Quay trying to do that. Oh, Moonlight Vigil just a little too far forward there. Just a touch. Fairness turns Mega. Good flash from the Shy. Now gets a stun of his own, trying to turn this around, but Fairness jumps on top of him. No. Can't find the stun. The Shuriken goes wide as well. Oh, the boulder! Everyone misses everything, but Fairness comes out on top.
Fairness gets the solo kill on Shy. He finds his payback after all of the pain he's experienced in this lane and in game number 1. Fairness, I'm sure, even if LGD end up dropping this series, will probably feel pretty happy about this one. Get a replay straight away, as you can see. The Shy goes in, tries to just find the all-in damage. Doesn't quite have enough damage in the tank to kill Fairness before he goes into Mega. Flash comes away from the wallop. Jump in, Gnarl into the wall. And it's the boulder, the first one that connects. The wallop misses as it's the electric rush, but the second one comes through. Great stuff from Fairness, just capitalizing on the Shy, getting a little bit too comfortable up in that top side.
In the previous game, I nearly said yestergame. That should be a phrase. Yestergame, you were talking about how this is kind of classic the Shy, and now we see the other side of classic the Shy, right? Where he does go a little too far forward, overestimates what he can pull off in the side lane, and gets punished. In fairness, definitely a player that is willing to punish the enemy if they go too far, if they're too aggressive. A little unfortunate for Angel. That plate will just be taken down by the minions. No one will get the gold from that one. But as we're getting pretty close to the 14-minute mark at this stage, feels like a pretty sizable plate advantage for LGD, right? 3 plates for Assam in the bottom side. It is 3 plates in the mid lane, but aside from that, I feel like I'd rather have the plates on that Aphelios.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the key thing. Gold has slightly different value depending on who's picking up the gold a lot of the time, right? As the Shy is going to get jumped on. He should be able to walk this one out.
SFM flashes in. Fairness is so low on HP. Quite stunned. It's 3v2, but Weibo will win it. Jinjiao was not ready for the sudden play from SOFM.
Yeah, no, that was pretty aggressive from SOFM, to be fair. Fairness almost goes down. Assam, he's going to get dove here. Red and white makes it quite difficult.
Yeah, that's a lot of shuriken. I don't want to fight them chakrams.
Yeah, nah, I'm alright. Flash and cleanse also still available. That many chakrams before the dive even starts? Yeah, nah, I'm okay. Say Weibo, but this time around they could look for a second time, and Assam definitely paying his respect as he steps away a second time. Chow, not going to be in danger. If he got knocked back though, would have been aggressed onto almost certainly. Great sights.
Yeah. Crucially as well, Huanfeng actually getting 2 plates off the back of that play on the bottom side. Could be in trouble, but is playing that Zeri, so just hugs the wall. Doesn't even have to use the little dash. He can just hang out here for a moment, clears away the ward that was placed, and then dashes over to his tower. So very nicely done. Still 2 minutes until that next Drake comes up. It's 1 apiece on those dragons. And the gold 2,000 in favor of Weibo. It feels like this is like a much bigger gold lead than is reasonable, right? Based on what's been happening so far this game, I'm not really sure how Weibo managed to get so far ahead.
Yeah, so we saw a lot of that gold lead came from the top side at the very least, but it's kind of hard to gauge from just the inventories alone. SOFM seems to have a fairly sizable lead in gold, right? It is a lot larger. A lot of the plates as well going on to Assam is going to feel pretty good. It seems like he's just going to get this tower as well in the face of Weibo and on.
On with a bit of a wonky solar flare on this one. Huanfeng having to use the ultimate just as a deterrent there. SOFM. Oh, the charm from High Chow is huge. That might just be a kill onto the enemy jungler. Oh, the heal out from Angel with his spell book, and he knows every single page. And now in with the Weaver's Wall. High Chow will fall. Quay smites just to keep himself alive, but the rest of the team jumping on in. In goes Alistair to buy space, but on surviving for now. Jin Chao going forward. Assam onto Wonfong, who has to back away. Angel now on the front line as SFM returns to the fray, and Assam goes too deep. Jin Chao, flash available. He wants to get to the wall and will be able to escape, but he escapes alone.
Escapes alone, 100 HP. SOFM was hunting for him, but he's just going to pick up the red buff. Dragon's not even up. That's just the skirmish that happened to happen. High Chow originally going for the pick onto SOFM, it looked like. We'll get a replay just to get confirmation of what exactly was happening here. Is, yeah, just a pick onto SOFM between Quay. Quay gets knocked back. High Chow, however, does not. Doesn't quite manage to find him, and it's the heal from the heal flash. I didn't even catch it in the play-by-play. Keeps SOFM alive, and from there, the collapse is on this wall. Denies any kind of disengage. High Chow dropped. Great knockback to bring Quay into range for Angel to actually find some damage. That knock-up almost gives on his immediate death, but the flash forward from Assam is what secures that one, and at this point, there's not really too much LGD can do other than retreat and hope they can pick up some return kills.
Really nicely played by Angel to find that last flick onto Assam. If they don't get Assam with the flick there, I actually think that might turn into an LGD play, but very nicely done. Weibo do find themselves the fight, and that fight basically worth 1,000 gold. They've increased their gold lead by 1,000 there, and it will grab them this Ocean Drake off the back of it. You can see on the top side, though, Quay in that Herald pit, so should be able to at least trade it. Jin Chao, low on HP, will walk away with his life as Assam trades a bit onto off.
Just a touch, and LGD, they'll pick up this Herald, so we'll see where they want to go with it. Try and claw back some of this gold, pick up a tower. I think Weibo still going to be okay, though, with the gold lead that they've got.
Yeah.
And Huangfeng is just getting to that 3 iron point on the Zeri. Of course, though, you have to always mention, when you talk about 3 iron points, the Aphelios, of course. Approaching the Collector, second is what Assam's going towards. And that's going to be a big deal as,
wait, what? The Shy.
All right.
He just drops his ulti in the front. Nobody saw. Nobody saw. Sophinis doesn't know it's on cooldown, I don't think.
Really, really angry at that bush. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, we love the Shy, don't we? He's just so good.
I don't think there's much we can take from that one aside from the Shy misclicked it. It happens to all of us. Take that as reassurance as you go into your solo queue games today that even the Shy messes up in the top side. He's not that long of a cooldown, though. Basically already halfway done. So by the time we've got a Baron or a Dragon coming up, he'll be ready.
Yeah, so, you know, there's nothing really on the map.
He gets the ace as well. He gets the ace. The timing on that award. Too perfect.
Oh god. Is this a replay? Oh, okay. This is actually kind of important information because yeah. Okay. All right. You know what? I thought they were just memeing it, but that's actually pretty important because it does mean that, you know, LGD had absolutely zero idea. Of course, if they see the Shy just randomly blow cannon arm, maybe all of a sudden they said numbers up there. So yeah, no information given away. And like we were saying, nothing's actually up, right? So it's not like the ultimate is super important at this moment in time. Dragon's still 3 minutes away. Baron spawning in a minute. And the ultimate is already back off cooldown.
I will say, my brain is playing tricks on me. I just glanced down at the inventories there for a second. I saw a Blade of the Rune King, and I thought it was on the Shy for a split second. I had flashbacks to Reckless in the bottom lane with the Bork Cannon, but no, it is actually on the Rune King himself, buying his own item. How lovely.
What a dark timeline that was. Cannon AD. Really happy that's not in Mare anymore. It was such a strangely...
It was a weird pick.
Yeah, she wasn't really good either. Like, it theoretically
that's
was
the
good.
thing. I don't feel like it was ever that successful. Oh my god, wow. See you later, High Chow. That almost happened in game number 1 on one of his TPs as well. This time, Weibo make it happen. Big damage onto SOFM coming out from Assam. And once again, Assam is clearly the shining light for LGD. He's the man that's got to make it happen for this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's on this 2-iron spike, right? The Collector, there's not too much armor on the key targets that he's going to be hitting a lot of the time. for now. Of course, SOFM going towards that more tankier build, so sooner or later will be a little bit of an annoyance to deal with. No way, you solo kill him twice.
Fearness on 1 HP. Fearness also on 1 HP. The Shy has flash available. It's gonna hold it for now at very least. Oh, the entire gang is coming. The Shy, what have you got up your sleeve? Boulderlands, see you later. Everyone pile drives in. And somehow, Assam actually got the kill for that one.
Yeah, all right. Assam, not too bad. Going to get the tower off the back of this as well. The Herald, they could even go for 2 charges. They have 3 members here against only the 2 of Weibo right now because Huangfang was in the mid lane shoving up and Angel picked up that mid lane. Stunned just to slow down the Herald.
Yeah, because look, Zeri is on the way. Angel moving over as well, surfing along the wall. They're desperate to defend this tower. The charge happens, but the tower doesn't go down. And now SOFM wants to chase here. Angel forces a flash out quick.
All right, not too bad for LGD, to be honest with you. Assam gets a kill, gets a tower gold. And we spoke about, he's the man for LGD to look up to in these team fights. And that's going to get him towards that Infinity Edge also quicker. Has that BF sword already off the back of that sequence of play.
So,
he
Jamada,
actually had a
30
pop-up?
seconds here. 30 seconds until the Drake comes up, right? This is crucial. This is a huge moment. You see Huangfeng, 2.5 items. Assam, 2.5 items. How does this fight have to go for LGD if they want to deny Soul Point?
I think they really have to find a massive ultimate from Fearness here. Lock down Huangfeng, lock down Angel. If you can remove them, great team fighters. And also the Shy can't find the flank angle.
Big damage onto both supports here. That's going to be Unbreakable Will, though, used by Jin Zhao. Massive cooldown. That's a bad start to the fight, it has to be said. Fearness may be caught on the bottom side. Flash forward from the Shy. Saved it from the previous play. And now it pays dividends. SOFM takes Fearness down. You said Fearness ult was the way for LGD to find the fight. Well, they don't even have a Fearness, never mind an ult.
Are they going to try and flip Baron? Because they have red-white. And even though Fearness is dead, you can see SOFM is on the bottom side committed to the dragon. It seems like they think the better of it.
He's holding his smite. He's holding his smite just in case the Baron flip does occur. Doesn't opt to use that one in the end. But as you say, they back away.
They back away. They were still considering it even up to now, at least going off the pings.
Yeah.
LGD.
Solar Flare is a basic ability for him at this point. Like, did you see him ulting just to face check the brush? Like, I like the creativity, knowing there's no fight coming up though.
I will say as well, Solar Flare has a deceptively low cooldown. It's already a third of the way back up. Picture in picture of some pretty fancy feet from the Shy. All right, cool. I thought maybe a little more would come from that, but hey.
But Haishao using his ult, I think, is what they were
probably the
trying to show us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, 4,000 gold lead, 3 Drakes for Weibo, everything going their way. Just like the Doctor ordered for Weibo here, as they're looking for their 9th win. And they're looking to make their way towards double digits as they try and get seeding for playoffs. LGD, remember, if they lose this game, if they lose this series, their hopes of playoffs become that much further away. They'll be on 9 losses, and that is where it becomes almost impossible to make your way back in. Your fate is no longer just in your own hands.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, LGD, whilst still being a far way from playoffs, it's still a possibility that has to be considered. But right now, Weibo are snuffing out that hope for them. And Weibo are playing for as high a seed as they can get in playoffs. I think if you asked many people a couple of weeks ago, hey, how do you feel about Weibo in their playoff standings? Some people would have probably even been pressed to put them in just about the top 5, right? Let alone top 6, but right now, playing pretty happily for it.
You know, if you think a couple of weeks ago, a lot of people were saying anyone's legend for a top 6 team.
Yeah.
I feel like right now, Weibo very much in the top 6 position in my mind. I think there is an outside chance that if Weibo can continue to play the way that they have been the last week or two, genuinely might be able to make top 4. If with this win here, they would tie RNG for wins, but unfortunately they have 2 more losses. So they would require one of these top 4 teams to have a rough last couple of weeks, right? They need RNG to get a couple more losses to be able to make it into that top 4. So it's kind of out of their hands whether they get top 4. All they can do is win every game that's presented to them.
Just win for her. and you will do well.
Just click their heads.
Just click their heads, yeah. We're playing CSGO all of a sudden. Just or Valorant. Just click heads. And it's as easy as that. But Weibo, it feels like, in that vein of thought, have been doing just that. They've been taking scalps pretty comfortably over the last couple of weeks. And LGD seems like it's just another name in their notebook so far. But still, the game is definitely playable for LGD compared to last game. I feel like the draft was a little bit too much to overcome in the mid game and towards the later stages. This time around, a lot more brawlery, a lot more conditions to actually play with and around on both sides, really. And I think that flexibility could give LGD an in. Again, spoke about Fairness trying to find an ult. Asum just picked up the Infinity Edge. So LGD now have their 3-item Aphelios. They have a very, very strong tool to play with.
Oh, Fairness going
finally
in, but look at the preemptive ult from the Shy. Gets a stun onto Haichao. Huanfeng is here, trying to blast away with his ultimate ticket, but the Shy healthy enough here. And there's just lightning for days out of Huanfeng and the Shy. Fairness goes down. Baron is available.
Yeah, Baron is available. It's on the other side of the map, though. SOFM, kind of the lone one here. It seems like they're just more willing to play towards this Ocean Dragon and Soul instead. Slightly safer condition. Go for that, then play for that Baron. Makes sense. They're just going to shove in the bottom side. That tier 2 tower is relatively chunked out. As Replay will get it. Just has Haichao behind him, Fairness. So jumps forward, flashes in, tries to kind of sell it as if he's just kind of clearing the wave, but come out of the replay.
It's chaos on the Rift. Huanfeng over the wall to try and protect his mid laner and protect him. He will, but it's a 1-for-1 there. 2-for-1 now as it's a re-engage out from SFM over the wall. Quay in trouble, and the Shy arrives on the backside of the fight. Haichao almost alone as Fairness only just respawning here. We were talking about Baron. It does not look like Weibo care at all about Baron right now because in 15 seconds, Ocean Soul is up. As I say that, though, they do go up to the Baron instead.
Yeah, they're giving you a little bit of grief there on the call, but it's all right. Weibo will pick up this Baron. They'll do it quite quick with Huanfeng here. And Blade the Ring King on SOFM as well will add a fair amount of deceptively fast Baron shred, as we didn't actually get a look how it started. It's just on. Face checking into Haichao. First move comes in so quickly from Weibo, but look how much damage Asum does. It's just Angel with that stopwatch or Zhonya's, and unfortunately, Huanfeng just comes over the wall and assassinates him. Yeah,
Asum though crits Angel for 535. Oh wait, Huanfeng got the Drake somehow and now flashes forward. Huanfeng says, LGD, this is my game, this is my Rift, and this is my soul. SFM has to back away here. 14-7, a soul, a Baron. Weibo have everything they could dream of.
Everything they could dream of, everything they need to just close this game out. I want to know how the hell Huanfeng stole.
I know. Okay, here we go. Engage on in the middle of everyone. Low on HP and will go down. Huanfeng, you know, stacking his ult, but it's not going to be able to do too much for him here. Asum in the play, moves forward, using the Q on the Severum, trying to close the gap, but the Moonlight Vigil goes slightly wide. SFM now steps on up. Weibo are just brawling in the bottom side with 3 members as Angel takes the tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, you know, Weibo, they're doing their usual fighting shenanigans. Angel's like, okay, guys, I will play League of Legends. I will take the structures. At the very least, gets that mid lane tier 2. But this Baron, it's not amounting to as much, perhaps, as Weibo would like. Because how does this all unfold? This Haichao and Fairness in the pit. The Shy doesn't have ult, so unfortunately can't immediately one-shot the Ahri and gets blown up for it, but pretty damn close without no ult, I will say. Credit to him, that is damage.
Oh, it's a laser, isn't it? It's just a laser. I mean, they have no burst damage. It's Ahri and Gnar. Who's going to burst it down? And then Huanfeng lasers it for all of its health and just one-shots the pair of them.
I'm going to be honest. I want that Spartan laser shenanigans out of the W gone, because look at that, man. Like
600!
From
600!
From downtown. Like, it's... Ah, man.
I mean, that's the best way to describe it. The Spartan laser. That is exactly what it is. Huanfeng going full Master Chief. Not by scoreline this time. By the damage he is doing with that laser across the enemy team. looking for a couple of achievements here. Remember, there is that Lone Wolves achievement. If you can hit 2 people in Lone Wolves with the Spark Laser, you do get a couple of gamer points for yourself. Huan Feng looking for exactly that.
That's such an obscure reference that not many people are going to get. But I do,
Mongoose
so
Mow
that's
down.
the
That was the hardest one.
It took me so long to get Mongoose Mow down.
The boomers in chat loving this conversation. Everyone else wondering what on earth the katana means. Here we go. Engage onto On at the bottom side. He's tanky though and buying space and time for his team. Jin Zhao will be the one to go in. On staying on the edge of the fight here. The Shy falls and there's a kill for Fairness as well. This is actually way closer than I feel like it should be. Huan Feng steps on up to hit the tower. Wants to keep his ult ticking here as in goes SOFM onto Fairness. The Mega Gnar ult is used, but Angel can chase him down. Actually, Fairness over the wall. Huan Feng still hammering away in the base right now. This is a really weird fight. And Huan Feng can't actually finish the tower. Oh no. Weaver Swarm from Angel. Asif doesn't have anywhere to go and he's just destroyed. He's rinsed underneath the tower. And Weibo, they have their entrance.
Rinsed, hot washed. Take your pick. And now Weibo, they're just going to go towards these Nexus towers. It's still a 3v3. So chance is there for LGD to actually hold out quite comfortably. And it seems like Weibo are just going to cede control and just
it feels like Weibo are kind of stalling out a little bit here. Angel actually forced a flash as well. Like Weibo, despite having an Ocean Assault and a Baron, going for these weird fights instead of playing it slow and being punished pretty heavily.
Yeah, alright. Well, LGD hold on to the game. That's big. They're losing grasp of this gold lead, but it's kind of grown on us. That Baron power play ended up being not too bad. I think it popped up at the bottom of the screen. I think it's a 5.5k. A lot was had. And now they can kind of just wait for both the Elder and the Dragon. Now, crucially, they're both going to be up at the same time. So, LGD can try and force Weibo into a decision. But, realistically, I think Weibo will just follow LGD around if worst comes to worst. And just mow them down as they please.
Shy moving up towards this top side, the rest of the team moving towards that middle lane. And you can see Fairness pushing the wave out as far as he can, but the supers will slowly but surely stack up in that bottom side and move their way into the base. Weibo looking to play with that pressure. Top lane tier 2 will be taken down with... I'm not sure that this is something LGD can realistically defend, honestly, but no pressure from the supers on the bottom side just yet, so LGD can commit members to this top side play. Haichao finds a charm here. SOFM, no, the Shy in trouble here, gets his stuns out though, and it's Quay that goes down. It was all a bait after all. The Moonlight Vigil right between the goalposts here. Big damage to the man of Assam. He wants to turn the game around. He wants to make the play. The flash onto Angel, but shut down by Huan Feng in the end. And now they'll stack in on up. Huan Feng flashes in. He's the superstar AD carry. He's the one making plays today, Assam. Fairness jumps back in, taken down for the triple kill. And I think that might be game.
Huan Feng saw Assam finally getting to play Aphelios in one of these team fights, and he says, nope, not on my watch. Slams him down with that ultimate, and this should very well just be game. Weibo, this one was a little bit closer than they probably wanted. Come the mid stages, but Baron power play ballooned up the gold so much, and they'll take it in a 2-0 fashion. LGD, I think they can stand a little bit proud of how they played in the early stages, but they'll pick up one more kill for their troubles. Huan Feng goes 11-0-9 on the game. That's Weibo picking up another series.
Yeah, a tough one there for Weibo to finish out, but ultimately coming out on top in all of these team fights, getting the objectives, getting the soul, and finishing things off slowly but surely. And I feel like LGD, it's a painful loss because, you know, they were the underdogs coming in and they did really need this win if they wanted to have control of whether or not they make playoffs. Ultimately, an expected loss, but with how they performed in that last game, with how close so many of those fights were, I feel like that must have been... I feel like the players must have felt so close so many times of making that happen, and then it's just always out of reach. It's like the carrot on the end of the stick.
Yeah, it's always going to feel frustrating, right? You lose a series like this, everyone's just going to see 2-0 and just expect, oh, okay, Weibo probably just walked over them. But that wasn't the story. Like, truly, that wasn't the story here for LGD. And like you say, playoffs hopes pretty much out of their hands at this point, picking up that 9th win. Maybe some kind of late surgence can, you know, come to a foot. I mean, hey, WE are mathematically not locked out of playoffs yet, so who knows? But yeah, I think they can still be proud of how they played, especially the early games. Both games. Game 1, very tough to play out. Game 2, not too bad. But Weibo still looking like this much stronger and far more consistent team than we are anticipating moving out of the middle part of the split, moving towards the back end now as they pick up their 9th series win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do just want to quickly mention as well that WE actually would have been knocked out of playoffs contention if TT won this morning. But Top Esports obviously beating TT 2-0 in the end. Just a funny little interaction I thought I'd mention at very least. But Jamal, I'm kind of amazed how quickly today has gone. It's only 20 past 1 where I live, which usually we finish at like 3, 4 o'clock. So it's been a quick one, and I feel like you've been kind of shortchanged as your guest casting here in the LPL.
Hold on,
you only get 4 games.
To be fair, shortchanged today, yes. But I did also get to cast the rookie versus rookie versus the Shy a couple of weeks ago, and that was one of our best series in the LPL. So, you know what? Shortchanged today, sure, but I think I'm still, I'm in surplus of some of the cool stuff I've been here for.
And to be fair, the games today have been pretty good as well. So final look at the scoreboard here as we round out the second series. Weibo doing well, 2-0 in the end. I think the Shy highlight player in both games as Huanfeng. Late game team fighting is very much within his wheelhouse.
Absolutely it is, and that final fight where maybe LGD could have come back into it, he just slams Assam in the face. His whole kit says, not today. Definitely kind of feel bad for Assam. Both games, he had a pretty okay platform to play from. But unfortunately, just wasn't quite able to come to fruition. I felt like Weibo were getting a touch sloppy, and it could have given them the window, but unfortunately shut down, and that was that.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, Huanfeng 20 KDA. Just want to quickly mention as well, hi Chow, that 100% RE win rate is donezo, whereas Angel gets to keep on stacking it up. But that will hurt his KDA. 2 deaths there would divide his overall KDA on the pick. So his stats hurt a little bit there, but overall the win rate still 100% on the Talia here for Weibo. 3 games in the books now for Angel. And I feel like Angel is one of these players that has become so much more versatile over the course of the years, because he's always been a player that's been willing to pick wacky stuff in the mid lane, but not always the best player at executing at a top level on those picks, right? But the Talia looking absolutely fantastic today, having that both games, and having that in game number 2, having the Azir, we know his Azir is excellent. I feel like we are starting to see him become more consistent on more picks in the mid lane.
Yeah, no, I think that's also been a pretty huge catalyst for a lot of some of the success that Weibo have been finding, right? I think Angel has been great, plain and simple. So I would like to see more of what we're seeing from him. Like you said, used to be a bit of a mad scientist. Still, on occasion, I suppose, can be. But I think the meta is not necessarily pushed towards super creative picks for the mid lane right now. I think it's relatively stable. I'm not even going to say boring. I feel like the mid lane pool is actually fairly exciting for a change. But yeah, I think for Weibo, it really helps having that mid lane pressure, especially when you have, 2 strong carries on either side, right? The Shy stepping up a little more consistently, but also always knowing that if you go towards the bottom side, Huanfeng will give you everything you want in the later stages.
Yeah, definitely true. Like, you invest in Huanfeng, he will pay dividends. And the Shy doing so much in the early stages. Like, there were so many players in the top lane this game. Like, the first 15 minutes of the game, I swear, was like a 3v3, basically, in the top lane between our 2 teams. And especially LGD tried to send a lot up to shut the Shy down. And they did get a couple of kills onto him, but ultimately, he still managed to have a massive impact in this game and in the series. And bringing the Kennen in, a pick that we basically haven't really seen very much this split. Like, the Shy, one of the only players still playing that Kennen. 369, like, historically a big Kennen player as well, but not seeing massive amounts of it this split. Today, he's just like, today's a Kennen day. I'm playing Kennen all day long, and we're winning with it.
Yeah, and phenomenal performances, right? Both games basically had close to, if not game-winning, team fights. Game 1-1, very obvious. It was Dragon number 3 or 4, rather, where it just turned into Baron and practically the game. Game number 2, just kind of consistently winning lane. Fearness did pick up a solo kill, so, credit to Fearness. But, outside of that, still, the Shy was very, very happy to just pick up a pick that we don't see very frequently and still dominate those skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic stuff. Huanfeng going to be our MVP coming out the back of this series, and rightly so. Stole the Ocean Drake to grab Soul for the team, and then immediately flashing on the enemy players to finish them off. This was some aggressive late-game Zeri gameplay that we got to see out from Huanfeng, and it's always a pleasure to see him when he has a significant inventory, when he has a lot of power in his toolkit.
Yeah, well earned. Got that Soul stolen away as well and shut down Asim's what felt like only chance to actually play the game for a lot of it. As from kind of minute one, even though Asim did get a fairly big lead and a lot of gold dumped into him, it felt like Huanfeng was never far behind. And yeah, Spartan Laser, there we go, 658. Steals away that dragon and just very happily, aggressively flashing forward. Felt like he was pretty free to do what he wanted in this game, though it took a little bit of time for us to get that Huanfeng. Once he was here, he was happy in Essen. His counterpart, not so lucky.
This is the biggest Chad play as he just jumps on Asim and one-shots him and then just chases the rest of the team down. That flash was gorgeous as well, dodging away from Jin Chao, especially after Jin Chao was, I think, spamming more than his fair share of emotes at Huanfeng and on during the laning phase. I bet that flash felt real good for Huanfeng.
Oh yeah, it's always that kind of a bit of pride in it, right? Where you see all the emotes going up, it's like, okay, yes, they think they're funny. And it's always a mentality thing in how you approach the games, but I'm sure, as you said, it felt good to shut down Asim just for the sake of being a little bit too cheeky in the laning phase. And when Asim finally had his one potential pop-off moment, instead, it was actually Huanfeng's.
It certainly was Huanfeng grabbing that one for himself. Let's take a look at our results, though, Jamada, as we round things out for the day. 4-0 across the course of the day here. First two going the way of Top Esports over TT, giving them their 7th loss, but top 12 wins in a row for Top Esports. Unbelievable performance there. Weibo also on a winning streak. That's 5 on the trot now for them. They were 4-4. They are now 9-4 with a 2-0 over LGD.
Pretty strong showing from both of our top end of the table teams. And you know what? I will give credit to both TT and LGD because I feel like they put up pretty decent defenses in both of their series losses tonight. TT still very much within playoff contention. We spoke about their strength of schedule and the fact that we should be expecting to see them in the top 10 and hopefully for them they can strike upwards.
Yeah, we'll see. I have to say, my two favorite teams played today. I got to cast them both getting 2-0s, and I got to cast them both continuing their win streak. It's a good time to be a Top Esports and Weibo fan here in the LPL. But WE hold on another day. TT didn't get a win, FPX didn't get a win, and BLG didn't get a win. So WE still technically in the running, and they will maintain that position tomorrow because it's RA versus EDG, it's RNG versus JDG, but crucially, no teams that are on 5 wins are playing.
That's so true. I mean, man, the race for those last couple of spots is going to be pretty absurd. I feel like every league I'm a part of has just having these nutso playoff runs, with the exception of literally the NLC, which had everything decided with 2 weeks left, which kind of sucked. But I mean, here LPL, yeah, like you said, crucially, no teams with 5 wins playing. Same thing for the 6 winners, right? I think the fact that the likes of, I'm looking over it on my screen, I'm cheating, LNG and OMG also not quite, at that mark where they're fully safe. It's pretty dangerous, but definitely looking forward to that RNG JDG series in particular. I wonder whether or not JDG will finally drop another series. So they're both on pretty lengthy win streaks.
And once again, the chances of Weibo making top 4 all hinge on how RNG do in their remaining games. So Weibo and Weibo fans are going to be praying for an RNG loss tomorrow. They need RNG to get another couple of losses and for Weibo to clean sweep the rest of the split if they want to make top 4. But that all remains to be seen. Jamada, I just want to quickly say, it's been a pleasure casting with you again, sir. It's been a pleasure having you on the LPL. But chat, do not cry, for Jamada will be joining us again in a couple of days' time. He'll be casting with me on Sunday as well, so he ain't going anywhere just yet. That's going to be it from us, though. Thanks so much for joining me, Jamada. Thank you to production, as always, for making it all happen. That's going to be it from us. We'll see you in chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
Diff.